Good morning, Chatty House.
Good morning, everybody. Ramsey gets the belt. Congratulations! But a special shout out to Mrs. Mack, who was second today. And usually Mrs. Mack is in here like right before showtime, like she's pulling up. But she got here 8:31. I have her for no 8:30. I got her first message in here.
Oh,
Just behind Ramsey for the belt.
I wasn't even in studio at 8:30.
No, that's what most of you guys beat James to the studio.
The best though is I don't have to take my youngest to school, so I don't have to get in line. I don't have to fight through traffic. There is no more traffic anymore coming out of the lake. Yes, it's at least I'm leaving at the same time and getting here like 10 minutes earlier.
I got to get into this Discord server.
Yeah.
Apparently everybody's watching Clipped together.
Clips of Clipped. Yeah, I think they had a
Warren. What is this?
Like a watch party.
Like good morning, but also, it's like watching Tim Duncan shoot a three.
Oh,
like I'm here for it, but No, it does. Wait.
Yeah, he sent us a link. I think Dave did.
Yeah, Dave Garcia did. No, Zabo, stop. It's weird when you do it. It's weird. See this? Don't like this. I'm out on this. What up, Dave? Here we go. Oh, good morning. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Weird day in the chatty house right now. Weird vibes in the chatty house today.
Yeah.
At youtube.com/ESPN1320 if you want to hop in there and hang out. I highly recommend you do that. Also, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We are on the radio as well. Shout out to everybody listening terrestrially, the old-fashioned way, on ESPN 1320. That's 1320 AM on your radio dial. That's James Ham right there. I'm Kyle Madsen right here. This program is sponsored by our friends over at Jiffy Lube. I feel weird because our guy Warren did not say we up in here in the chat, and I'm a little shook right now. I was really proud of us. At 9:45 today, we took stock of our pre-show preparation. We're like, wow, we're ready. I'm usually scrambling to do something right before the show. Whether I forgot my headphones or whether I forgot the playlist thing I have to make. There's always one thing that I'm like, I forgot. But today, nothing. And then no we up in here in the chat.
Oh, just left you hanging.
Yeah, it's all right, though.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, like...
Oh, wait. Oh, hang on. Go ahead.
I did feel like today we were ultra prepared. I showed up. Kyle already had the rundown, like, all the time.
I was rocking, dog.
The rundown, all of a sudden someone changed the paper, so all of a sudden we have, like, really nice stock. It feels like we're, like, totally official and fancy.
Yeah, I need to shout out whoever. Oh, there it is. Warren did say it. Here we go. It's right here. It's right here. 8:46 a.m. All right, my day can start now. No, I want to shout out whoever in this office put this super high quality paper into the printer for our rundowns.
Yeah.
It's nice.
It just, like, it's fancy.
It is. It feels like a poster.
Okay.
Like I want to frame this. Just based on, I feel bad throwing this away because after the show, I recycle. I always recycle.
Yep.
And I toss this in the recycle bin, but I don't want to do that with these. I feel like I should be saving them for something.
Like a scrapbook? You gonna scrapbook this, Kyle?
Something. Like this is not, I wouldn't, if I was doing a scrapbook of my radio career, just to be totally frank, this rundown wouldn't be on it. There's not like something, not a Super Bowl to react to. It's not like nothing monumental.
Okay.
We got some fun stuff to talk about today.
Yeah, I think we have like a major media beef that continues.
It's the best. But the quality of the paper is incredible. So salute to whoever in the office made that happen. We appreciate you immensely. You mentioned the media beef that's continuing.
It's wild, Kyle.
I found a thing I forgot to do. I forgot to pull up that audio, but I'm going to get it right now.
Okay.
Because...
You mean talk amongst the friends?
No. Because Shams Charania, if you missed it, originally reported that the Lakers were pursuing JJ Redick as the front runner to be their head coach. Woj, mortal enemy of Shams Charania of The Athletic, Woj, of course, of ESPN, the two newsbreakers in the NBA. It's those two guys in a tier by themselves and then everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And Woj originally reported, or Shams originally reported that it was JJ Redick. Woj didn't say anything. A couple days later, Woj comes out and is like, it is Dan Hurley. Dan Hurley is the guy. It's been Dan Hurley. It was always Dan Hurley. It's going to be Dan Hurley. He's the guy they're pursuing. They're going to make him a massive contract offer. And they did.
Yep.
6 years, $70 million. Dan Hurley turned that down, which I don't think it's a bad look for Woj necessarily, because he didn't report that there was some done deal and he was going to be the head coach or anything like that. He just said they were preparing to make him a massive offer, and they did. They very much made him a massive offer. Ball is back in Shams' court now.
Oh, yeah.
And Shams went on air today on Run It Back on FanDuel TV.
Yeah.
And, here we go. And he took his own shot at Woj. But again, they never call each other out by name. This is just kind of this weird media Cold War that's going on. So here's the latest in everybody's favorite NBA rivalry, Woj versus Shams. This time, it's Shams taking a shot across the bow.
My sources have said that JJ Redick has been the front runner for this job. James Borrego has also, been among the leaders for this job as well with JJ Redick. But when you think about the process so far, right? Rob Pelinka has met, before this Dan Hurley situation, he had met twice with two candidates. He met with JJ Redick once. He met with James Borrego a separate time solo. And then James Borrego came into the facility, met with everyone, met with ownership. And then they last week on Wednesday turned their attention, I'm told, to Dan Hurley. And he was not the number one candidate, the number one guy to go pursue from the start, from the beginning. But they felt like there was an opening there for him. He was in contract negotiations with UConn. He was discussing a deal to go back, and they felt like there was an opening. And they threw what really people around the league believe was a Hail Mary offer at him. 6 years, $70 million. And at the end of the day, Dan Hurley chose not to leave. He chose to stay for $20 million less at UConn. They did go up significantly from his current deal right now, but it is $20 million less. And you think about the Lakers job and what it's known for and the big time-ness of it, and he's still...
Hang on 1 second, Shams. No disrespect. I'm just going to cut him off. The big timeness of the Lakers job, is that still a thing?
No.
Like, that's what I want to talk about, the whole Dan Hurley aspect of this. But because you heard Shams in there, like, and on Wednesday, they turned their attention to Dan Hurley. He didn't take the job, though. It felt very like needling Woj that Dan Hurley was not hired, even though Woj said, hey, he's the guy, he's the front runner, he's who they want.
He's always been the guy. He's been the guy since 1987. Like,
but yeah. Does the Lakers job really have that kind of panache anymore? Is that really the job that people are like, that coaches are going, hey, I will give up everything to be the Lakers head coach?
No.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. And we were talking earlier, like, they haven't really put a ton of money into that job for a while, and it feels like a lot of guys are just there for a few moments and then gone, like the Frank Vogels of the world, Darvin Hams. But that's not it. There's been more. Like, the one time I remember them really putting money into that head coaching job, of course, was Phil Jackson. But since then, like, I'm not sure that they've gone all out to bring in the guy. And that's no disrespect for anyone who's taken that job, but it does feel like that job is a bit messy. And, I don't think I'd want it.
I wouldn't. Since Phil Jackson's last year, you had the lockout shortened season for Mike Brown, and then 5 games for Mike Brown.
Yep.
And then Bernie's Bickerstaff, and then Mike D'Antoni, who went 40-32. The next year in 2013-14, Mike D'Antoni goes 27-55. Now he's out. Now here comes Byron Scott. He wins 38 games in 2 years. Now he's out. Now here's Luke Walton, who gets 3 years, doesn't make the playoffs. Now he's out. You get Frank Vogel for 3 years. He wins the finals in his first year in the pandemic season. The next year they lose in the first round. The next year he misses the playoffs. Okay, now he's out. Now you get Darvin Ham for 2 years, and then he's out after they lose in the conference finals and then in the first round. Like what's the Lakers' job hasn't been luxurious since Phil Jackson left.
No, and not only that, but it's a rough position to take right now.
Yes.
Like you're literally dealing with the last year or 2 or 3 of LeBron James at like 39 years old.
Turns 40 in December.
Yeah, you got a guy in Anthony Davis who just played 72 games for the first time in his career.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone thinks he's going to hold up like that, especially at 31. The rest of it's just a mixed bag, right? It's not like there's some future that's hiding there that no one knows about.
And it's not like
Yeah.
the LeBron aspect of this is where I think I divert from the line of thinking that says this is a job everybody wants. Because do you want to coach LeBron James? Maybe that might be a huge pain. Do you want to coach Anthony Davis? You just 76 games, career high.
Yeah.
You're gonna bank on that again? If I set the over under at 65.5 games for Anthony Davis next year.
Under.
That's where I would lean just based on his history.
Yeah.
So I don't know where this isn't a team that's on the brink of a championship.
No.
He's not right now. And LeBron is still really effective, and Anthony Davis is a good player, but you saw the limitations in the first round against the Nuggets. And maybe if they see somebody else in the first round, maybe if they see OKC, they win in the first round and get a good matchup in the second round. Now they're in the conference finals for the second consecutive year. Maybe some coach could talk himself into that. But I don't think anybody's falling over themselves to be the head coach of the Lakers right now.
No.
It just doesn't have... to me, it doesn't... This isn't the 80s. This isn't the Showtime Lakers. This isn't even the Kobe and Shaq Lakers. This isn't even the Kobe and Powell Lakers.
It's tough.
They're just a mid-ass basketball team.
Yeah.
That's it.
With not a lot of like draft capital, without any young stars that are up and coming, like that team, like there's some trouble there.
And I got to tell you, here in Sacramento, it's just really tough to see. You really feel for the old Lakers down there. No, I mean they're just kind of a mess, man. They still don't have a head coach. You've got the Cavs who also need a head coach. Would you rather have the Cavs job or the Lakers job right now?
Well, I wouldn't want to live in Cleveland, but outside of living in Cleveland, that being the issue, I like it's a better team to have. You've got better young talent.
Mm-hmm.
You've got, a star in Donovan
And
And
I think you have a longer leash.
Yeah, probably.
I think if you're going to that team, there's going to be some level of not rebuild, but if their offseason goes the way I think it does, where one of Garland or Mitchell are gone, you're kind of starting from a standpoint of, okay, this is a fringe playoff team. Mm-hmm. Now let's build from here.
Yes.
Whereas with the Lakers, it's like, hey, this window is closing quick. You need to win now, or we'll get somebody else to try and win. I wouldn't want to be in a spot where like winning a championship has to be important. It has to matter.
Mm-hmm.
But we talked about this with Mike Brown and the Kings. There's the urgency needs to be in now the roster building. You have a coach, you have a person who you believe can win, and now you have to give that person the pieces to move forward. And the Lakers are just going, hey, we have these two pieces in LeBron and Anthony Davis. Somebody coach them to a title, please. That's just not. That sounds like zero fun.
Yeah.
I want no parts.
I wouldn't want any part of that either. I mean, the money's going to be good. The exposure is always going to be good, but it's not like guys go on to leave the Lakers job and go on to have more success.
Right.
Like,
where's Mike D'Antoni?
Yeah. That job just kind of eats you up and spits you out.
I guess D'Antoni went to the Rockets and had some success.
Okay.
But Byron Scott, nothing. Luke Walton,
Byron Scott's not even in the league anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't even think he's on a bench.
I think is he on TV somewhere? I feel like I've seen Byron Scott on TV.
Maybe.
Luke Walton hasn't done much. Frank Vogel hasn't done much. Granted, that's only been a couple of years.
Luke was on that Cavs staff that got let go. So I don't think. I mean, he's got other things going on right now, clearly with the passing of his father. But like he's going to be in a holding pattern and looking for his next employment here.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Yeah. And now Darvin Ham is back on a bench in Milwaukee.
Yeah, that happened quick.
Man, tough.
So
I want no parts of it.
No.
Anyways, can't wait for the next volley in the Shams Woj, because now the race is to see who breaks the news of who they hire, right? Like that's going to be the next. That's going to be the next thing. We know James Borrego. We know JJ Redick. Maybe there's another name that gets thrown into the hat.
Yeah.
But I think the next big thing is just, okay, who gets the news?
Whew. Man, it's tough. It's a tough world, and especially when it's all playing out in the media and
I couldn't
in
do it, man.
Very Hollywood way.
I couldn't do it.
It's playing out in a very Hollywood
and you know
way.
the Lakers love it. They just and we're feeding into it. All right. We got to talk about the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk, because things appear to be getting contentious. And then Professor Oak on Twitter this morning made a great point that I would like to build off of on the radio coming up as well. So we got some 49er stuff, some King stuff coming up. We're hanging out with you until noon. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. That's Sacramento Sports Leader. That's how you get out of a radio segment.
Darvin is getting paid by the Bucks, right?
I would imagine. That would be nutty if he was like, yeah, I'll just come hang out for free.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. The Lakers. No. Secure into Monk said the Lakers and Cavs. No, I think you mean Lakers and Bucks. Yeah, there we go. Oh, Emmy's back. Hi, Emmy. Rough couple of days here. Oh, there is a Discord.
Yeah, I got to get in there.
I'm attempting to get in to, I'm not sure if it's, I think I'm signed in now.
I don't know how Discord works, so I'm just going to be in there just firing off takes to nobody.
I'm not a big Discord person.
Hey, this makes Luka look so short.
It does. They did not use the rules of third.
No, not at all. The way Luka was in that clip they just showed on NBA TV, Luka was sitting at the press table, but there was about this much of his body showing.
Yeah.
And then with the lower third graphic, it made him look very short. All right. I'm following you here. I'm getting on Discord.
I think I'm on. I don't know. No, I don't need to claim an account. I'm already.
It's the Chatty House on roids? Never mind. I'm not going in.
It's probably better not to.
Although anything to be on Twitter less, I suppose. I got to download an app, right?
I don't want to claim. That's just. Why is it so difficult? I would like to just sign in. Where's the sign in button?
What up, TC?
I feel like an old person here.
Well,
I'm just saying, all right. I did away with the Discord for a sec.
It's downloading. We're downloaded. Here we go. All right, somebody tell me how to do this.
Somebody started. Oh, accept invite. Wait. Continue to Discord. All right, I'm almost there. Now it's downloading updates.
We got 30 seconds. Select the images.
Somebody started a Discord for the Kings beat for us, and then I just can't keep up. I honestly, there's too many things I've got going on.
Yeah, as soon as I can figure out.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I have never felt more old than I did at that break. Like, I've felt old a lot of times in my life, especially recently since I've turned 30. Like, when I was younger, when I was in my early and mid 20s, it's like, I'm never going to be that out of touch old guy. I will always make sure to be on top of at least, have a general idea of what's going on in the world of the younger generations. I've failed horribly. And now this Discord thing, which is not even a young person thing, it's just a thing that I just don't know how to operate. Apparently it's like an old school message board. I've heard of it before where people are like, yeah, it's like Twitter, but you can moderate who's on it and who's not. I have no idea what's happening, but I'm trying to reset a password now. And then apparently I need to get an invite link, and I've got people asking me to send them an invite link. It's like, brother, I don't even know how to get into this. So this is going to be a journey for me. I can't wait.
We're struggling, Kyle.
We're
struggling with the Discord.
Dude, we are. It's fine. And once I get that, like, look, I'm not an idiot most of the time. Once I'm in a Discord and figuring it out, like I'll be fine. It's trial and error. You just kind of learn. That's something that my generation got to do growing up with video games and phones and stuff. You're very good at just like jumping into a program and figuring out how to use it on the fly. But as far as what this is or what I'm doing or what I'm getting into, no idea. People in the chat house are like, oh yeah, it's great.
Oh yeah, it's like, amazing.
Wow, I feel super old now. Great.
Sorry, Kyle.
What a fun time. What do you got going on over there?
I've been trying to log into the Discord.
You're also trying to do. Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's put the kibosh on that. We have breaks coming up and stuff, and we can work on it there. If you would like to watch James and I struggle our way through figuring out how to get on Discord, check out youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Because while we go to break on the radio, we don't break on the video stream. So you can just watch us struggle our way through this. It's great.
Get onto Discord.
No, it's great. Speaking of struggling, the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk are struggling to come to an agreement on a long-term contract extension for the former first-round pick. Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle reported yesterday that the latest contract offer from the 49ers to Brandon Aiyuk was in the ballpark of $26 million per year. This could mean several things. It depends on the structure of the deal, how much that actually is. How much guaranteed money does it have? That's a big deal, because if it's 4 years and that's $104 million, but all of the money is guaranteed, then the $26 million a year looks really nice.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of, so you have to wait for the structure on deals like this. But the thing for me is, I understand why the 49ers do business this way. I understand why they don't want to be the first ones to rush out and sign a receiver or a tight end or a linebacker or a defensive end or whoever, because they want to see what the market is going to look like. And they want to make sure that they are not overpaying. And on Brandon Aiyuk's side, on the player side, you want to make sure that you're not being underpaid. You want to see what Devontae Smith and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Justin Jefferson are going to get. But now we're kind of at the point where all the big receivers, save for CeeDee Lamb, have signed their extensions. And now, if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you're kind of looking at this, and if you're the 49ers, you're looking at this and going, okay, we know what the ballpark is. Now it's $30 million a year. That's now the ballpark. 26 isn't going to get it done like it might have 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I understand why the 49ers do business this way, but man, it's anxiety inducing. And they've done this with every big contract. It's always right up against it. John Lynch talks about it. Deadline spur action and training camp day one is that first kind of unofficial deadline. And that's when we want to really start. Okay, cool. You know what you're shooting for. Give the guy his bag. Just get it out of the way. Get this done.
Yeah.
That way we don't have Matt Barrows on our sister station, 95.7, talking about Matt Barrows of The Athletic does a great job covering the 49ers, talking about how the Niners, there's been no indication they're going to forgive fines for Brandon Aiyuk. And you've got TJ Hushmanzada, who's Brandon Ayuk's personal coach, going out and saying that Brandon Ayuk's pessimistic about a deal getting done. It's like, all right, all this stuff you've managed to avoid in the media to this point. You've managed to avoid all of this mess. Now, just get a deal done. I don't understand why now all of a sudden, you're just delaying it on purpose. Like, dog, he's not going to agree to $26 million a year. Bump it to 28 and see what's up. Wait a couple days. And then have a $30 million a year offer ready.
Yeah, I would just say, like, what do you want? Like, give us the number that you're looking for, Brandon Aiyuk, and let's go from there. Because at this point, they should be that deep into negotiations. Like, we're not giving you 30, but we'll give you 28. Let's just, like, I don't know why this happens again and again. And I think it really hurt Bosa last year to sit out training camp and to sit out preseason. And then it took him, I didn't think he looked normal until the playoffs. Like, he had a couple of weeks here and there where he was good. But overall, I thought it was a horribly disappointing season for him. Like, just from who he was a year before. And then all of a sudden you get in there and you're like, man, where are you?
He wasn't getting the quarterback on the ground, for sure.
Well, that, and you had bolstered the defensive line. You should have been able to get to the quarterback. You had all of these new wrinkles that they brought in, and it just, he never felt like himself.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, at least from the outside, he never looked like himself. And I would hate to see the same thing with Aiyuk. Like, get the deal done. Like, stop. It is really frustrating that they do this. And then, Christian McCaffrey's up. Oh, that deal's done. Oh, that was so easy. What happened?
Well, because that was, I mean, that's one of the things here is the Juwan Jennings extension was mostly inconsequential.
Yeah.
The Christian McCaffrey extension was a few $1 million extra over the next couple of years. But with this Aiyuk deal, to your point on the Bosa thing, they make Bosa wait and hold out and hold out and hold out until literally the first week of the season. Practice before the first week of the season is when he returned to the facility and signed a deal that he was going to sign anyway. He was the highest paid non-quarterback in league history. You knew you were going to get there. And there's all these little minutia. There's little things in the contract and that they're negotiating and bartering over. But at some point, like, what is this worth? How much did they gain? And that's what I'm wondering with this Brandon Aiyuk situation, because look, if you were not ready to pay him upwards of $28 to $30 million annually with whatever guaranteed number you're going to land on, then why were you not trading him? Why were you not sending him out at the draft if you were not ready to be in this range? But they were. I believe they were. I don't think the 49ers are stupid. At least not in this way. I don't think that they looked at the Brandon Aiyuk contract situation and went, well, hopefully we'll get him for 25. And if it goes more than that, then we'll see. Like, no, you knew you were going to land in this range.
Yep.
Hammer the deal out and get it done. So we can stop worrying about it.
It's totally bizarre.
I think you lose, to the point you just made about Bosa. I think you lose more by waiting until training camp than you gain. And I don't know if it's particularly close, especially at this point when all these other receivers have signed deals.
Yeah, it's not like I don't know if CeeDee Lamb is waiting for Aiyuk or Aiyuk is waiting for CeeDee Lamb, but let's be honest, they're right around the same as far as I would even like CeeDee Lamb is even a little tick higher than
CeeDee
Aiyuk.
Lamb from a production standpoint is one of the best receivers in football.
Well, yeah, but Aiyuk isn't that far behind, like numbers wise. So, and in an offense that didn't just have one wide receiver.
Right.
So,
that's the difference. If you swap their situations, Aiyuk would have Lamb numbers for me and Lamb would have Aiyuk numbers.
Yeah.
I think they're
So I think they're around the same tier, but it almost feels like maybe they're waiting for each other to get something done. I don't know. It just, to me, just get it done. Like,
call him with a 4 and 120 with $85 million guaranteed and call it good. Like, what are we doing here? You're going to pay Brock Purdy. Brandon Aiyuk is his number one target. You're going to want that pairing moving forward. Just do it.
I want them on the field together right now, working out, building chemistry, getting ready for the season. Like, you just had an OTA, right?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Yeah.
I got nothing. It's ridiculous.
It is.
But this is how they do it. This is how they've always done it. I think there's going to be a deal done, and it's just going to happen closer to late July than mid to late June.
Okay.
And that's annoying. But anyways. All right. Let's talk about the Kings, because we've talked about what their roster needs, but let's talk about how some of the players that they have, some of their core players, Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, Keegan Murray, let's talk about how those guys can improve next season. We'll talk about that on the Insiders coming up on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
What's going on, everybody? I think it happened. I think I'm in the Discord. I believe. But I'm not gonna be in it during the show. There we go. You can do it, Kyle. You can do it.
Continue to Discord. Okay, here we go. Wait, are you human? Sometimes.
Wait, what's Trista's podcast?
The Heat Check?
The Heat Check, right?
Yeah.
According to Mark Spears, Unanimous Media will debut Heat Check, a new Audible podcast hosted by Stephen and Del Curry on 613. The podcast will pull back the curtain on the family's journey told through the lens of father and son.
Hey, that's crazy.
While talking about the biggest names throughout NBA history. Done stole their name.
Okay, hey, I've got the app downloaded. How do I get to the 1320 Chatty House Discord thing?
Go to Dave Garcia's Twitter account. He tagged us both yesterday.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the link is there. I think it's funny that folks are out there watching clip together. Discord is meant for after 4 p.m.
We're so back. I don't have a profile picture yet, so. How do I do that?
Oh. I've been a member of Discord since 2021.
Huh.
I've tried to join some other folks' Discord, and I often find it to be vile and out of control. And I'm like,
oh, so like the Chatty House.
No, 100 times worse. Worse.
All right, I'm out. I'm clearing out. We're so back.
All right.
All right. There's 10 seconds left until the next segment. Here we go, everybody.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
There's a programming meeting going on. Sure would love to be a part of one someday.
We're not invited to those things, Kyle.
No. It's in like my entire radio career, save for a morning show I used to be on. The rest of my radio time has been in the midday time slot, which is what this is. And every meeting happens during this time slot, so I've always been exempt from going to these meetings.
I showed up to one at the tail end, and then it was wild. I'm sitting here.
Oh, dude, that was nutty. That was
all
crazy.
kinds of stuff, and I'm looking at everybody like, this is wild. Why are we talking about this openly? I don't understand what's happening.
So the good news is, James, is with the way the setup is now, I can actually see the screen.
We should bug it. We should just like...
We just put a little recorder out there?
Just record the whole thing. Like,
okay.
Maybe they talk about us. Maybe they don't.
I bet Seth and Jonathan could set that up for us.
I bet they would.
Engineers. Yeah.
They
definitely would. They're the homies.
They're part of the circle of trust, followed by the triangle of avoidance.
Right. Yeah. They're the homies. All right. Let's talk about the Kings.
Yeah.
So let me get this. Something on the internet piqued my interest today because it's something that we talked about quite a bit last season, but we've not talked about really this offseason. And I think it's an important aspect of what the Kings are going to look like moving forward. And this is from Professor Oak on Twitter, O_A_Con. Said by age 28, Al Horford played 8 seasons and only shot 65 total threes at 32%. His next 6 seasons, he shot 1,300 threes at 36%, becoming one of the best stretch fives in NBA history. Domantas Sabonis is 28. He shot 173s last 2 years at 38%. It's time to become a stretch five. And I think that is so intriguing. A, because of the Al Horford comparison. I think there's probably a little bit of a comparison to draw with Chris Bosh too, but Chris Bosh was more like a mid-range guy who stepped out and made his longer shots work 3 instead of 2.
Yeah. He was a mid-range baseline 18-foot jumper.
And they said, hey, take 2 steps backwards, and that is now worth 3 points.
Yes.
And he went, great. So I think the more apt comparison is definitely Al Horford. And I think this is an important thing as we talk about the Kings offseason, because we talk about what they need, and we know everybody knows what they need. They need height, they need athleticism, they need length on the perimeter. Ideally, somebody who can play a big who can play alongside Sabonis. And I think that's where Sabonis becoming more of a quote unquote stretch five becomes important. Because I think it's a skill set that's underutilized in his bag right now.
Yeah.
I think he is a skilled enough basketball player that if they said, hey, within the context of the offense, because I think that's key. He's not a player who's going to take it upon himself to go, hey, I'm just going to start launching 5 threes a game. So I think if within the context of the offense, they said, hey, Domas, take 4 to 5 threes a game.
Mm-hmm.
Just when you're doing the dribble handoff and you're standing out there at the top of the key and no one's around you, blaze away. Like, let it fly. I think that not only dramatically improves the Kings offense, because I think there's a legitimate chance that he could hit those at 35, 36%, where he is a credible threat that teams have to defend it. But B, it changes the calculus of what they need or can put next to him in the front court. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Did your computer just restart?
Yeah, my computer just had a fatal error.
Oh boy.
So
that's not good.
Hopefully I'll be back.
We've got frozen ham in the studio.
In studio?
Okay, well, I hope everybody's hearing you. I think they are.
Yeah, they might not hear me on the stream through this mic, but
we're on the radio though.
Yeah, I'm almost back.
All right,
so
let me see if this works. I can get you out of there. Hey, it's just me. There we go. Hey, and we're back. So yeah, anyways, Domantas Sabonis shooting threes helps the Kings offense by expanding his game.
Yeah.
And B, helps their lineup construction by changing the type of player that you can add in the front court.
I totally agree. Okay, so like I think I'm going to get a little bit technical with why it is that I think the Kings need to add a player, but what they do is different than most teams. So most teams. So let's just go back to the Indiana Pacers with Domantas Sabonis and
Miles Turner.
Miles Turner.
Yeah.
Miles Turner is what you call a rim runner, right? Although he has developed as a player, and he can do both. He can also act as a rim runner, and then he can also sit on the perimeter as sort of the chaser from the top and basically set everything up. The Kings, as opposed to having a natural guy running at the rim, and what that does is when you have a guy who, once somebody grabs a rebound, you have a big who sprints to the other end of the court. It pulls the defense to the middle because you have to stop the guy who's running,
right,
just in case he gets the ball and dunks. The Kings don't do as much of the rim running as they send guys to the corners.
right.
That's where they send two wings straight to the corners who set up and get ready to shoot threes. And it's partially because Sabonis not only gets the rebound, but a lot of times he just goes and leads a break, right? And so there isn't a natural trailer is where I would go with this. And there's also not a natural rim runner. So there's not someone collapsing the middle of the defense.
Sure.
When Sabonis brings the ball up, which is a little different. And so I think it's part of the structure of their offense. I just lost my computer again.
That's fine.
Yeah, but I do think that like there needs to be an adjustment there. If he's going to play with another big, you do need that big to race to the middle, and that means that the other players have to understand what it is that their job is, like, while you have that style of player on the court.
Yes.
So if you're not going to have somebody doing that, all the time, then it's going to cause problems. So I just think I don't know. It's a difficult thing for, like, Sabonis should get a ton of open threes, and he does.
Yeah, he just doesn't take them.
No, he doesn't. And I think part of it is because he's always trying to set up the offense from that point at the top of the key. But when they all back off, he needs to just go. He needs to just go ahead and attack and do what it is that he needs to do. And yeah, I think
and look, here's what it does for me, because teams just leave him alone up there. He goes up, he does a dribble handoff. Okay, it's not there. And then he turns around and he's facing to me, he just needs to pull that shot. And again, I'm not asking him to turn into Steph Curry. I'm not asking him to shoot it 10 or 11 times a game from three. But you brought up Miles Turner. Miles Turner career high in 3-point attempts for a season, or 3-point attempts per game, is 4.4. And he shoots it for his career at 35.4%. I think Domas is more than capable of doing that. And it just changes the way that teams defend, because, okay, now Domas is standing out there. Okay, now you got a big running at Domas who has enough in his bag to put that ball on the deck, and now he's in the paint, and now he's got spray threes as people are collapsing. Like, there's just so many things that opens up for their offense. And it opens up for Domas, because now if that big, instead of collapsing towards the middle and instead of playing in front of the rim, is now standing up near the free throw line or beyond, that's just creating more lanes for people to cut and for Domas to pass if he doesn't want to shoot it, or if there's a good closeout. I just, there's something missing to me from Sacramento's offense. It's like keeping it from really hitting this peak, and that to me is it. And it's not, hey, he needs to become a better shooter. It's like, no, he just needs more volume. And
I think we're always going to have this problem that Sabonis is a very unselfish player, and that most of what he's doing is trying to be a good teammate, trying to be the guy who does set up other players, who does do the right thing at all times. And so I think that's part of the problem. It's not just that, that he doesn't want to do it. It's that he struggles with that portion of his brain that says, hey man, you've got to go become this player. And so for him, I think there is a point where he could take 5 threes a game.
Sure.
And the Kings would probably be better for it. But
that right there is why I think you can tap into that part of him that's like, hey, I want to be a good team, and I want to run the best offense. And that to me is like, yo, this is it. Then if you want to do that, if you want to maximize what your team is doing, shoot that.
Yeah.
Not every single time. Again, not any time you have a modicum of space, hoist a three. But how many times did we see this year? It was multiple times a game where he would stand there and he would even start to shoot. Like you'd see him like bend his knees and start to bring the ball up and then stop. And it's like, bro, I think they need to create that structure of the offense where they say, look, if defender A does X and defender B does Y, then you're pulling that shot. That is the offense now. And if they do it for 40 games and he's shooting 4.5 threes a game and he's doing it 31%, okay, then let's maybe pull the plug on it. But there are so many things that could open up for him, not only on offense, but as a shooter. But I think, like I said, I think that would create more space in the middle. It would change the way teams can defend the Kings where, okay, you got somebody sprinting out on Sabonis. Great. Ball is on the deck. He's in the paint. And now you've got De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis and Harrison Barnes or Kevin Huerter or whoever, where somebody's going to be open for three. And that's where you can really take advantage of Sabonis' passing out of the paint. And that's created by taking the 3 or 4 open threes you're going to get a game.
Yeah. I do think the guy that we should look at is probably Jokic. And Jokic shoots like 2.9 threes per game. His high is 3.9 a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
For his career, he's at 3.9, and he's a 35% shooter from three. I think that's probably where Sabonis needs to live. He needs to go from 1.1 or whatever it is to like 3.
Yep.
And it's tough because I also think that, like, to segue to the other guy, the way that I think De'Aaron Fox gets better is by taking away 1 or 2 of the threes he's taking.
I would agree.
And replacing those with either like takes to the basket or mid-range jump shots. And I know, like, people think, oh, why would you want him to shoot mid-range? And that's because he's really, really good in the mid-range.
Yeah, mid-range is only a bad shot if you can't make it.
Yeah.
That's the misnomer with the mid-range shot right now. If you're going to cash a 17-foot jumper at 64%, then get to your 17-foot jumper and take it. Has anyone ever complained that Kevin Durant or Steph Curry shoots a lot from the mid-range?
No.
Anybody ever complain that Chris Paul shoots too much from the mid-range? No. And I think that's De'Aaron's spot. Is, man, when he pulls up from 15, I'm like, that's a bucket every time. So I'm with you, man. I went into last year saying I wanted to see him shoot it more from beyond the arc or get better from beyond the arc. And he did, but it felt like there wasn't like a balance yet where
I feel that too. And I do think that's how Fox improves. Like, he finds a better balance. He's super close to what he wants to be and what he should be in as a player. But he needs to take this one more step, not just to become more consistent with what he's doing, because some nights he's shooting 12 threes a game and other nights he's shooting 4.
Yes.
And it's kind of all over the board still. There's going to become, as he continues to improve, and even at his age at 26, he is continuing to improve. As that's going on, I think that there's a moment here where he can take like one more huge leap. And it doesn't mean he's going to average 30 a game, but what it could mean is that he's just way more efficient at what he's already doing. So I'm intrigued because I think that the personal growth of the Kings is as important as anything else.
Yeah, for sure. With Fox, it's funny you mentioned 4 one game and then 12 another game, because he was literally at 7.8 a game, about 8 threes a game. But 8 threes a game on 37%, like, you'll take that. That is good efficiency. Oh my God. That is good efficiency. You got to mute first. That is good efficiency on a good number of attempts. But to your point, it was, hey, some nights he's 7 of 12, and then the next night he's 1 for 9, and then the next night he's 0 for 2. And I think once he finds that happy medium of getting to 8 a game, but just kind of consistently shooting 8 a game and replacing some of those random 12 or 13 attempt nights with a couple more mid-range, maybe you're driving, getting a paint touch where you're spraying it out for a 3 with pick a player. I think that's where you're getting a maximized version of De'Aaron Fox, because we saw it this year. There were nights he had that stretch through the middle of the season where he wasn't scoring a ton. Like he just looked kind of in a kind of a general malaise. Oh, your mic is not on. There we go.
Yeah, he was in a funk.
Yeah. And we saw him turn into more of a distributor, and it's like, great. You saw kind of the pieces of what maximized De'Aaron Fox looks like last year. And I think there's a way he can put all those together where he's hitting 37% of his threes and shooting 8 of them a game, but he's averaging 28, 29 points, maybe 30. He's dishing out assists where, hey, now he's not a fringe all-NBA guy. Like, no, hey, he's an all-NBA guy because who are you replacing him with?
Yeah.
And I think
he's so
it
close.
Starts with this. Oh, it's right there, dude.
He is so close.
It's right there.
Yeah.
And I think it starts with that shot selection and just being more, because last year was the first time where he's really been his previous career. So he shot 37% from 3 last year. His previous career high was 30. He was at 37.1%, but on 3 attempts a game in 2018-19. After that, 29-2, 32-2, 29-7, 32-4. So last year was the first time it's been like, yeah, hey, he's knocking these down, so he should keep taking them.
It's really crazy too to see a guy jump from 5 3 attempts per game to almost 8.
It felt like he took 10 more threes a game.
Yeah.
It was such a stark contrast.
Well, and the crazy thing is when he's hot, and when he's not, it gets a little dicey. And those are a lot of the games where he shoots a lot of them. And so I think that's where he needs to recognize when the shot's not falling and when it's time to attack the rim and not to settle for what they're giving you, because it feels like a lot of times he did settle. Like there are times where he's just in a flow and he's hitting every single three he throws up.
Yeah.
There are other times where it's like, okay, man, you got to stop. Like the Kings start the game and they start with 10 3-point attempts. Like there was a game where they started a game like 0 for 10 from the field, and it was like 0 for 9 from 3.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to get to the rim. And I think for him too, it's just kind of like you now have all of these tools that you can use at your disposal. Now you need to pick and choose when it is time to use this tool versus this tool. And like, it's not always the same thing every single time down the court. And so I'm excited to see what the next like version of him is. And I also think it's really interesting to watch a player from like 19 years old and 163 pounds to, 26 years old, married, a second baby on the way, and like watching the maturation of De'Aaron Fox, because I think we become hypercritical because we've seen so much of it.
Sure.
And it's like, okay, look, I want more of this. I want less of this. And it's like, it's really, if we were just to like see De'Aaron Fox for the first time and he came out on the court last year and he's averaging 26.6 points per game and he's shooting, 37% from 3 and 8 attempts per game, it would have been like, oh, well, this is an incredible player.
Yeah.
But because we've watched the progression along the way, it's like he's almost a different player every other year.
Sure.
Right. And it's
but I think largely in a good way.
No, I think so too.
Yeah.
And it's as he's tinkering and developing and growing as a player, the improvements there are incredible, especially from behind the arc. And for that matter, like Domas worked a ton on his 3-point shot last offseason. He worked with Doug Christie all summer. I'm sure he's doing the same exact thing right now. We've even seen him at what was it, at the big concert down that you have the hat.
Bottle
Rock with Kevin Huerter. So like those guys working together, that's a good thing, because one of those guys is considered an elite 3-point shooter, has been throughout his career, whether it went sideways a little bit last year or not. But the other one could use some of the basic tips of like, look, this is how I free myself up to get a little more space. Or this is, so it is good for those guys to be working together if they are actually working together, not just hitting the concert scene together.
You guys work out together? Nah, just Bottle Rock.
Just Bottle Rock.
Didn't see him again.
Yeah, didn't really see him. No, but I think that this is a natural progression of your 2 stars, and then your third player, of course, is Keegan.
Let me before we get to Keegan, I want to say one more thing about De'Aaron. I don't know if the numbers back this up, but I think the key change with the 3-point shooting, it felt like there were too many times, just to get specific here, where he was working for like a pull-up 3. And again, this might just be anecdotal and the numbers may not back this up, but it felt like transition threes and catch and shoot, he was just cash. And it was the time when he got in trouble is when he'd start dribbling on the perimeter and then just pulling up for three instead of getting by a defender, because there's not that many dudes that are moving their feet and staying in front of De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
And when he really, that's what I would like to see change this year for him. But Keegan Murray.
Yeah, I think we're seeing all of the same things with Keegan, where it's like, hey, you need to not only shoot more, you need to, like, his shooting numbers were way down last year.
Yeah.
Like whatever it was that happened to him early in the season that kind of threw him off kilter. It was really, really obvious that something was different, and just the confidence level and the way he shot his shots. So I would like to see him get back to more of what he was doing as a rookie, but not just, I mean, I get that you don't want him to just be a set shooter, but again, we have to see the growth from him is to be more assertive,
that's it, man.
To not question himself or what's happening, just go. And when we saw it, he was incredible.
I don't even have a skill set critique for Keegan, because I just do more. We've seen the mid range, a little post game. We know he can shoot it from beyond the arc. He's had a little bit of a down year last year. I'm guessing that his career number probably lands somewhere in between his first 2 seasons. But it's just it's we talked about the consistency with Fox of getting to 8 threes a game, but just kind of within the flow of the game instead of 12 one night, 4 another night, and just being up and down in that way. And with Keegan, I'd like to see the same. I'd like to see upwards of 20 a night, but just consistently, pencil in Keegan for 16 to 21. And, every now and then he's going to get really hot and he's going to go more than that. But it's the nights where what I would like to see stop is, Keegan, 12 points in the first quarter. He went 3 for 4 from 3. Keegan, after the game, let's see. He finished 4 for 6 from 3, and he had 15 points.
Yeah.
It's staying assertive. It's staying aggressive and understanding that right now, as this team is constructed, with Malik Monk, he's got to be their third guy on offense. Without Malik Monk, he's got to be the second guy.
Oh yeah.
Barring, other dramatic changes to the roster. So that's what I would like to see from Keegan. It's literally just that. Because I don't know how much of his handling needs to work on. I don't know if he needs to work on a floater or a mid-range game or whatever it is, because I need to see more consistently.
No, totally. And I think if you look at his numbers throughout all of last year, he was so inconsistent shooting, and it made life really difficult for the rest of the team. Like 3 games in October, he shot 34.5% from 3. But in November and a 10-game month, he shot 26% from 3.
Oof.
He backs that up in December with 44% and then 39%. And then he falls off the table again, 33.9, 34.3, and 34.2. Like, he really finished the season on a really big sort of down note as like we got deeper and deeper into the end of the season. Like, his 3-point shot never came around.
Yeah.
And like he's a much better shooter than a 34% shooter.
Definitely.
And he needs to figure that out and kind of get to a point where, at least it's smoothed out a little bit. And that's what we saw in his rookie season. So I think that's more of who he is.
Yep.
But I feel like he needs to really understand, like, this offseason, like he did last offseason, that, you got to change your body and all that. I think he wore out. I think that they're between playing both sides of the ball and being asked to defend point guards at some point and power forwards at other, and like whoever the best player is, you're going to go defend him. I think there was a point where you saw his body sort of fighting him a little bit. Like, look, we lost all this weight and we changed to our body style during the off season, but then your body's always going to want to kind of morph back into who it was. And his body was fighting him, it looked like, throughout the season. And I think that we'll see a much more improved. His second season is exactly what a second season is supposed to look like in the NBA, except for you don't normally go from being like an average defender to a plus defender.
Sure.
Like, but the rest of it, like, there are struggles. Your numbers look bigger, but your numbers realistically don't look as good if you stare them long enough. And then your third season is who he should be. His fourth season, that's who we should expect for the next 5 seasons. And so you're hoping he gets there. But again, the assertive piece is going to be so crucial for him.
Scooter916 in the chatty house said that there's already videos on X of Keegan Murray working out. This is not a shot at Scooter. I am not moved by off-season workout videos. You know how many videos I've seen of Jonathan Kuminga shooting threes? You know how many off seasons I've had to watch Jonathan Kuminga standing in the corner, blazing away from three and cashing every single one of them.
Oh yeah.
Only to not do it in the regular season. I gotta see it in the regular season. Off-season workout videos don't move me at all. All right, we got a second hour to get to. Tons to get into there. We got into the Shaquille O'Neal stuff, saying he wasn't the best player on the Lakers during his Lakers runs, and then we got interrupted by some news. So we're gonna pick that up when we come back. We've also got good idea or bad idea, and we'll talk some NBA finals as well on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. We are clear.
All right, I'm gonna work on this computer for a second.
You said what?
Oh, I sent Jonathan a note.
Big programming meeting.
Okay. Can you know how to shut down D over there?
Yeah. B.
D. Yeah. Okay.
Is it restarting?
Yeah, it's given instructions, reference memory. Memory could not be written in the program. I don't think it's shut down all the way. Oh, wait. Yeah. I don't trust it.
It's a stay away from me, Lazy. Kyrie Irving over under.
More or less.
More or less, yeah. I want no smoke with that.
That seems whack. Yeah, wait. Just hold that button down one more time, see if it'll shut all the way off. Oh, there we go. Good work.
That's down.
It's you did good. Reset that time.
Whoa.
What are you on about?
Joey Chestnut is out of the Nathan's hot dog eating competition. Big news.
What happened?
Because he has an endorsement deal with a different company.
What? Oh, that's Bush League. I think I'm back.
Dang. That's wild.
All right.
Here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I am Kyle Madsen. And we're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they will be rocking with you until 4 o'clock. I want to remind you that Game 3 of the NBA Finals is tomorrow, and we'll have it here for you on ESPN 1320 with coverage beginning at 4:30. What are you laughing at? What's funny?
Drew down.
Oh, about the Joey Chestnut stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, pauses aplenty right now in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Would love for you to join us there. But shout out to everybody listening on the free Odyssey app as well as ESPN 1320. That's 1320 a.m. on your radio dial. Yeah, Joey Chestnut, an American
icon,
legend.
Yes.
One of our finest athletes is out of this year's 4th of July Nathan's hot dog eating contest because of an endorsement deal he has with a rival brand, Impossible Meats.
What?
Yeah.
Like, you had to know when you were signing up for an endorsement deal that it was going to cost you.
So according to the New York Post, they're all over this. First of all, elite headline writing from the New York Post here.
Oh.
It says, stand by, Joey Chestnut banned from 2024 Nathan's hot dog eating contest in beef over vegan Franks. Like, come on. That is just incredible stuff from the New York Post. No, but Joey Chestnut basically has an endorsement deal, from what I understand in my brief reading of this story, that he has an endorsement deal with the Impossible brand, who makes, plant-based burgers and hot dogs and stuff, and would not represent the Nathan's brand. And Nathan's, so he made $200K last year, according to the Post, to participate in the 4th of July hot dog eating contest. Joey Chestnut did.
Yep.
They offered him a 4-year contract worth $1.2 million. Nathan's did. And I'm guessing this deal he has with Impossible Meats is
worth more than $400,000?
Significantly more.
That
would be my guess anyway. If you're punting on the biggest event, the eating event that everybody knows about for this endorsement deal, he's got to be making way more money.
The crazy thing is how long he's been on the scene and how he somehow has survived this long with the eating habits that he has.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know how do you do that to yourself again and again and again? Just violently eating, what's his record? 75 hot dogs?
It's a lot. It's a lot of dogs.
And then the chicken wings. He does all of the eating.
If you go, I don't want to do this right now, but if you go to Joey Chestnut's Wikipedia page, the list of eating competitions that pies, and pizzas,
ice cream. I saw him in an ice cream eating.
Ice cream. Wild.
Wow.
Anyways.
All right.
Apparently when he eats, it's very normal. I have a friend he's a friend of a friend.
Oh.
Apparently he's not at dinner or they go to pizza. He's like, I need 4 extra large pizzas and I need them 6 minutes before you close.
I just wonder what it's done to his body.
I don't want to know.
I don't either.
Frankly.
Yeah.
I doubt it's healthy, but he's fine. He's like an in-shape guy.
Okay.
But anyways, I don't know. Don, no longer participating in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest is Joey Chestnut. Your thoughts?
Oh, I'm shocked and upset. This is a national just tragedy. This is terrible. When I think of July 4th and I think of USA, I think of Joey Chestnut.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Hey, quick question, guys. If in honor of Joey Chestnut, if you was in a hot dog eating contest, how many do you think you could eat? I think I'd take down 3 glizzy.
That's an insane thing to say. I'm gonna. I just put a little marker on that to cut it. Yeah. If I had, what is it, a minute, and you get, it's just bun and dog and water.
They get more than a minute, don't they?
Is it 2 minutes?
No, because they're eating
5
75.
minutes?
Yeah, it's got to be I think it's 8 minutes.
Whatever it is, I don't know. I don't get dialed into the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Yeah.
If I was in that contest, so if 70-ish is the range. I think I could do 10.
Yeah.
I think I could comfortably, because at some point you're eating the food item quickly at first. But I think once you get like 3 or 4 down really quickly, I think the pace is going to slow significantly. Because you're not training for this. You're not dialed in. You know how to do. There's like an art to it. And there are muscles that you need to have strengthened that I do not have strengthened. And yeah, I think 10. I think 10 is a good number. I think 8 minutes is right. I think 10.
Okay. Yeah, I think
10 minutes per Bryce.
Yeah, but we got all kinds of different minutes, like up and down. Like I think, yeah, like when I was young, I could, like I won an ice cream eating contest when I was young.
That's big time. I didn't know you were such a high level athlete.
I could probably like 15. I can eat pretty fast. I don't know.
So you can,
but I'm not gonna try for some record. And like I'm probably gonna want to hurl afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. I've been thinking about going to a River Cats game and trying to do the 9x9 challenge.
No.
9 hot dogs and 9 beers in 9 innings. But that's 9 hot dogs in 9 innings, and that feels like a lot. That's like 2.5 hours. And you're taking down 9 hot dogs. Pause.
I don't think it would, like, it wouldn't be appealing after like the second or third one. You'd be like, I don't think I want another hot dog.
Right.
Like, at least bring me a nacho. Let's mix it up.
Yeah, no doubt. Are you talking about at the hot dog eating contest, or are you talking about at the baseball game?
At a baseball game.
Oh yeah, no, it's part of the appeal.
Okay.
Is you got it? I'm with you, but that's part of, like, it's supposed to be kind of gross.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a little outlandish. I'm gonna try it.
Right.
Joey Chestnut, not in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest this year. Sorry if that affects anybody's 4th of July plans.
So disappointing.
Anyways, here's what Shaquille O'Neal said yesterday. There's one point I want to make on this.
Yeah, I think if you're worried about useless titles, when I was young, I worried about useless titles. But when I stopped worrying about useless titles, start winning championships. In my Laker runs, I wasn't the best player on the team. I knew that, but I knew I was the most dominant. So I knew my role. I knew what I had to do. I wasn't worried about a useless title. So if those two young gentlemen are worried about useless titles, who's the best on the team, whose team it is, it will definitely affect them tonight.
That's Shaquille O'Neal on NBA TV talking about Jason Kidd saying that Jaylen Brown was the best player on the Celtics. Shaq was the best player on those Lakers teams. I get what he's doing. I get what the comparison he's trying to make. And I get his overarching point is it doesn't matter. But Shaq was their best player.
Yeah, I mean,
let's keep it a stack.
There were players on that team that could dribble the ball better than him, that could shoot the 3-point shot better than him.
Definitely.
But just the sheer dominance made him such the focal point. Like, every team in the league had to game plan 100% for him. And then after that, it's like, okay, we got to try to stop Kobe. And like, that's why Rick Fox and Derek Fisher get wide open looks. It's not, or Robert Horry.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that they're bad players, but they're role players on a team with two like incredible superstars. Still, Shaq is the most dominant physical athlete that I think any sport has ever seen. Like, sheer like height, weight, ability, like in his prime. Holy cow. Like, what that guy could do on a court was incredible. And like, I think he could have dominated in football. I think he could have dominated in just about anything that he did. He just a tremendously gigantic human being. And all you had to do was, like, you had to game plan 100% with how to stop him from just dunking on you every time down.
In those 3 seasons, Shaquille O'Neal was the MVP and then finished 3rd in the MVP voting the next 2 years. He was first team All-NBA in all 3 seasons. He was second team All-Defense in the first 2 seasons. He was an All-Star all 3 seasons. He was second in Defensive Player of the Year voting in the first year, and 8th in Defensive Player of the Year voting in the second year. This is during the Lakers' 3 consecutive titles. And over that time, he averaged 28.6 points, 12.4 rebounds, 3.5 assists, and 2.6 blocks per game while shooting 57.5% from the field.
Yeah. He was really
good.
Come
on. So I get what he's doing.
Yeah.
I understand that that's not the point, but also he was their best player.
Yes.
I just thought it was very, very clear. It is much to me anyway. It's much less clear who's better between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. And I don't think there will be as stark of a contrast in 15 years when we look back on this.
Well, I would agree too. And part of it is because one of them is not 7'1", 300
exactly
300 pounds, and the other guy, is 6'6" and 195.
Yeah.
Like that's just not. So like comparing two guys that are similar in stature and everything it's going to be much more difficult down the road.
1000%.
But I think there could come a point, like if you see Jaylen Brown win a couple of titles here, where it's like, hey, I got to venture out on my own. I got to show that I'm not Scotty, that I'm MJ.
Sure.
And it's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Like that's fine.
I just wanted to, all due respect to Kobe. Kobe had his run as the best player in the league and he won a couple of titles without Shaq, no doubt. But those 3 years specifically, Shaq was their best player. I just wanted to get that out there.
I'm with
Doug told me one time at NBC that the reason Shaq didn't, I was like, how did he not average 40 and 30? And he's basically because he doesn't want to hurt anybody. He was just too nice of a guy. So instead he averaged 30 and 12.
Wild.
Ridiculous. Anyways, good idea or bad idea. 3 things going on in the news. We tell you whether it's a good idea or bad idea. Coming up next, you can play along at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320 as well. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders.
Yes, Soren, Shaq almost did kill Brad Miller. If that would have connected, that would have been Rudy Tomjanovich all over again. Is it Kermit Alexander? Is that who hit him? Yeah. All right. I think all is right back with the computers. There's resetting. Kermit Washington. I couldn't remember if it was Kermit Alexander or Kermit Washington. Here's interesting. Yeah. Kermit Alexander is who took out Gale Sayers' knee. Two Kermits were very destructive. Maybe growing up, if your name was Kermit, I would speak of it. Jim Garfinkel, I think Scott is doing better. I need to check in with him. He keeps posting videos promoting that everyone go and become a donor, which I think is a very good thing. But I haven't spoken to him. I've checked in on him since we had him on the show here the one day from his hospital bed, like 4 days after he had heart transplant surgery. That was wild. Oh, the Euro Cup starts Friday? Is that what you're saying, Aldrin J?
I hope so.
I will be watching that nonstop.
Right about a minute here. Oh, sweet. I hope these games are on during our show.
Oh.
Or at least while we're in the office. I can't wait for the Olympics. I'm so hyped.
Are you a big Olympics guy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that will help us through the summer. It'll give us content.
Yeah.
Okay, so group stage. Looks like it starts on Friday, June 14th. We got Germany and Scotland. 12.
Okay, here we go.
I think I take down 3 glizzies.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's crazy.
Legend.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Yeah, if you missed it, big news in the sports world today. Joey Chestnut not participating in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest because of a dispute over an endorsement he has with a different company, a vegan company. So no Joey Chestnut this year. I don't know any other professional eaters.
Well, Kobayashi used to be
been
huge,
gone,
but
been dead.
Yeah,
not dead, but like retired.
Yeah, retired. The Kobayashi shake.
Crazy.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry to him and his family. That's
a
wild thing to say about somebody. Yeah,
I think I take down 3 glizzies.
Okay, yeah, no, we got it. All right. Good idea or bad idea? Good idea. Jumping on the radio and saying this.
I think I take down 3 glizzies.
Bad idea.
Bad idea.
3 things happening in the sports world, or just in the world, not necessarily the sports world, but 3 things happening in the world. We tell you whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. The first thing, is this a good idea or a bad idea? Not proposing this trade, but just the trade in general. A Bleacher Report had a trade idea. And I think it's important to distinguish this time of year a reported trade offer versus a just rando idea.
Yeah, trade rumor versus, hey, I'm going to throw up.
I'm going to slap together the trade machine and see what I can come up with.
Exactly.
So Bleacher Report had a trade idea of the Pelicans sending Brandon Ingram, Larry Nance, and Milwaukee's 2027 first to the Timberwolves for Karl Anthony Towns. Good idea or bad idea?
I'm going to say bad idea.
I agree.
I have not been the biggest Karl Anthony Towns fan throughout his run here in the NBA, but I kind of want to see Minnesota in year 2. I want to see what Minnesota has this next time around, and I want to see if they make an adjustment here or there to sort of change who they are and develop a little bit more. I think Anthony Edwards is going to be better. I think, McDaniels is going to be better. I think Naz Reid is going to be better. And I think Cat is he's in his prime.
Yeah.
So I want to see it.
They're in it, but I think that's the kind of deal that is, if Brandon Ingram's going to get moved, I think that's the kind of player movement we're going to see. But I'm with you on the Timberwolves specifically. But don't break this up yet. I look at the Timberwolves in a similar way that I looked at the Kings last year or last offseason, where, yeah, if you can improve at a spot, then go for it. But there's not some urgent need to start blowing up key pieces of the roster because you didn't make it to the finals. So, yeah, that's where I'm landing on that. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's a bad idea.
All right, number 2. The 49ers still have not reached a deal with Brandon Aiyuk. Good idea or bad idea to let this thing drag out to training camp?
I think it's a horrible idea. I think this summer should be about building and trying to defy the whole getting back to the Super Bowl thing.
Yep.
Like, this is tough. Your window is closing as a franchise. He's a guy who's going to be part of the next window. And so for me, like, I know it's difficult, but you waited this long and all the big guys keep getting more and more and more money. That's on you. If you would have set the bar, you probably could have got him for 25, 26 million, a couple of months ago. Yeah. Now it's going to cost you 28 or 30. And that's because you waited. Like,
yep.
That's all there is to it.
Dude, that's 1,000% where I land on this. If Justin Jefferson hadn't gotten paid yet, and we were still waiting to see what a Devontae Smith deal and Amon-Ra St. Brown deal looked like, then great. Then hold out. Wait to see what those do. But we see it now. We know what the range is. They're going to get there anyway. Why not just do it now?
Well, then it's too late to trade him or something. It's too late to do something dramatically different.
Right.
So what are we doing?
That's the thing. The option is you have a disgruntled player playing on his 5th year option, which is a really bad look for the team, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're letting him walk next offseason for a 3rd round compensatory pick and next in the following year's draft.
What are we doing?
Doesn't make any sense. I think they're going to get a deal done. They know it's going to be between $28 and $30 million a year. They know the ballpark of what the guaranteed money is going to look like. Just get it done.
What you can't have is him holding out and that dragging into preseason, regular season.
What I don't know what they're accomplishing by offering $26 million. That's what Mike Silver from the San Francisco Chronicle reported.
Yeah.
Their last offer was in the $26 million range. Get it up to 28 and then get it up. Know that you're going to 30.
Probably.
That's bad idea at this point to continue this kind of standoff. Number 3, USA Basketball actually came out and addressed why Caitlin Clark is not on the women's basketball team roster. Good idea or bad idea to respond to this public criticism and to explain why the roster was constructed the way it is?
I think it's a really good idea because you're trying to keep as many people engaged in this new sort of this growing movement for the WNBA, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you want to, like, it's okay to not have her on the team. It is. I'm totally
1,000%.
fine with her not being on the team. But I also think that there are so many new fans that are going to be confused as to why. You know, like maybe invite her. Like invite her not to be on the team, but to be part of the traveling party. Like maybe there's some other way to do this, but the fact that, you know, that one of the buzzy new people in the WNBA is not going to be part of it, that's okay. You know, and there are players that deserve to be on that team for their years of service and how well they've done for the sport. I mean, we were talking about Diana Taurasi earlier. She has an opportunity to win her 5th medal, which would be the most medal by any team sport athlete in the history of the Olympics.
It's an insane amount of medals.
Yeah, that's crazy. And you could say, well, you know, maybe there's a spot that could open up here or there, but like at the end of the day, like you need to earn that spot. Just like, you know, I always thought it was weird Christian Laettner was on the dream team. I did. I thought that was very strange. But that's okay. Like at the end of the day, you know.
Yeah, man. The discourse was getting out of control and they needed to say something. Yeah, I'm with you. I want to finish this point first.
Yeah.
They needed to say something because the discourse was like, oh, you're trying to grow the game. And they basically, if you missed it, Team USA Basketball said, well, there are players who are more experienced, who have been in Olympics, whether it's 5-on-5 or 3-on-3, because that's the thing. Some 3-on-3 Olympians from last year are now on the 5-on-5 team. And there are players who have been in the WNBA for longer. Caitlin Clark is a huge part of USA Basketball going forward, just not this year. That's it. That explains it.
Yeah.
It's not some they're out to get her. It's not everybody hates her. It's not anything crazy like that. It's like, oh, you mean just the logical way to build an Olympic team? Okay, cool. 2028, you can bet your bottom dollar Caitlin Clark will be on that team and very, very prevalent on that team. I got some breaking news from Shams Charania. Kristaps Porzingis suffered help me out here, a torn medial retinaculum, allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon.
Okay.
Sounds like a knee injury.
It is a knee injury. Yeah, so this
I'm
is
going to become a doctor on Google real quick. Hang on.
I was already there, and it's definitely a weird injury. So let me see. Tibial collateral ligament. Man, this is
it looks like it's maybe connecting your thigh to your kneecap. It's something within the kneecap, maybe.
Yeah,
because I guess if it's a ligament, then it's bone to bone.
Yeah, this is not great. We don't know if he's going to be able to play or not. And I don't know if he's done for the series or if this is just a something he'll be able to fight through. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, something we can't fight through is this break. So we're gonna hit a break. We will become doctors during the break and tell you what's going on with Kristaps Porzingis' knee, maybe, possibly. Coming up next on the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Goodness gracious, Kyle. I almost said possibly again.
Joe Mazzulla said this is a serious injury. Yeah, this.
Hey, Shams can go directly to hell for that tweet.
Yeah?
Get that suffered medial retinaculum. Like, bro, just say he messed up his knee.
Yeah.
TBD on his availability.
Medial retinaculum. I don't know. I'm going to need to break that down. Wow. Yeah, because I was looking at he's listed as day-to-day. This is a rare injury that's unrelated to his previous calf strain. Of course, they want to put that out there. We didn't do it. We promise. Not necessarily the case. Yeah, 10 bond temps. The Celtics just announced Kristaps Porzingis is day-to-day with a left knee injury. He also appeared to tweak his right leg in game 2. Yeah, this could be game-changing. I don't know. Yeah. Quality tweet by Eric Freeman. Celtics are also fined for making up body parts. Yeah, this is not good.
No, I know why Shams tweeted out this specific. I get it. I was being funny. Oh, hell yeah.
It's a soft tissue injury that can occur in the knee when the quadricep contracts while the knee is at a valgus or varus angle.
That's all fake words you just made up.
Well, it very well could be because that's the AI overview on Google.
Oh, okay. That's a long break. We still got a minute and a half.
Oh, sweet.
So this is perfect. The Euro games, first one's at 6 a.m. So that'll be ending about the time I get into the office, and the last game's at noon. Oh yeah.
On Friday? Mm-hmm. Nice.
Well, during weekdays. Okay, thanks, Tyler. Whew.
Yeah, Google AI overview on Google is awful. I totally agree. Lazy, I can make a mean chili. The chili I make is usually sweeter though. Like I brought chili in for Kyle one time.
It's a good chili.
Yeah, we use pineapple in the chili. Also some brown sugar. Now, if there was a chili dog, like a Wiener Schnitzel chili dog eating contest.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Did we get to the bottom of what's going on with Kristaps Porzingis?
I don't think we did.
So he injured his knee.
He did injure his knee.
It's not an ACL or an MCL or a PCL or a meniscus or anything like that. It is a new thing in the knee that I've never heard of before.
It's a rare injury That's what we're learning.
I'm going to check and see if Dr. Narav Pandya has tweeted about this.
There
Friend of
you
the
go.
program, UCSF, associate professor of sports medicine. I'm sorry. He got a promotion, director of sports medicine.
Oh, okay.
At Benioff Children's Hospital.
Yeah, this is a very, very different type of injury. I don't know, like what they're saying, it's a rare injury, and that makes sense because we haven't really seen something like this. Dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon in the left leg. So whatever, he tore something and it caused the dislocation of the tibia tendon, which is not good.
That sounds painful and like a thing that you're not going to be able to play on.
Yeah.
But did Joe Mazzulla rule him out?
No, he's listed officially as day-to-day. I think they're trying to figure out what this is.
Yeah, is it we can shoot him up with some pain meds and he's good to go, or can he blow up his knee all the way or something terrible?
Yeah, I think it's going to probably be risky, but we'll see. This is tough.
If he does not play, I would be so fascinated to see what that does to the Celtics and the Mavericks, because there was all this talk coming in of like, man, he's the X factor and he's going to this and that. What does his lack of presence do for Dallas? Does that change the way they can finish at the rim? Does that change the way they can defend Boston? I have no idea. I got nothing.
No, it definitely. I mean, this is what people were kind of concerned with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, can Kristaps Porzingis hold up, and how much can he affect the actual play on the court?
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this though, like the Celtics are very, very used to playing without him, right? This is a player that missed most of the playoff run here.
Mm-hmm.
He 2 games in the first round.
Yeah, I think he got hurt during the second game.
Yeah, and then in that series went 5, so he missed 3 games there, 5 games the next. That's 8. 4,
the next,
so 12. So this is a guy who hasn't played all that much. They know how to play without him. They have guys that are ready to step in. But I do think this opens a door for Derek Lively to be more impactful, and for Daniel Gafford to be more impactful. It can change. It can change the series. Very interesting.
And this is a little bit different now with news of the Porzingis stuff, but I wanted to say this about this final series, because I've heard this on different talk shows and on different podcasts. I've heard it here on this station. I say I've heard it here on this station like that could be anybody. But we don't need to give the Mavs too much credit. We don't. It's okay to be like, hey, the Celtics are just putting together an all-time finals run. And the Celtics have been the best team in basketball all year, and they are just better than the Mavericks. That's okay. If they're going to beat Dallas in 4 or 5 games, that's not some referendum on Dallas as a team, or Luka or Kyrie or Maxi Kleber or anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like Boston's better. Dallas had a great run to get here. And it looks like, and again, we'll see what the Kristaps Porzingis injury does to this series, but it looks like the first 2 games, like, yeah, you know what? Boston is just kind of the team that they were all year. They showed us time and time again, and everybody went, well, got to see it in the finals. Can they do it in the finals? Will they not lay down and they get punched in the mouth in the final? Yeah, no, and they haven't. So we're here now, and the Mavs have had a really nice year. Things are trending up for them moving forward, but we don't have to sit here and lie and go like, well, role players play better at home, and Dallas could easily get the next 2, and then it's a 3-game series. Like, okay, I mean, is that within the realm of possibilities? Is that on the table? Like, yeah, sure. But by assessing the first 2 games is, man, Boston is just way better. It's just what it is.
Kyle, I couldn't agree more. They are so the Celtics are so deep with talent at every single position.
Yeah,
they basically have an all-star at every single position, an all-star or an all-NBA defender.
Yeah,
and they just are better built than any team in the league.
Yeah,
And the fact that the Mavericks have got to this point, first of all, is a stunner.
Yeah.
This is a 5th seed that missed the playoffs last year.
Mm-hmm.
They made some nice adjustments.
Yep.
They've grown organically throughout the season and become a much better squad. And somehow they made their way through the playoffs where other teams did not. But that doesn't change the fact that they're running into a buzzsaw. They're running into the best team in basketball, and it's not even close. And sure, you got 2 superstars. They could get hot. They could score 75 tonight combined, and Dallas could win.
Yep.
That doesn't change the fact that Boston is probably going to win the series, and that Boston is the better team.
Yeah. It's not, I think that because of the hot take culture where there's the 2-tiered scale, right?
Mm-hmm.
On social media, you're either the GOAT or you're trash. There's no, when you say, well, he's not a top 5 guy, he's more like top 20 guy to me. It's like, wow, hating. Like I said, he was a top 20 player in the league. That's crazy. Do you know how many players there are in the league? And he's one of the 20 best.
Yeah.
That's a compliment.
Yes.
So it's not, I think any critique or anything that's seen as negative against a team is viewed as this like, wow, you don't have to trash them. It's not trashing the Mavericks. It's watching the basketball and then talking about what has happened in the basketball. Nobody's saying the Mavs suck.
Nope.
Boston's just way better than everybody.
Yeah.
And it was clear all season. And we talked about it going into the finals. Like, hey, there's a real chance that we leave this final series going like, oh yeah, of course Boston won it in 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
They were the best team the whole season. It's not rocket science.
Nope.
And it's certainly not dissing the Mavs.
No.
The Mavs have been incredible.
Yep.
I do think the Luka Kyrie best backcourt of all time is probably premature.
Yes, very.
That's a post hoisting the Larry O'Brien conversation. But I mean, aside from that, they're going to be in the mix next year. They've had a really good season. They were just overmatched in the series. And I think, frankly, I could see that happening with any team in the West.
Yeah.
That could have literally happened to anybody.
Yeah, I think anyone, we're probably learning at this point, watching the Celtics play, it may not have mattered.
I'm with you.
It may not have mattered at all who is in the finals against them.
And like I said, I'm not saying I'm still going to watch. I'm still going to be, dialed in. And I'm frankly, I want more games. So moving forward, I am rooting for the Mavs to tie this series, and then I'll be rooting for a game 7. That's my hope for this series. But dude, I don't.
Yeah,
I have no Mavs. What has happened in the first 2 games that makes you objectively say, oh yeah, they can get 4 of the next 5. That's all. It's not trying to.
You're not trying to just trash them, run them over.
I think that no. Luke had a great year. Kyrie had a great year. PJ Washington, shout out. Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford. That's it. Derek Jones, really good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Had a little career renaissance, but I mean, come on. Finals are over. let's keep it a stack. Speaking of over, this piece hit my Athletic notifications today.
Okay.
By CJ Moore of The Athletic. Wrote a really interesting piece that I disagree with. He posits that Dan Hurley's decision to return to UConn, turning down a 6-year, $70 million offer from the Lakers, is a sign that college basketball is not dead. Because, and I quote, this is from his piece. And again, I encourage you to go read it. He makes a compelling argument. Quote, there is not a better, more sustainable job in sports than a successful college basketball coach at a school where he has consistently won. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. But because you can look at Bill Self, you can look at Tom Izzo, you can look at the success that Mike Krzyzewski had, although he was, did not coach in this current era as long. Been out of there for a couple of years now at Duke, but I don't disagree with that necessarily. But the college basketball being dead or dying thing has nothing to do with coaches leaving for the NBA.
No.
At least not in my estimation. Maybe I'm way off base with this, but that's never been the reason that I've thought college basketball is kind of down.
I kind of hope that the college basketball has a bit of a renaissance here, especially with the money piping in and players actually making some more money. Maybe they'll stick around and get a little bit more of their education done and become a little more seasoned coming into the league, I think that would help everybody. It'd put a better product on the floor at the NCAA level. It also help the transition to the pros. It would help players coming into the league have a better foothold when they get here. They, more mature players actually typically do better in their first couple of years. So I would like to see that happen, but I don't know that it will. And it's certainly, I don't think that Dan Hurley turning down the Los Angeles Lakers has anything to do with what's going on at the NCAA level, and it never will. Like, there have not been enough coaches to just up and leave the college game and go to the pro game to hurt the college game at all.
Yeah, man. It's the one and done stuff to me.
It is.
Like, that's it.
100%.
And I don't begrudge it. I want to see guys getting to the league and chasing their dreams and getting their money. I've been a proponent of, like, hey, if you're good enough to play in the NBA out of high school, then you should just get to go. And don't even waste a year in college.
Yeah.
But that's the reason behind all this. That's where my interest in college basketball has waned a lot, because I'm just not familiar with the dudes. Like, I'll get caught up at tournament time, and then I'll read the pre-draft stuff, and I'll be all caught up on everything I need to know. That's kind of it. Like, that's where it lands for me. I'm not saying it has to land that way for you. If you're like, hey, I'm a huge college basketball guy, I went to UCLA and I will live and die with UCLA hoops for the rest of my life, great. Fantastic. I as a person who doesn't have a favorite college basketball team, I just don't, doesn't move me.
No, I get you. I'd also say, like, the AAU game has damaged both the college and the pro game, like, a ton.
Yes.
Like, the whole idea behind AAU of basically copying the model of the NBA and having stars be stars at age 8, it doesn't help.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely bizarre. And not having kids get better. I think that there are some great college coaches that do nothing but focus on making their players smart, really complete basketball players. We joked around about, the Villanova guys, right? With the Knicks making their run.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Jay Wright was an absolutely amazing teacher of basketball.
Yep.
You can see that those kids know how to play basketball. And then other guys, like I think John Calipari, to me, he's just really, really good at selling kids that he can get them to the NBA really quickly.
Yep.
And that, to me, he doesn't teach basketball. He teaches, like, you chain somebody to the basket. You got a dribble drive guy, whether it's De'Aaron Fox or it's Derrick Rose or it's Tyrese Maxey or it's Malik Monk or it's Tyreek Evans. It's the same guy.
Yeah.
In his system, you run at the rim and, the dribble drive motion offense.
Yeah.
Like, so I don't get, he's not teaching basketball. There are some great teachers of basketball that are out there. Yeah. And I think that the NBA, the NCAA is better for it, and so is the NBA.
Eric Musselman at Arkansas has basically told his dudes, like, yo, we're doing NBA stuff. We're doing NBA coverages. We're doing an NBA offense. Like, you are going to learn how to play basketball here. And just like we're going to learn how to do radio, because Damian Barling is in the building. It's time for the handoff.
Ooh.
Dude, I did not. You were full Richard Jefferson there. That was crazy.
No, wait till 6:00 gets here. You might see my belly button by the time I get to Janet Jackson.
Here we
tonight.
go. Come on.
I'm gonna button it up one more for the show, but yeah, come 6:00. You come by that KSFM 10 tonight. It's just gonna be lower pecs and belly buttons.
That's
it's 104 outside, man. I'm hanging outside until Janet starts. Yeah, we ready, baby.
Oh, no.
Yes, sir.
Can I show you a thing that Happy Ass Lizzie said on our show today?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I take down 3 glizzies.
All right, Lizzie. I see you, boy.
Wow.
Hey. All right, Lizzie.
That was
well, it's been an interesting show for you guys. Wow.
It has been. Joey Chestnut not participating in the hot dog eating contest this year, which led to us talking about vegan meats and taking down meats and how many hot dogs could you eat and your throat muscles. And It was a tough go.
This is a very eventful day on the Insiders.
It was.
Which suddenly has a new meaning to it. Man.
And did you hear about the Kristaps Porzingis injury? I know you're in a very important meeting.
Yeah.
So So
it's interesting.
So Tom Westerholm
Uh-huh.
said they are not kidding when they called Porzingis injury rare. A 2006 study said there were just any links to the study.
Mm-hmm.
Said there were just 32 documented cases of a dislocated posterior tibial tendon in all of English literature.
Oh my God.
That is like, of course this would happen to Porzingis.
Yeah.
Just the weirdest possible injury on a play that didn't even, he just jumped.
Well, yeah, it looked like he got like kicked. Like as he was coming down, his he got like kind of like inadvertently kicked, and it caused his leg to take like this weird motion, and then of course he hits the ground, and he does that thing with his leg where you're immediately like, something just happened there. He's like moving it, and then he gets up, and Doris pointed it out right away. I mean, everybody could see it, but Doris was like, "No, something's wrong. Look at him, something's wrong." And man, they tried to play it off after the game like, oh, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. I'm sure they didn't envision he was going to have the 33rd case or whatever it was, whatever number you just said of whatever. When the injury came up, I saw torn. I was like, I don't even know how to pronounce this. I've never seen this phrasing before in my life.
Imagine having to do it on the radio.
Yeah. I butchered it. Yeah. So here's
he tore something in his leg, guys. I don't think he's playing.
Dr. Brian Sutterer has responded to the tweet by Shams, and he says the medial what are we saying? Retiniculum is like it's like a seatbelt that keeps the tendons in place as they course around the inside of the ankle bone. There are 3 tendons that travel along the inside of the ankle, and that seatbelt keeps them secured in place. The posterior tibialis tendon is one of those tendons. So basically, there's like a little band.
Tore the seatbelt tore?
Yes.
So now his ligaments are just.
So his ligaments are just sort of like. Yeah. So I'm
terrifying.
wondering if they can tape that thing up and throw him out there.
Right. Like
that's a shoot. No, that's a like. That happens, I think, a lot like in the shoulder where things start to tear. You can, in a roundabout way, tape things back together to get through like a game or two. Obviously, it doesn't work like long term, but you can rig things up to where, I don't know how you do that. You can control a lot with this when it's your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
You can't you're really handicapping yourself if you're trying to control like ligaments in your ankle moving around. Like I don't see this as a day-to-day thing. I don't see him. He's not playing again.
Especially
with a 2-0 lead. Like if Dallas wins tonight or tomorrow, excuse me, the noise will be consistent. If Boston wins, like you've just got to, Porzingis isn't playing. Like this doesn't sound even remotely feasible to me. I'm curious, like, what are they even telling him to like do? Like, what is
this feels like a surgery thing.
Again,
we don't know.
It feels like to me when something tears, that's what you have to go do. You have to go back in and surgically put it back together. But that's not always the case.
No.
So I guess things can like grow together. I don't know. Like I don't
remember. Like an ACL tear requires a replacement of the ACL.
Yes.
An MCL tear, the MCL grows back. So it depends on where it is and how it is in your body and what you actually need to have. Like it's very possible that this thing just grows back. It's the same thing with a grade 3 ankle sprain is a complete detachment of the ligament. It grows back together. Like a grade 2 is that the ligament has tears in it, but it's not detached. And a grade 1 is that you basically stretch the thing out. So that grade 2 will grow back together quicker than a grade 3, which is a complete detachment, but the detachment in the ankle will grow back.
So with the ankle, you just, you in those grade 3s and up, you boot it, right? And you boot it to keep it in place. And that helps it grow back. So I assume Porzingis is at least got to be in a boot for now if this thing has any like chance to The human body is fascinating.
It's
like, think
insane.
about the conversation we're having. Things getting like, if I tear a piece of paper, it's not going to grow back together no matter how long it sits there. Like, that's always so fascinating.
And that you have these ligaments and your body's like, all right, let's strap those in. We don't want those floating around. Come on, man.
It was like a stray ligament that was just like, no, we're just here to protect you guys. You're good. You're good.
It's wild. And then that your body, like our appendix, our body's like, actually, you know what? Don't need that anymore. That's still there. We're just not going to use it. It's just over there now.
Yeah.
What?
Also, you might want to get these 4 wisdom teeth out before it's too late.
Yeah, you're not going to need those anymore.
Yeah, get those out of there. It's going to be held to get rid of them, but you're going to eat ice cream for a week and you'll be fine. Get them out of there.
I ate a lot of mashed potatoes when I got my wisdom teeth pulled.
I ate ice cream and Vicodin.
Oh.
Yeah, it was not good. Like,
I had one left.
Oh geez, it was bad because I was doing.
Sounds like a Friday night in college. Am I right?
I was on my first run at KSFM, and I think I had just come back from my honeymoon, and I had to get my teeth pulled, and so I didn't want to take that much time off. I didn't want to take time off. Period. I took the day that they got pulled off, and I went back the next day.
Oof.
But I was getting my degree. I was getting my degree at the time too. So that night it was, okay, I can't take this medicine because I don't want to feel groggy.
Mm-hmm.
I got to finish these assignments. Woo! When I found out what that medicine was covering up, Lord, I didn't miss a serving. I doubled up on servings. I just make sure. How many hours has it been? It says take 2 every 4. You know what? I think it's only been 2 hours. Take another one just in case, because I'm not feeling that ever again.
Oh.
And that was a solid 4 days.
Yeah.
And then and I hated the way that stuff made me feel, but I hated the pain.
Dude,
I hated the pain so much more.
Awful.
That I'm doing that KSFM show with a towel on my shoulder, because as I talk, I'm just slobbering, right? Because it's just like, I can't, it's not pretty. And my face is swollen. Thank God, like, streams weren't a thing then.
Oh, yeah.
Tough look for your boy.
That's all right, though.
Tough look for you.
I found out that Vicodin does nothing for me when I got my wisdom teeth pulled.
Interesting. Oh,
so I was just slamming ibuprofen.
Oh,
just
God.
Handfuls. Yeah, it was bad. It was a tough go for 16-year-old Kyle.
So
and
painful.
The A's finally made the ALCS that year because they lost in the ALDS all those years from like 2001 through 2003 or 4. And they made the ALCS. I didn't get to go to any games, and I had to watch them get swept by the Tigers while my face is all swollen. So anyways, what do you guys have coming up on D'Lo and Casey?
I don't know, man.
Perfect.
I don't know.
I think I take down 3 glizzies.
Well, not that. I guarantee you, not that. We'll probably talk a lot about the war between Woj and Sean.
That's the best thing in sports
and
right
how
now.
Everyone looks dumb right now.
It's insane.
It's
wild.
I'm really
incredible.
looking forward to that. D'Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We are back with you at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Until then, drink water and be nice to people. Later, guys. Good show. Thanks.
Bye, guys. Great job. See you tomorrow. Y'all see Manny in the building. Y'all see Manny in the building.
Shout out in the house.
Canelo.
Shout out in the house.
I gotta go. I got some work to do in the area. So.
Yeah, y'all.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Come on, man. Let's let them air horns fly. One more time. Let them fly. What's good? One more time for Janet Jackson at the Golden One Center tonight. Come on, man.
The queen.
Yes,
Icon.
Welcome in here. One more time for Manny.
Big up to Manny, man. Oh, man.
Benzitos.
Yeah, man. It's smelling like money in here, man. It's smelling like money in here. I love these tacos, man. Come on. Taco Tuesday.
Welcome in here to the June 11th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damien Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, and we are happy that you are here with us. We hope you're inside, man. Shout out to all the delivery drivers out there. Shout out to Delivery Joe leading the crew out there. Y'all be safe.
Yeah, man.
Drink water. Keep that air conditioner on. Shout out to all the construction workers. Everybody out there doing what they do, man. We appreciate you so much for being here with us. We appreciate all of the work that you do day in and day out. There is a lot to discuss today. Of course, we've got news on Kristaps Porzingis lower leg injury, and that's just what I'm going to call it.
I don't know what's going on there.
I don't know how to pronounce the torn medial retinaculum.
Whoa. Chill.
Retinaculum.
Whoa. Hey, chill. Just
okay. Well, what is it?
Just go with your original thought. Lower leg.
Well, because it got pronounce it.
It got dangerous. I don't know.
As far as I'm concerned, the way Shams tweeted, they amputated that thing.
How did it get dangerous?
Jesse heard him.
Hey, whoa.
He said he had torn medial what?
Retinaculum?
Be careful.
What word am I tippy-toeing around? And I'm not sure. I'm confused. What word do you think I'm saying?
No, I know what you're saying. I'm saying it's getting close to what the who used to say that? Was it The Rock? Who used to say that?
No, you say.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're saying.
I feel like I know all the Rocks promos, and I don't know what you're talking
He's saying,
about.
"Hey ref, look at him. I don't play looks clean to me."
He's here begging for.
It was getting close. That's why I said I was just getting close.
No, it wasn't even remote. You're trying too hard.
It's good,
man.
pal.
Settle down, bro.
Special team
Settle
play.
down,
You
bro.
ran out
not
of
the
bounds.
only
You
one
found
who's-
yourself back.
You're trying
It's
to.
not me. They put it in
No,
there.
you did. You spent 30 seconds drawing
Because
attention.
we all heard the same thing.
Y'all need to stop it. You need to stop it.
Don't tell
You
me
need
it's
to
them.
stop it. Don't blame the chatty
Once
house.
again, I didn't put it
Don't
in the
blame the
chat.
chatty house. The chatty house is brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Ain't nothing wrong with them.
Flag on Kenny. It's a false start.
Hey,
It's a
there it
false
is.
start right
There it
there. That's
is.
how we're
That's-
starting the
that's-
show. It's a false start.
That's good officiating right there. That's good officiating
Lower
right
leg.
there.
Where is that?
Whatever
Though?
it
Is that around the Achilles? Is it a calf? Or?
So the way James was explaining it, he found I guess a doctor had either quote tweeted or responded to Sham's report or one of the reports, and he said that there's tendons down there by the ankle. Now, if I'm not mistaken, those are, I don't know if those are the runs that run up the calf or not, because or if they're separate. But what tore is it's something that protects those ligaments, and the way the doctor described it was it's like a seatbelt. It keeps those things all where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And Kyle found another, tweet as everybody is trying to dissect what the hell happened. The wording from Shams and these different insiders is this is an extremely rare injury. Well, they're doing this injury completely injustice. Like, this is not an extremely rare injury. This is like a once in a lifetime type injury.
It's rare.
Man.
Kyle said, I can't remember if it was 32 or 36. Either
36.
way, he said there were 36 documented cases of this injury.
That's crazy.
36? Like poor Porzingis, he's the 37th? That is absolutely incredible. Wow. I have as soon as we saw this injury come up, the first thing I said, I've never seen this before. I have no idea what happened.
I didn't know what that was.
I thought it was in the knee.
I read the tweet. I was like, "Oh, his season's done. We'll see you again like next January or something."
Yeah, and I'm of the belief his season is over. But I think I think they're leaving the door open with this day-to-day thing, because if the Boston Celtics win tomorrow, like you could really quiet this conversation down. Unfortunately, if the Dallas Mavericks win tomorrow, I think it's going to get, man, that absence of Porzingis, man, what a difference maker. He was really good in both games. Is this the opening that the Dallas Mavericks need? I'm sure those discussions are being had on the talk shows right now. Yeah. But I think if the Celtics win tomorrow, you could really shut this conversation down. But he was a difference maker in both games. And so what happens next will certainly be interesting to follow. I think Kristaps Porzingis is a phenomenal luxury for the Boston Celtics. Yeah. And he has been phenomenal in his year with the Celtics. He has been phenomenal in these two games. But I don't think a potential absence of Porzingis changes my mind. Even if we were entering game one, it doesn't change my mind on Boston being the better team here.
No,
but I don't want to pretend like it's nothing. It's something, but
no, it's definitely something. I've looked at Porzingis being on this Celtics roster as when he's not there, they can win a championship. They can absolutely win a championship. They're that good. They're that talented. The roster's that stacked. Mm-hmm. When he is there, they feel unbeatable. Mm-hmm. And that's the kind of the simplest way I could put it. Like there's a chance for them to lose 4 out of 5 without Porzingis. I don't see that happening because I think they're good enough.
I hear you.
Him being there just takes them to another level.
9-1. Was that their record in the 10 games?
Yeah, they were 9-1 over the last 10. During the regular season, they were 21-4 without him.
Yeah, they still. I mean,
they'll be fine.
if they never traded for Porzingis, they'd be the favorites to win the NBA.
To me, and this will fit into a conversation we'll have here in a little bit. Drew's to me of the offseason acquisitions. Drew's the true difference maker. He's the one who is. Disagree?
I don't know. I mean, he's a heck of an acquisition, and he fits better than anything they had before. But I don't know if he's that necessarily that far off from Marcus Smart. I think he fits better with this team mentality-wise than Marcus Smart. But I mean, I think Marcus gives you a lot of the same things. Like, I'll put it to you like this: if they got Porzingis and kept Marcus Smart, I think they'd be right here. And that's no knock on Drew, because Drew's been amazing. But contrary to what the media says, I like Marcus Smart a lot. I think Marcus Smart.
Don't.
I think Marcus Smart
emphatically do not like Marcus Smart.
That is not
anyone
true.
who's listened to the show more than 6 seconds know you don't like Marcus
the media.
Smart.
That's the
and now I feel like you're
portrays.
dragging down Drew Holiday by saying he's not that much better than Marcus Smart. Because we know you hate Marcus Smart.
Because I don't hate Marcus Smart.
I think I'm with you on this one. Like without Porzingis, if Porzingis doesn't play the rest of the series,
you? Me?
Yeah, I'm with D'Lo. I'm with D'Lo on this, because if Porzingis weren't to play the rest of the series, I still think Boston gets it done in 5 games or whatever. But if Drew weren't to play, I think that'd really be an issue for them. Like it's kind of like what we've talked about over the years, Kenny. Like Drew's able to just slow it down for them, hit those clutch shots and all, and just kind of get them out of when they're out of sorts, get them back. I think like he's the most impactful compared to Porzingis.
He is that point guard type person that I've said they've needed for years.
Drew.
Drew Holiday is. Because Marcus Smart, they tried to make him.
They put him in that position.
That's not him by nature. But
thought he did a hell of a job, though.
He did a great job. I mean, they were 2 games away from winning the NBA Finals with Marcus Smart. It wasn't like they, couldn't get past anything. I mean, they were right there, and they probably should have won that game.
A game and a quarter.
Yeah,
they were like
game 4. They were right there with about 5 minutes to go.
That was a game and minutes away.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
I mean, at least for this series, I'd say Drew is the most important.
I feel like the thing I'm trying to it's the season to me that Drew Holiday was super impactful. The truth is, with neither one of them, the Celtics could still be here. But with Porzingis and Drew Holiday, they look like a different team this year, where it's like, okay, I don't think it's a discussion of if they're in the NBA Finals. Like it's like, will someone knock them off in that final series? But I think of the overall season, the guy who I would put the most importance on is Drew Holiday.
That's fair. I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to argue that, because Drew Holiday's been phenomenal. He's been phenomenal for this group, and he, like I said, he's just been the fit that they needed, to elevate.
Yeah, so certainly give everyone something to talk about for the next, because there's no game tonight, so it'll be leading into tomorrow night's game 3.
Porzingis, man, this is the thing that you worry about with guys that are just tall. These are the things that you worry about with Wemby. Wemby doesn't have a history of injuries, but these tall guys, these super tall guys, it's just history has shown that it's they go through some stuff, because it's just unnatural. There's a lot of wear and tear on it, on their body, on their legs, their limbs, and stuff like that. And I'm hoping Wemby can buck the trend, because so far, like I said, he hasn't had injury history.
Well, I think there's something to be said for that part, though. Like with guys, I think when you combine guys like Porzingis and their size and their athleticism and all that, but you combine it with like an injury, I do believe there's like a domino effect. For example, if you tear your ACL, you're working so hard to get your knee repaired, right? You're working so hard to get your quad muscles repaired and the muscles surrounding your ACL, right? And you're working primarily on the injured one, and then you've got to keep the other one sharp. So you start working on that, but then maybe your hamstrings are neglected in the process. Maybe your calf muscles are neglected in the process, because there's only so much type of weight that you can do it. And then it creates like a domino effect of you spent so much time, rehabbing and now prehabbing this particular part of your body that you've neglected this other part. And you have situations like this. With Porzingis, this looked like a complete freak. Like, it looked like he got kicked on his way down and the leg that got kicked was the one that landed first, and you could see immediately something was wrong. Like he felt uncomfortable, and then Doris pointed out on multiple occasions, like he does not look right running up and down the floor. They hit him. He hit in the corner on 2 different possessions before a foul was committed when he was trying to get back on defense, and they eventually got him out on the timeout right there. We'll come back. Kristaps Porzingis listed as day-to-day. But of course, as is the case, the reporting on this is conflicting because the 2 biggest insiders are having some sort of pissing contest that we'll talk about what Sham said today. It is comical. What Sham said today is funny. We'll talk about it. We're just getting started. We're happy that you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Say, I'm with you. The body compensates after injury for sure.
Sherilyn B. Moore. What up, though? Yeah, man. Come get some. Left. Do it. Right. Do it. Appreciate you, Leezy. Thank you, brother. I look like it's busting. What's that?
Shout out, Manny.
Manny, shout out Benzitos. They always look so pretty. I just want to see what they look like. Pop that open real quick. Oh, yeah. Come on, man. Wow.
Yeah, man.
That's a taco made for social media. Goodness gracious. That's funny, Ramsey. Something like this. I'm gonna hit the star here. Something like this is in the rundown today. Whether we actually do it or not is anyone's guess. But there's a lot to be said for that deal and what it meant to both teams.
Let me see you do it. Left. Do it.
That was the most rude I've ever been in my life. Thank you for offering.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry.
You're welcome.
I zoned out.
No, it's fine. It's fine. What did you say fuck me for? I don't know. I didn't, Spencer. I did see the Liv Dominic spot, which was flawless. That was just fantastic. Yeah, I did read it was a really good show. So I'd like to. I can't honestly. If I get to it, it probably won't be till Thursday, maybe even Friday. No, definitely won't be Friday. Yeah, I got it bookmarked though. I heard it was a really good episode.
And then the streets are wondering, does Samantha leave with Ricochet?
Better not.
I know that's
better not.
That can't happen.
No, don't do that.
I think I read like a while ago, not a while ago, like a month ago. Like she's not going anywhere.
Yeah, don't do that.
If you were, if I wouldn't, but if you were Ricochet, would you be like, come on, honey, we gotta go?
Nah. Nah, because she has a chance to like be the one for the next. Like Lillian was the one for like 10, 15 years, maybe.
She could go.
I don't think you can be that in AEW too.
No, you.
Like as far as like her popularity and all that. Yeah.
No
and if I was Samantha, I'd be like, you're just gonna be back anyway at some point.
Probably.
They all.
Or I would do it the other way because at this point, Samantha's a bigger star than Ricochet. Like, hey, homie, get your stuff together. Talk to Hunter or Paul, whatever you guys call him. Get this deal done. What are we doing?
They gave him the Rey Mysterio spot yesterday.
Threw him like a lawn dart. I do like Ricochet though. Like he's
dope.
Crazy.
Then, you know, and the thing we always talk about with wrestling sometimes is the kids love him. Kids love.
Oh yeah,
Ricochet.
I mean, sure.
Like all the stuff he does.
He's a high flyer. Yeah,
they love Ricochet. So he's super over with the kids.
He could have been with the right story and the right booking. He could have been like Jeff Hardy. Like Jeff Hardy was crazy over with the kids and the girls. That could have been Ricochet.
He's gonna leave.
It still can be, for the record. It still can be.
I think he can come back and have a bigger impact in about 4 or 5 years when he comes back.
I hope he doesn't go anywhere.
I hope he doesn't,
regardless of contract expiring or whatever. I hope he doesn't go anywhere.
Did you see the women's tag team champions? They just posted a picture today. The women's tag team.
Yeah, I saw that on your feed. Stop being so thirsty.
They're the GOATs.
Well, it's a little early to categorize both of them as that.
They're the best women's tag team of all time.
Yeah, dude. There's like 4.
Well,
name another one.
Asuka and whoever she was with. Wasn't Asuka with somebody? What's Bailey? Wasn't Bailey with somebody? Bailey and Sasha, were they tag team champs?
Yeah, probably. Those are 2 wrestlers who were put together to make a tag team. You said they're the
best. This is the best. That's why I said they were the GOATs.
What are they better than the Jumping Bomb Angels?
Jumping Bomb.
Hey, come on, man.
Who is that?
It's the 88 Survivor Series.
Who was the girl that Cyndi Lauper came out with?
Wendy Richter. Wendy Richter. I think it's true. You know that Wendy Richter was the victim of the original Vince McMahon screw job?
No.
So the story is, and it checks out. Like if you just watch it, like something's weird here.
Yeah.
That like she wanted a raise because she was on the cartoon. Like she was one of the big, she was one of the stars that was part of the big push. And, Vince was like, no. And she got really upset, but she was the champion at the time. So she went out to wrestle the Spider Lady, who was a all black masked person.
Yeah.
And they go out there, they do the match, and you see this real clunky spot where the Spider Lady gets Richter down and just like holds her down. And she's like kicking and flailing, and ultimately, like, in wrestling terms, she does kick out, but the referee just goes 1, 2, 3. It's over. The winner, Spider Lady. And she grabs the mask and pulls it off, and it's the Fabulous Moolah. But then she goes and grabs like Moolah's like hair, and she's like getting at her, and she's screaming at the official. The report is she walked to the back, just left, and never, like, she just walked out and never ever came back. And Vince had said, we're going to set you up. We're going to have you lose the title. She said no. So they put Moolah under the Spider Lady gimmick, went out there, took the title off her, and that was the original screw job.
Damn. Poor, what's her name again?
Wendy Richter.
Damn. Not to say poor Cindy. It wasn't Cyndi Lauper.
Cyndi Lauper. Yeah.
Poor Wendy. But yeah, look, the truth of the matter is,
Cyndi Lauper was a big part of the WWF blowing up in the early 80s. She was Cyndi Lauper and MTV.
Yeah, I remember it.
Hulk Hogan, I think, went to the Grammys with Cyndi Lauper. Wow. I think everyone points to the Sports Illustrated magazine. I think he was on People with her.
That's major back in
Hogan. Yeah.
But yeah, they're the GOATs, Bianca and Jay.
Okay.
They're the GOATs.
All right. So they
I mean, technically, he's not wrong.
They passed. They passed the Bella twins.
It's like
All
it's like
Bella
Bob
twins are up
Cousy.
there though. Don't do that to the Bella
Well, they've
twins.
been a tag team for like 3 months.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, Bella
You
twins,
got him
they
as
got
GOAT
it.
status.
Yeah.
This is as dumb as your Aces Forever thing.
No, it's Aces for life. First of all,
Well,
we got to get it together. We're 5-4.
Aces
right now.
for
We gotta
life,
pick it up. We're
and
waiting for
then
each
go
other.
South Carolina, right?
Well, wait a minute. I like South Carolina.
Yeah, what's their hashtag? Go what?
Go
Aces for
go
life,
South
and then
Carolina.
That's not their
Go
hashtag.
SC.
It's not it either.
USC.
Nope.
Whoa! There's only one.
I know, but that just it trips me out every time I'm back there, and they're like, "Yeah, over there at USC." I said, "Stop
Don't do that.
saying
Yeah,
that.
don't do that.
Stop saying that." They
Yeah,
said
don't do
they
that.
say it all in South Carolina. Like, stop doing that.
And yet, KC's take on a tag team that's been a tag team for 3 months being the GOATs is still less ridiculous than what Sham said today.
Oh man.
Sham's, we might even have to get the clip. We might have to play this.
So I've heard about. I haven't seen what he said.
Oh,
I haven't seen or heard exactly what he said and what was going on.
Okay.
I heard he was like trying to walk some stuff back a little bit or cover a little bit.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
What's wrong with that? I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I believe you are mistaken. I don't know that it was on Sham's.
Was it on his
It was.
show?
Was it what?
His show, like then isn't he on the show with Chandler Parsons and everything?
Yeah, it was on that.
Who has a crazy haircut right now? Chandler looks a mess.
Let's by the way, did everybody watch clip last night?
I did. I got some thoughts.
All right, yep, we'll talk
got
about
some
it.
thoughts.
We'll talk about it. I just wanted to make sure we all did our homework. Okay. So I want you to actually hear it. So we won't read what the caption that they used to promote this. Here is Shams on the FanDuel team.
My sources have said that JJ Redick has been the front runner for this job. James Borrego has also, been among the leaders for this job as well with JJ Redick. But when you think about the process so far, right? Rob Pelinka has met before this Dan Hurley situation. He had met twice with two candidates. He met with JJ Redick once. He met with James Borrego a separate time solo, and then James Borrego came into the facility, met with everyone, met with ownership. And then they last week on Wednesday turned their attention, I'm told, to Dan Hurley. And he was not the number one candidate, the number one guy to go pursue from this.
So I'm gonna pause it right there. We'll let the rest of it play. Shams is talking to one person right now. Shams is talking to one person
hilarious.
on the planet Earth, and it's Adrian Wojnarowski. The funny part about what Shams is saying, because he's talking about JJ had an interview, James had an interview. Sir, with all due respect, you've named 3 guys. One of them has been offered a contract. One of them turned that contract offer down.
Now, to be fair to Shams, he said they met. And this goes into what Woj said yesterday. It's going to be JJ's first interview.
Okay. Wait, what?
Didn't Shams say yesterday that?
Oh no, you're missing. You're missing my point completely.
I mean, Shams, Woj said yesterday.
A formal interview. Yeah. No, you're missing my entire point. Okay. Let's try this again.
And he was not the number one candidate, the number one guy to go pursue.
He's talking about Dan Hurley right there.
He's wrong about that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't care anything about the interviews of he's talking about Dan Hurley was not the number one guy they wanted. One guy has been offered a contract. One. Mm-hmm. And Shams wants us to believe that Dan Hurley wasn't their target. So what and please tell me if I'm misreading this.
So yeah, you're not misreading it. I hear what he's saying. I'm gonna just play a little devil's advocate here. Everybody outside of Woj believed that JJ was the candidate. He was the one, the front runner. Everybody believed that.
Why do you think that is, though? Why do you think Woj was the only one who didn't buy into it?
Because Woj wasn't being told that by his sources.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
He wasn't being told that. That doesn't mean it wasn't true, but he wasn't being told that. So he wasn't going to go report off of something that Shams and even Chris Haynes was saying. You know what I mean? What could have happened, I'm going to be clear, I don't know, but I'm just playing devil's advocate. What could have happened is JJ might have priced himself out in discussions of what was going on. He could have been the number one choice. And they started talking numbers, and the Lakers and Rob Pelinka are like, we're not doing this. We're going to go, let's go see what's going on with Dan Hurley. And that's how he gets the offer to be the first choice. Because
that feels incredibly far-fetched to me.
Well, but also what feels far-fetched is they got this far along with Dan Hurley, and then without his consent, they just put it out there. Like they kept it a secret for weeks, and then they just got thirsty and said, "We're giving this to Woj." You know what I mean? Like so that would indicate that they've, like Woj says, it's always been Dan Hurley.
So
it must be.
So let's go with this.
Dumb?
So let's go with this then. JJ priced himself out on Wednesday in this alternate universe. JJ priced himself out, which is just the thought of that is absolutely stunning to me.
Mm-hmm.
But on Wednesday, they turned their attention to Dan Hurley, and by what, Friday, they had offered him a $6 million, a 6-year, $70 million contract. In that period of time, that's what happened. At 11 and a half.
I don't know.
At $11.5 million, working with someone who knows the market. JJ went above that.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That doesn't work for me.
But what doesn't work for me?
I don't know when you got on Sham's payroll, but that doesn't work for me.
What doesn't work for me is
this cousin Shams?
No, I ain't got no affiliation with Shams.
Cousin Sharania?
I ain't got no affiliation with Shams. But what doesn't work for me is that the Lakers and everybody involved were able to keep their mouth shut for 3 weeks, and then just randomly, without talking to Dan Hurley, give everything to Woj. Does that make sense?
No, but there could be another explanation.
Okay,
I'm trying to find out right now. let's let Shams
from the
do whatever he's doing here.
beginning. But they felt like there was an opening there for him. He was in contract negotiations with UConn. He was discussing a deal to go back, and they felt like there was an opening. And they threw what really people around the league believe was a Hail Mary offer at him. 6 years, $70 million. And at the end of the day, Dan Hurley chose not to leave. He chose to stay for $20 million less at UConn. They did go up significantly from his current deal right now, but it is $20 million less. And you think about the Lakers job and what it's known for and the big timeness of it. And he still decided to stay at UConn, go for a chance at a three-peat. And, you know, it does beg the question around the league. Was there genuine interest? Was this a genuine process with this? Or was this simply just about leverage? So when you think about it, the Lakers are 2.5 weeks out from the NBA draft. They're 3 weeks away from free agency. No coach yet. And I think everyone around the league doesn't really have a great feel for where this process is at.
So, sidebar, the Cavs also don't have a coach yet.
No, they don't. And there's a belief that their guy is Borrega.
Or was this simply just about leverage? So when you think about it, the Lakers
leverage what?
Yeah, who's getting leverage?
Who's getting leverage at it?
UConn.
Like the Lakers do not look.
UConn is getting leveraged.
Why would the Lakers leverage?
UConn is getting leverage for a higher payday.
So Dan Hurley leveraged the Los Angeles Lakers to get a pay increase from the UConn Huskies.
That sounds far-fetched.
No, it fell $3 million per year short of what the Lakers were offering.
It wasn't to get what the Lakers were offering. It was to get more than what he was already getting at UConn.
So Dan Hurley couldn't have gone after 2 national titles. Dan Hurley couldn't have gone to UConn and said, I've been talking to Rob Pelinka and Jeannie Buss. They've offered me the Los Angeles Lakers head coaching position.
Mm-hmm.
They've given me some parameters on a deal. We haven't worked this out, but I want to bring this to you and we go from here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that far-fetched?
No.
Again, this isn't he's got 2 NCAA titles. Like, I think you operate with your university differently when you have championships to back it up versus not shade, but he's done Bruce Pearl, you know, having to publicly leverage stuff to get bigger offers.
Real quick though, but this goes into what we reported. He wasn't publicly leveraging anything. From what we talked about, he was pissed all this came out. Isn't that what we talked about?
Yep, he was.
Isn't Shams kind of contradicting himself here though? Because if Dan Hurley's using the Lakers as leverage for UConn or whatever, like, doesn't that just mean that the Lakers were in on Dan Hurley though? I think he's making it seem like it wasn't even like, it was just like, oh yeah, we did this little song and dance, but obviously someone was interested here.
No, I think they were. I think I take it all as they definitely were interested. I think what he's saying is he wasn't their first choice, but they put an offer out, so it was legit that they wanted him to be the coach.
I don't believe that Dan Hurley came up and
why would you offer your second choice? Why would you give your first offer to your second choice?
You wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not buying any of this. I'm not buying that Dan Hurley wasn't their first choice.
Yeah, if JJ's your first choice, then you give him an offer first.
Unless he and maybe he wasn't, but if Dan Hurley truly wasn't the Lakers' first choice, we don't know who their first choice was because it wasn't JJ or James Borrega. It was neither one of them or Borrego.
Borrega, I believe.
Okay, Borrega. It wasn't either one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So if Shams is correct and Dan Hurley wasn't their first choice, we don't know who their first choice was because it wasn't one of the other two guys.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's something lost in translation on both sides. On both sides, if you ask me.
Hypothetically, what if Woj didn't get this from the Lakers? What if Woj got this from Hurley's camp and went rogue?
He looks stupid then. Though, especially
he doesn't look. But here's the thing, though, he doesn't look stupid to us, but he might have thrown a blowtorch on any potential relationship he had with that group of individuals.
Yeah,
but he doesn't look stupid in this.
Well,
because he was in the end, he was right.
I can't get past, and I've been hung up on this every time it comes up. I talk about it. I can't get past the coverage. Woj was doing a victory lap. They were breaking down. And this was when I knew it was more than just they thought they was.
Wait a minute.
They had Stephen A. Smith, regardless of how you feel about him, but the first take breaking down if Dan Hurley being a good choice for the Lakers.
I'm sorry.
Damn near saying it's a done deal.
No, it's not. I'm sorry. What were we watching?
ESPN.
Stephen A. Smith? Is he ESPN? Where's Woj work?
Woj works at ESPN.
So what else are they going to do? What did I say about The Athletic late last week when I was reading my guy's name, who I can't remember for the life of me, the Lakers beat writer?
Oh, Javon. Javin.
It's something along those lines. That it looks like a lot of the writing right now from The Athletic is kind of trying to cushion this Dan Hurley thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's because it's The Athletic. It's the New York Times. That's Shams. They're going to try to cushion this and make it look as safe as possible. Of course, ESPN is going to take a victory lap on the day of the NBA Finals, on the day of Game 1, on the day where they have a 4-hour version of NBA Today. Yeah, they're gonna use their guy. Our guy's the one.
Yeah, and he's dead wrong. And
but he wasn't wrong.
He's no.
How was he wrong?
The coverage was wrong. They paraded the coverage.
You're interpreting the coverage.
I'm on the app. On the home screen. Stephen A. Smith talk about how Dan Hurley is the guy to turn around the Lakers. He can turn around the Lakers. He's going to turn around the Lakers. They reported this as if it was a done deal. They reported it for 48 hours as if it was a done deal.
Okay. I'm still like unclear on what the issue is. Like, did they cover JJ Redick that way?
They didn't
even address it.
No.
Because that wasn't their guy. And Woj was like, don't do that. You don't want to touch that because I got something here. And maybe they felt, I don't know. I have no idea. I can't imagine what it's like being an insider and having these sources and knowing there is this story out there, feeling like you got scooped from Shams, knowing what Shams said is not true. And knowing you've got something here that, and maybe in Woj's mind, he thought they're going to know Dan Hurley is in LA. Someone is going to spot Dan Hurley at the Lakers. Like somehow this is going to get out there. I have to be the one to break it. I have the perfect forum to do it. I know what the Lakers are going to do at this point. I know what Dan Hurley's thinking is to a certain degree at this point. I've got to report this.
Look, I'm here to say I don't necessarily know what exactly happened, but I don't think it's far-fetched to think that. So, like I said, I think what the scenario of having conversations with JJ and JJ maybe kind of what he was looking for didn't match up for what the Lakers were willing to pay for him, and then they pivoted towards Dan Hurley.
I don't believe that at all.
Well, how do we explain that they were talking for weeks? That they were making a deal.
Dan Hurley and the Lakers?
Yeah, they were making it. They were trying to make a pitch for Dan Hurley for weeks, and they kept it under wraps. And randomly, they just don't keep it under wraps no more.
Because maybe it wasn't the Lakers.
Well, who was?
Or maybe it was Woj.
Okay. Maybe so. I don't know.
We think that there's a way to go about this, right? You don't want to burn sources. You don't want to burn people who give you information. Clearly, a lot of what is coming from Shams is coming from the Los Angeles Lakers.
I don't know if it's coming from the Lakers. If a lot of what Shams is getting is coming from the Lakers, then he's probably right? When he talks about their first choice.
It depends on who he's getting it from.
I don't think it's coming from the Lakers. I think it's coming from agents and maybe JJ himself. That would be my guess.
I think it's coming from the Lakers. I just don't think it's coming from the Lakers people that matter the most. But maybe there'll be a 30 for 30 on this. Well, no, that's an ESPN property. I don't know. Maybe Netflix will do something on the great
Untold
Woj Shams war. The truth is, we can dissect this for hours, and in the end, none of it will make sense because, we hear this. So, are they pivoting back to JJ? JJ was the front runner despite the fact he hadn't had a formal interview. JJ, remember, these are Shams' words now. JJ was the front runner for the position despite the fact that James Borrega was the one who was in the facility meeting with ownership and meeting with all of these different people. Okay. And then Dan Hurley just came out of nowhere on a Wednesday? And we learned about it the next day?
I don't think
that doesn't check out to me.
There's a couple things that I don't think in this whole situation. I don't think Dan Hurley was ever going to leave UConn. I thought he did his due diligence, had conversations with the Lakers.
So you're with Shams, cousin Shams here. You think he was using it as leverage?
I don't even know if it was using his leverage. I think he was just doing his due diligence. A phone call came, an offer and conversations came, and he did his due diligence.
You think it came on Wednesday?
I don't know. I'm not even going to pretend as if I know about that one. I don't know when it came, but I don't think after he really sat down because I'm of the belief he didn't went to LA knowing what he was going to do. I think he felt that I do believe he wasn't completely on the fence. He was leaning towards staying in UConn, and he went to LA to see if if he could be convinced or his mind could be changed. But I think he always wanted to stay at UConn. Once he had sat down with whatever decision or offer was made, I think he was going to stay. I think, to be honest, I guess I believe Shams. I think the Lakers have always wanted JJ Redick. I think they might have got scared off by the public response to it. Because what have we heard more of, JJ or Dan Hurley, over the course of the last 2 months?
JJ.
It's always been JJ. It's always been JJ, and it's from different sources. Shams just said he was the front runner, but we've heard JJ for months now. I think the Lakers have been wanting JJ. I don't know what turned them off from JJ, or maybe they had a meeting and said, no, you know what? Actually, Dan Hurley would be better. Maybe that happened.
What if one person in the Lakers wanted JJ?
That's a possibility.
And that's the person talking to Shams Charania.
That's a possibility. But he's talking to everybody. He or she is talking to everybody, though, because everybody's getting the same information. Shams, Chris Haynes.
No, they're not. They're all crediting Shams. Everything traces back to Shams in some way, shape, or form.
I don't think Chris Haynes is only hearing that from Shams.
Okay.
To say what he said.
Okay.
That's just a thought. But
Have you ever
really don't know. I really don't know what's going on here. This is a bizarre situation.
Have you ever heard of the miracle of St. Anthony?
No.
The Miracle of St. Anthony, a season with Coach Bob Hurley in basketball's most improbable dynasty.
Oh, yeah. Isn't it
it's a book.
Oh, okay. I thought, oh, no, they did something else on it.
Do you know who wrote the book?
Woj?
Adrian Wojnarowski. We'll come back. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Mike's on.
Yeah, so
This fucking guy.
Yeah, that's what I said after that. I said, bro, don't make me do it again. I used to hate when Bomani Jones used to do that on his podcast. He'd be like, oh, you know what I heard? Hold on. And he play elevator music. No,
I'm not reporting.
Shout out Banzitos. Those tacos are the truth.
Love to hear it.
They'll probably knock down 5 of those goddamn other ones.
Love to hear it. Is Manny, you in there? Was he over at Sharif's? Is that where he's at? Does the truck have a permanent home?
I think he's over there a lot.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, you guys see we got a new Zabo clip on Twitter.
Mm-mm.
I think it was the Save Kenny reenacting Saved by the Bell.
Oh, let's go.
They going into the archive.
One of the great moments. That's one of the great moments of all time.
It's actually pretty timed up, pretty good.
Wait, you really are taking drugs? Jesse, no. Give me that. I need him, Zach. I need him. I can sing. You cannot sing. You cannot sing.
She's taking the equivalent of Pepsi. Oh, this is timed beautifully.
I'm taking a Red Bull.
Going to the drive-in. Oh, we made it.
Oh, God. Elizabeth Berkley, right?
Yeah. I should tag her. Get her on the show.
That's a great idea. Well, if she's taking that stacker too, she's dead. I can tell you that. And that stacker too will take your ass out.
No, that was good. Oh, I got a story.
Shout out to our man Zay over there working,
Big up
hard
Zay
on the internet.
Big up Zay. This guy be putting in that work, man.
He do.
He be putting in that work. Real quick though, I got a story / PSA.
Mm-hmm.
So, we had the show yesterday and, we were talking our talk or whatever the case may be. And in between shows, called a wife, called a family to just tap in, see what's going on over there. And she goes, oh, yeah. Guess what happened today? So my daughter has this little makeshift DJ stand, right? And it has it's a little Fisher Price thing. You turn this and it plays music and stuff like you're a DJ. It's actually pretty cool. So one she loves it. She'll turn the little turntable thing and it'll play the song. And one of the favorite songs is the song goes, follow the DJ, put your hands up, it's about to get down. And then it plays or whatever. And we dance or whatever. So my wife, she goes, so yeah. Earlier when Reese was home, we're all upstairs. All of a sudden we hear, put your hands up. It's about to get down. The DJ thing went off. She's like, yeah, mind you, you have to spin the thing for that to happen. So I was like, you guys were all upstairs. She's like, yes, we were all upstairs. And all of a sudden, put your hands up. We're about to get down.
Nah, bro.
And I said, baby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said, no, I was like, did you watch the show today? No, I didn't get a chance to watch the show. So you don't know what we were talking about, right? No, I don't. I'm just telling you what happened. It's like, oh, well, I'm sorry. I think I might have woke up the spirits and the ghosts in the house. She got off the phone.
Got off the phone honey, I love you, goodbye, or just got off the phone?
Just a goodbye.
Bro, you summoned that thing. Don't ever invite me to your house.
Oh man, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. I said we were talking about ghosts on the show today, babe. Who knew it was gonna happen like that, if at all?
Now,
it was the middle of the day.
Was it you that summoned that earthquake too that happened on the show? Who brought up the earthquakes first?
I don't remember.
That's a good question.
I do. That is the most bizarre moment in show history.
For argument's sake, we'll just say it's Damien.
Oh.
You better apologize.
Yeah, like
seriously.
That's tough.
But this is the thing though.
Oh, yeah, what had happened was
this is the thing. It's the friendly.
It's a party
friendly
ghost.
They having jokes. They having jokes. They joking, man.
Yeah.
They ain't like gonna like throw a lamp at the wall and like get out of here. It's not that. They like, oh, you think you got jokes? We gonna show you jokes. That's what it is.
So you're just not gonna apologize, huh?
No, because I'm showing them up. I'm not even telling them they're evil.
Hey, that's crazy though. Ghost listen to
Nah,
Dino and KZ.
That was wild.
Like and subscribe, please. Leave a review.
Subscribe. Ghost, like and subscribe.
Damn, we even beating y'all with the dead people. That is crazy. That is crazy. Y'all lose to the living and the dead. Man.
Yeah, man.
All
They
right,
got
man,
jokes,
I
man.
mean-
Pop's got jokes, man. I mean,
We've confirmed this is your. Oh,
Well, they got jokes, man. They got jokes. They funny.
is it your dad or her dad?
It's both of them. They both be hanging out.
You have two ghosts?
Well, I don't know if we have any ghosts. I'm just saying.
No, you
Those
do
are-
have
you
one. You
got
do have a
something.
ghost. Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't
no-
have to. I don't know. You do.
Yeah, you've got something that's not normal.
Don't put that out there. We don't have no ghosts. Don't put that out there.
Oh yeah, Kenny was just talking ghosts yesterday, guys, and
We
somehow
don't
a
have
little
no
DJ
ghosts.
turntable went
Don't
off.
put that out there. We don't have no ghosts.
Yeah, tomorrow there's going to be a full like Kendrick Lamar mix coming from the bedroom. There, well, what's that? Y'all, Dad's just down there. Dad's down there getting caught up on the music.
We ain't got no ghosts, man. Don't put that out there, man.
Yeah, I think it's a
It's
little
not a
too
ghost.
late, pal.
It's not a ghost. It's a spirit, according to yesterday's show.
We don't have neither one, man.
Whatever
Oh, you were all
whatever
cool
you
with
say.
it yesterday.
angels.
Why did Jasmine
We got
hang up on you?
angels.
Well, okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah, we got angels.
But angels, I don't think play with toys.
Yeah, they have jokes, and they think they funny.
Okay,
They
dog.
think they funny.
So the next time, so everybody just prepare for the day that me and Jesse have to like take the screen. And so here's what happened to Kenny last night. And like, just everybody mentally prepare for that moment.
Honestly, I think we just go full on Ghostbusters here, like 1320 Ghostbusters crew. We take this thing down.
No,
How do
it's
you
all
take a
love.
ghost down?
Like I
Well,
said,
we have to watch Ghostbusters first,
Bro.
figure it out. Maybe some ghost whisper and
the,
stuff.
The evil joints are the ones that are, I'm gonna throw this lamp against the wall. Get out! Like that's not what's going on. They're playing with the kids' toy to be like, we got jokes.
Okay.
That's all it is. And
All
then,
right.
and then who knows?
Whatever you
It could have been a gust of wind. I don't know.
That spun the thing
Yeah,
around.
it could have been a gust of wind. It could have been the AC. You know how when the AC kicks on, like it's a initial whoof. It could have been that.
This is worse than your Shams take a minute ago. Like, this is tough. It's tough to see this happen to you. This is
You know what? No, let a guy talk through it because this was going on in my house.
So I don't know. Like, my air conditioner has never hit a gust of wind that difficult where it would spin.
That's a damn good AC right there.
I don't know.
Well, it is
I don't know
Kenny.
what
It's
happened.
probably some sort of premium air conditioner that only he
No, it's
has.
just-
But
You got the
still.
same weather machine the government has, or what?
Well, he's got a Doppler machine like as his air conditioner.
It's just regular AC that works well.
And
Shout
it-
out to my
and it-
people over there.
And so I guess it starts toys and turns on the TV.
Potential. Well, I
All
don't
right.
know. The TV one, that's the one I'm not co-signing. I don't know what happened there.
Mm-hmm.
It was either intruder
Batteries.
or
Someone
somebody just
broke in and wanted to catch up on episodes of SVU.
maybe.
That's a
Or
crazy ass
They were,
criminal.
they were going through your DVR and wanted to watch whack basketball. Okay.
Do
That's
watch it. Oh, they got
plausible.
they got the basketball
that's
Shout
show
out
down.
to Grand Canyon University. Shout out to New Mexico State. Reggie Theus used to coach at New Mexico State. I think is Bakersfield in the WAC? I think they are.
Oh, that checks out.
Yeah.
Maybe they wanted to watch Clipped. Maybe the Ghost is just trying to catch up on episodes of Clipped. They wanted to see Chris Paul cry last night.
Well, you want an unpopular take? I don't know if it's unpopular or not.
You sure?
Yeah. Fall off might be happening with Clipped.
So I feel you. So I think what happened yesterday is like that was kind of the serious. Like if there's a okay, one, I don't think Chris Paul cried in that meeting. I just want to be I just want to be definitive in that statement.
Do you think Matt Barnes was really cursing everyone out?
I don't think Matt Barnes told JJ he can't have a vote because he can't use the N-word. I don't think that happened either. Now, I am still adamant, though, we need to either get Matt Barnes on this show or Alvin Gentry or somebody. We need to get someone on this show. Matt's our best contact. We need to get Matt on this show. But
you want to do that after the season is over? Or
that's what I feel like. Yeah. We need to get through all of this. I don't believe that Chris Paul cried, but I also think that was probably that's the episode where if you lived it, I do feel a little bit bad for you. Like that was
tough.
That was probably the most difficult stretch moment in, those guys' career was that moment right there. And I don't know, there was no way to make it because there have been, oh my God, Blake is being led around by Donald Sterling. Oh my God, look at him, Ed O'Neill getting his hair dyed by, all of this was the moment where it was like, you need to feel the full gravity of what happened. And there was no funny ha-has in last night's episode.
Except
it was like
for when the two fans saw Blake in the hallway.
You get a selfie, bro? You get a selfie?
F. Donald Sterling. Blake was like, all right, I'm out.
But the way that is all happening in real time is pretty fascinating. And then I do love Matt Barnes. I got an idea. And clearly the idea was they were talking about the Clippers logo. It was we'll wear the jerseys that say Los Angeles. We'll turn our shooting shirts inside out, and the Clippers stuff we'll take off and put in a pile in the middle of it would have been interesting to see how that may have evolved, but maybe they don't know. But I just love the Matt Barnes. I got an idea. But I do to a certain degree feel for those guys we've got to do something. And everyone is expecting us to do something. Everybody is telling us what to do, to not play. I think this has been out there. I think I actually first learned about it with Ramona's podcast, was that the Warriors were willing to, they would have done whatever the Clippers wanted to do that night. And if the Clippers wanted to walk off the floor, the Warriors would have done it too. But I think telling that part of the story was probably pretty difficult.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't bad or anything else like that, but it wasn't.
It was serious.
Yeah,
it felt far more serious.
Captivate me the way almost all episodes of Winning Time did. You know what I mean? And that's fairly or not, that's what it's kind of being compared to from people like us. Winning Time is almost like the creme de la creme of these sports shows, these sports team shows. Like they did that phenomenal. And we looked at Clipped, and especially after the first two episodes, it was like, yo, it might rival that. And this episode, like you said, it had to get a little bit more into the nuts and bolts. And it just,
part of the first two episodes were the shock value of Donald Sterling,
right?
Like Ed O'Neill playing. Donald Sterling actually wasn't a big part of this episode. His role in it was fairly minimal. He had like 3, sizable scenes. The limo scene was very odd, but believable given what we've been told. I imagine the next 2, 3, I can't remember how many. Is it 6 episodes?
I think it's 6. That's what.
So 2, 3, so 3 more. We'll have a greater Donald Sterling influence, and then, man, Shelley looked bad in this.
Shelley looked awful.
Have you? And I'm sure I did, but didn't remember. It almost looks like Shelley Sterling is playing Shelley Sterling. Like that actress.
Jesus,
they found
spot on
the woman who looks like her.
Yeah, Shelley Sterling, but looks terrible.
She looked awful. I got an email. Boys to Men Vegas residency. That's what I've just been alerted of. She looked terrible in this episode. Just bad.
And then you talk about casting. I don't know. Who's the guy that actually looks like Doc Rivers?
It's Alvin.
That's Alvin Gentry.
That's Alvin Gentry.
Oh, snap. Yo, he looks like Doc.
Yeah, he does. I think the same thing.
It's like, yo.
I mean, okay, you know what? I take that. I assume it's Alvin Gentry because
Alvin
was on the staff, and it took me a minute because it looks like Doc.
First, I was like, did they get Doc to be a part
Make
of
a cameo?
Yeah, and then I was like, well, no. Is that his brother?
Yeah, I think that's Alvin, but they don't address him as Alvin Gentry.
He's so low key.
Yeah,
it feels like it might be a cameo, right? Like, you know how some movies and shows do that, right? When they tell the story of, I'm just throwing out a random Eminem's story, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the whole time it's like the actor Eminem, and then he comes across the real Eminem in a cameo. Like I almost felt they did that with Doc. I didn't know what was going on there. But I was like, who is that? But yeah, it makes sense if it's Alvin Gentry.
Let me double check to see what years Alvin Gentry was there. It's if it's not, where's Alvin? The Clippers, second run with the Clippers. Yeah, it checks out, right? 2013-14. That's this time frame.
Yeah, 13-14.
Yeah, that's Alvin.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The king of vibes. Yeah, it's Alvin Gentry.
He did a good job acting like
he does look like but he looks like Doc Rivers. That's the funny thing.
I said, who is that?
He absolutely looks like Doc Rivers.
Yeah, so Clip got in their serious bag in this past episode. Once again, wasn't bad, but wasn't as good as the other two. Can't wait to see what happens though. What do we think about V? Is V? Does she have? She's going through some identity crisis, and she's being faced with an identity crisis.
Man, this is. She comes across really dumb and unaware. She comes across as. My question is, who's she talking? Who's the black girl?
I don't know.
Or the other?
Yeah, I don't know.
So, okay, is she black or isn't she?
V?
Yeah, she is, right?
Yeah.
Who's the other girl?
The other girl, it sounded like she might have been her sister. With a couple of the dialogues,
the way she was talking about, I was like, "Is that downtown Julie Brown? Like, who is that?" Like, she's talking about she was a former
downtown
VJ.
Julie Brown. It might be because I thought she was somehow involved in the story. She might be. She's got the hair. Yeah. But yeah, so the way they had a couple of dialogues, it came out that, well, I took it as it came out that was her sister. And because V is black, and I think she has maybe her sibling right there and then another one, and they look like the sister. And then she tells Donald or something like that. Somehow I came out looking the way I did. And I never met my dad and all this other stuff, but I'm a black woman. And they get into her, like I said, her identity crisis.
She's obviously thirsting for fame. It's her story that they're trying to tell is interesting. And man, I think you hit the nail on the head last week when you said this feels like a thing of V versus Shelly. And that's 100% that's 100, into this third episode, that's what it feels like. Shelly's telling, detectives that V is doping up, Donald Sterling with all of these meds and all of these different things. And, yeah, it's her story is very odd.
Do you know who Alvin Gentry is? It's the bailiff, Sacramento's own from Judge Judy.
That's Bird?
Yeah. I didn't recognize him without the goatee and stuff.
That's Bird for real? Yeah. He looks too short to be Bird. Yeah. Wow. Shout out Bird. That's my man. I wonder if I still have Bird's number. We can get him in here.
Another one that I didn't realize. Ty Lue's in the show.
Who's Ty Lue playing?
I don't know, but he's in all the episodes. I checked to see if he was in the first 3. He is.
Ty Lue, the Clippers Current coach?
Mike Miller is the actor's name. Tyronn Lue.
Oh, I thought you meant Ty Lue is in the.
His characters.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I was like, there's Ty Lue. Ty. The NBA didn't sign off on Ty Lue being a part of it. There's no way. There's no way.
Yvonne Pearson is the V's sister.
What do you think about the DeAndre Jordan character?
You want my honest opinion?
No, I want you to lie to me.
Okay, well, it's just whatever. I'm lying. No, the honest thought is they portrayed DeAndre, and this could be an accurate portrayal, I with more depth than I probably gave him credit for in real time. Like really agonizing over this thing and really trying to figure out like how he feels about what's going on. And I wouldn't have thought that, not that, I don't know why I wouldn't have thought that, but I wouldn't have thought that DeAndre would have been like the one spearheading, like, no, I don't
want to do it.
Being, being used, and how does this look for da-da-da-da? Like, he kind of spearheaded all that. He was the one really that was like, I don't want to play. So
they basically had to talk him into it.
Yeah.
Which I think is consistent with Ramona's podcast. Which this whole thing is again, I said this and I haven't done it yet. I need to go back and listen to that podcast again.
It was really good. It was really, really good.
I really want to know who V's friend is. But yeah, I walked away from the episode like, all right, that was serious. Hopefully we've got that out of the way. Let's see what happens next.
Let's get back
to
the jokes.
Let's get back to the funny old racist guy. Weird.
I think he's about to pull back up on the show though, because now they're about to try and take the team.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like this is probably the most minimal Donald Sterling / Ed O'Neill episode we'll get. I love the idea. I think it was Matt Barnes that said it in the Matt Barnes character that said that in the meeting. Like, why are we being asked to stand up for what no one for the last 30 years has stood up for? Like, where's David Stern? Where are all those season ticket holders? Where are all those other players, those other where are they? Where were they through all of this?
Yeah.
And it is so it's fascinating. Like David Stern, if you believe the reports, he tried to get Donald Sterling out of the league, but couldn't, because it's not as easy as it might sound. Even what Adam did was not easy to like pull off. Yeah. And so for that to be Adam's first, like, I am the commissioner of the NBA moment, really is amazing. But I wonder how it would play today with, you throw the tapes out, right? You throw V out of this entirely, and you have Blake going to David Stern. Let me tell you about what this owner does. You have Elgin Baylor going to David Stern and saying, let me tell you about it. And again, I'm sure this happened. I'm sure everyone did. But today, like in the world we operate in today, would it have different, like I think about Jerry Richardson, the old Panthers owner. He left because they were getting him out, right? And I wonder how quickly this would have been dealt with if even if the tapes didn't exist and more people just spoke about what went on.
I think it would. The only way I think things would change and you'd be getting him out of there is if you had one of those exposés that came out on Robert Sarver. You know, I think the stories, I don't want to call them folk tales because, you know, a lot of it is real, but that doesn't get it done. The reason why, in my opinion, this happened is because it became public and in everybody's face. And when it's public and in everybody's face, like before, when it's just kind of hearsay, the owners can hide behind that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They can say what Mark Cuban said behind closed doors when he said, it's slippery slope. I don't know if I want to vote this. Essentially saying, I don't know if I want to vote this guy out because of that. When it's public, you can't hide. Even if that's how you feel, Mark Cuban or anybody else, you got to protect your brand. So you're not going to get up here and say like, no, we need to give Donald Sterling grace. I'm like, yeah, get that guy out of here. Yeah, I never condone any of that. Get it out. Like, no, bro, you just condoned it for 20 years. But now it's in the public.
Yeah.
So you're gonna do that. And I think
you're reacting to the reaction.
Exactly. I think
and not to the problem.
That's why you gotta if Blake Griffin or Elgin Baylor.
Poor Elgin Baylor.
Oh man.
That's by far the saddest scene of the series
at
so
the
far.
Vaughns out there and just at Stater Brothers just runs into Doc Rivers.
You think do you think Chris Paul I'm sorry. Do you think Chris Paul cried?
I don't think he cried, but I think he was adamant.
I want my ring. Why'd they do that? Like, come on, man.
Who said Chris cried? Who you think said that? We ain't got to say it.
I don't know. I don't know
why they had to yell at the. See, there's some scenes in there.
Dude who went to Del Campo might have said something.
There's some scenes in there. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is about writing a script that
it is. It's entertainment.
But why did Doc yell at the people who came in to set up for the banquet they had?
Well, I don't think he did that. I don't think he wasn't. He said, "Can we get 10 minutes, please?"
Why was that written into that scene?
Well, maybe it really happened.
Who cares?
I don't know.
It had nothing to do with nothing. They could have kept the scene going without the guys coming in to set up and saying, "Can you give us 10 minutes, please?"
It's not far-fetched. I mean, Doc was calling out the equipment manager of the Bucks and all that this year.
Damn. Wow.
Right, he was.
Oh, that's cold, man.
Taking shots at Doc Rivers. Doc got a new assistant.
Well, I saw the things that happened with the Lakers, and I saw a guy in Darvin Ham that really just needed a chance and really just needs a new lease on life. And you come to Milwaukee and then you can get a new lease on life.
Yeah, but do you think Darvin even sold his old house? Like Darvin just left Milwaukee for a couple of years and went back. We'll get you caught up on all of that. We'll talk more NBA Finals as well, as obviously there's been a change in what Game 3 might look like with the Porzingis injury. Trysta Krick, who was all over the place.
Oh man, she's a star.
Man, she was everywhere with her TikTok video about the U.S. Olympic team, which was officially announced today.
I like those jerseys.
She'll be with us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Plus some other things going on in the NBA we can talk about as well. Lots of people have asked questions about Kevon Looney, given some recent reports. We could dive into that. It's Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
There's pineapple in this taco.
I wasn't always the biggest fan of pineapple and tacos, but I'm starting to come around to it.
Pineapple salsa is pretty fire. I just don't like pineapple cooked. That's what I don't like. Don't cook pineapple.
Pineapple on pizza is okay. I wouldn't order it, but it's fine. It's fine. I might even pick most of them off, but the ones I leave on, sorry.
Pepperoni and jalapeno is the GOAT topping, though.
Pineapple and jalapeno?
No, pepperoni and jalapeno. No.
Oh,
I'm not a crazy person.
I don't like spicy stuff. Not my
Yo, that Dr. David Photoshop is wild. Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
What? Oh man.
Michigan, I will be watching.
Did you see Oscar?
I'm not gonna lie, he's been kind of cooking with his disses lately. He's kind of that. I'm a hater, but I can respect it.
Yeah, I didn't have much to say about that one. When he hit him with the "you lined my pockets" just because you were scared of this guy.
I was like, what do you want me to do here?
I can't stand Oscar De La Hoya.
Sal never. That's too much for me. I barely even like Langua. That's head, by the way. That Sal was talking about.
That's what?
Cabeza tacos are like the head or the brain or something like that. Something like that. I don't even eat it. And then there's like Langua tacos that are like the cow tongue. I don't like that. These I've only been to Celtics games like out here in Sacramento, and then I'm at the Chase Center.
You should go to Lakers Celtics in LA.
Yeah, that's one I got to do.
You know what? I think he was. I think so.
Michael, why would I be nervous? Give me a reason why I should be nervous.
Hell, Luka not healthy himself.
Well, they say he was getting.
He's getting shots before the game. Yeah.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Yo, Stephen Brown. Wait, what?
At least he ain't taking out no hot dogs.
You don't eat hot dogs?
The bacon wrap ones, like I guess after a game, but I don't never let's make hot dogs.
Nah, hot dogs. I mean, you put them on the grill and stuff. Hot dogs, good look.
Trysta Krick joining us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Our man Jason Jones. What a week it's been for our man Jason Jones. We'll talk to him coming up in the final hour of the show as well. Phone lines are open for if you want to get in and have some fun. 916-909-1320.
Gotta give a big shout out to the starting running back for the San Francisco 49ers, Christian McCaffrey. Your latest Madden cover. Madden 25, CMC on the cover.
Madden curse still a thing?
No.
Are we sure?
Madden curse been done for years.
For Pat Mahomes, it doesn't work. I'll acknowledge that, but
Josh Allen went to the second round of divisional round of the.
That's not good.
NFL.
Yeah, we all make fun of him on Twitter after that.
Yeah, the curse was like
people
curse
with like injuries.
Yeah, people would be done.
We went from injuries to you just weren't as successful as you should have been.
You went on the Madden cover, then your career ended like a year.
Well, it's kind of evolved now. It's not that bad anymore.
So the curse has evolved.
The curse has evolved. Now it's just kind of you don't have the year that you were expecting and all.
So no. To be clear, today this is what we've established. Curses over time evolve.
At least the Madden curse. Yes.
These are forward-thinking curses.
Yes.
And then friendly ghosts who just want to play music.
the ghosting.
Well,
that's not.
No, I
that's
just
not
want
me.
to.
I'm not co-signing that.
No, I just want to be clear as to what we've established here in the first hour, 19 minutes of the show.
That's accurate.
Curses evolve,
I don't know
and
about
ghosts just want to play music.
It's fair.
All right.
I don't know about that. I'm
The
trying
evolution of the curse.
Let me see here.
Shout out Babe Ruth.
Let's see. Like we got the. I'm trying to. This. I don't think this is in order. Looking at the Madden covers, I don't think there's been a bad Madden cover year, and I don't know how long.
Run a couple of them back. So Christian McCaffrey. What else do we got? Was Derrick Henry on there? What else?
Derrick Henry was on there. I can't believe I can't just find a year by year.
Oh, I thought that's what you had in front of you.
No, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, but I can't.
Okay, never mind. It's not that important. Shout out to Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, good for him. First ever 49er on the cover of the game.
First running back since Peyton Hillis.
When did athletes take over the cover? Because it used to be Madden. Like it used to
2001.
Okay.
Eddie George was the first athlete. I think I have it here. So you got, I think they're missing a year or two, but you got Brady and Mahomes.
Okay.
They did the duel.
I remember that. Yeah.
Lamar Jackson, Mahomes, AB.
Yeah, that.
Whoa.
Okay, maybe the curse went double time on that one.
Wow. AB in 19. He actually was probably still really good though.
Yeah, still.
Yeah, like
still.
Well, I mean, it didn't age well.
No, it aged very bad. What year was
Neither
OJ
did Dante
on?
Culpepper.
Well.
But Tom Brady, Gronk, and Odell Beckham.
Okay.
Richard Sherman.
All right, it's not that serious. The point is, it's not a real.
Peyton Hillis was that's one.
That's a cursed one.
That's the Steve Nash MVP of Madden.
Damn.
Madden covers.
Damn.
Steve
Nash
was
is
he
just
doing?
minding his own business.
What was he doing on the cover of Madden?
He was like never heard from again.
He
after
was
that.
a monster for a year or 2 years.
He was good. He had no business.
Oh, he was really good. It's just not very.
He had
very
no
long.
business ever being on the cover of Madden.
That's the last time they put a Browns player on the cover too.
That's
I
tough.
mean, I won't read him off, but he sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
But Christian McCaffrey, shout out to him.
Talking about the Clippers, man, it feels like the Clippers are low key, kind of a big part of. I think there's 2 teams that are really fascinating in the coming weeks, month, stretch of time. The Clippers are one because of Paul George, and the other is Cleveland because of the Donovan Mitchell situation. Does Donovan Mitchell sign with Cleveland, and what do they do next? Or does he not sign with Cleveland? And then what do they do next? I think there are 2 really interesting scenarios. Obviously, not signing with Cleveland creates a far more league-wide, compelling, hot take, insider war type scenario than if he were to sign with Cleveland. But I think those are 2 really interesting teams to watch over the course of the next couple of weeks. And then just the belief that Philadelphia is going to be involved in everything because they have the ability to be involved in everything, I think is also interesting.
Well, when you also talk about Cleveland and whether or not Donovan signs or not, I mean, business is going to pick up regardless. Because don't forget, we have that report out there that Garland says if he signs back,
right,
he wants out.
Right.
And that could be Garland by himself. That could be Garland and Jared Anderson. So it feels, to your point originally, business is going to pick up in Cleveland, and there may be a bit of a ripple down effect around the league, regardless if Donovan signs or not. The Clippers are also one of those teams, like you just mentioned. And what are they going to do with James Harden? How much money are they going to give James Harden? Is Paul George really going to leave the Clippers? I don't know. And if Paul George leaves, does he not shift the balance of power, but does he, change some things in Philly, change the ceiling of Orlando if he were to go there? I think he does. I think being a potential second, third option in one of those locations is ideal for a guy like Paul George, especially at this point in his career, and he can elevate one of those two teams.
Yeah, he seems to be. Paul George seems to be at the center of. Jesse sent a link. The Magic now want in on the Paul George business.
Oh yeah. Paul George and I heard as much as Paul George and Klay Thompson.
I think they should do that.
Absolutely.
They should absolutely do that. Now Malik can decide between Sacramento and Detroit.
Oh, it's so cold in the D.
It feels like Paul George is going to whoever offers him a max deal. And if he doesn't get that max deal, he probably stays with the Clippers. It seems like the Clippers want to pay him what they want to pay him, at least from what I've read.
Or they're posturing. They're publicly posturing.
Do you believe that it would eventually get to a max deal for Paul George
in the LA?
Mm-hmm.
I do. Like, you really gonna put you really went through all of this to get Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, and you're done?
I mean, there is an argument to be made that at some point you got to pivot off of it.
It's been 4 or 5 years, right?
Yeah, but you're not trading Paul George. You're just losing Paul George. So what are you going to do next?
You got a little more cap space.
Do they?
I mean, yeah, you don't have the Paul George contract there. You got something with James Harden.
Yeah, but that's not a dollar for dollar match.
But the only max you have is Kawhi. Got a max slot open. Give it to James Harden.
It's wild to pivot off of Paul George to James Harden.
The thing about it, though, and I'm a big Paul George supporter and fan and believer in his game. But if you're the Clippers, I mean, that just hasn't gotten you anywhere. It hasn't gotten you anywhere. And like, you look at it, like, does anybody here, the three of us, believe that the fortunes are going to change for the Clippers if they kept everybody together?
No, I think that's ran its course.
Yeah, I think that's
maybe they could keep Kawhi around and try to do something different around that. But as far as PG and Kawhi, I think that's done.
Yeah, if that's the case, you should have traded him. Like, you should have, if that's how you felt, you should have traded him in February or last year.
Well, you might not have felt that way until after these playoffs. Because remember, at the time, Kawhi Leonard was playing every game at the time.
How Kawhi play in the playoffs?
Didn't play well at all. Didn't really play. But I'm just saying, you talk about traded him. At the trade deadline, they were like the best team in basketball.
Okay. So
or the hottest team in basketball.
No, it's fine. So why would you move off of Paul George if that's the case then?
Because the season ended the same way it always did. You like at the trade deadline, it looked like things might be different. Kawhi's playing, all these games. You're hot. Feels like you might have found the formula. And then when you get here in May, it's the same thing it always is. And now, you're right. You in an ideal situation, you trade Paul George, but you can't trade him now.
But maybe I'm misremembering. Did Kawhi Leonard play in the playoffs?
No. Or he played 2 games. But he was hurt for like a month leading up to.
No, I got you. But so and I guess that's where this feels short-sighted to me. If you were like, no, we're playing too well, we can't move off of Paul George, we can't trade Paul George despite his contract status, then we've got to see this thing through. And then the offseason gets here and it's like, well, Kawhi got hurt, so we're just not going to pay Paul George. That math doesn't work for me. I don't understand that. Paul George wasn't the one who was injured.
No, but he wasn't able to. Okay, you already paid Kawhi. You can't do anything about that. Kawhi is going to get hurt again. Paul George clearly isn't the guy that's going to lead you if he gets hurt again.
You're not going to find that guy now. You're better off believing it's Paul George than who?
You never know what might happen in trade scenarios or whatever if you have the financial flexibility.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. I don't really think they have financial flexibility.
Another 4 or 5 years to this, like what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Like, once again,
you don't think you're giving
anybody
you're
think
not
this
giving
gonna
your
work?
you're not giving yourself a chance to win a title if you re-sign Paul George?
I don't think so. And
Okay.
I'm a believer in those guys. And
yeah, you've picked them for like 4 years in a row.
Yeah, I had Paul George MVP candidate
Well,
last year.
I'm gonna let that slide, but if you want to point it out, that's fine.
But does anybody here think that anything?
My point is, I think they have a better chance of winning a championship with Paul George than not. Because if your theory on Kawhi's just going to keep getting hurt, then that's your problem. It's not Paul George. And at least with Paul George, maybe you don't have a superstar maybe you don't have a guy that can drag you to a title, but you're not going to find one. Who are you going to sign that's going to drag the Los Angeles Clippers without Kawhi Leonard somewhere?
Well, it's not necessarily signing somebody. It's having that max slot open for potential trade.
No, you gave it to James Harden. It's too late.
What if I mean, I don't think this happens, but what if after next year you're able to get Kevin Durant and you bring him to LA, in a trade? I don't think this will happen either, but what if DeRozan wants to come home?
And maybe that's what they're looking at. They could blow this whole thing up. Well, DeMar DeRozan be another year old at that point. Like, DeMar DeRozan over Paul George is goofy to me. Unless you're talking about like DeMar DeRozan isn't going to make any money. Because they've got like $72 million on the payroll in the 2025 season.
The Clippers do?
Yeah, and that's like as the roster stands right now. With because Paul George can opt in for $48 million.
Mm-hmm.
He could do that.
Mm-hmm.
But once that all gets stripped away, obviously they've got decisions to make on James Harden. But really, once you get into 25-26, it's Kawhi and Norman Powell.
The thought for me is you don't sign Paul George. Are you a championship contender? Probably not. But you're not locked in to a scenario that's not going to get you anywhere. Like, you signed Paul George, you already signed Kawhi, which probably was the problem. Like, you probably shouldn't have signed Kawhi when you did. That's kind of the mishap, if you ask me. But you already did it. You can't reverse it. If you sign Paul George, you're locked into those two without really being able to do a whole lot to get better for something that nobody believes is going to be successful as far as winning a championship.
So you going into the Bomber Dome with that many questions around your roster?
Maybe not. Maybe you just sign him and you say, "Hey, we got Paul George and Kawhi. Come be on the wall
and probably
and
James
see us
too.
Get bounced by."
I think they're re-signing James Harden.
Yeah, and see us get bounced again in the first round. Like, they're not even making runs in the playoffs. They're like, it'd be one thing if they just kept getting to the conference finals and can get over the top. They're not even making runs. They're losing in the first round, damn near.
So at what point do they just not make the playoffs then?
Maybe next year.
You think with Paul George not there? Or you think they could miss the playoffs with Paul George
there? I mean, they nosedived. They were like really, they were hot. And then
yeah.
And then they they took a nosedive. And I think they're one of those teams that could regress. Like maybe miss the playoffs is a little harsh, but they might be a playing team.
51-31 last year. But context, they were 5 games out of the top seed conversation with Minnesota, Denver, which it's kind of a lot. Five kind of feels like a lot of games between 3 and 4, and we all know how clustered 1, 2, and 3 were. Obviously they edged out Dallas. That was well documented. And Phoenix was a couple of games behind them. They were 4 games ahead of Los Angeles in that cluster that involved the Lakers, the Kings, the Pelicans, and of course the Warriors. I don't see them falling down.
They might be in a situation where they just have to sign Paul George for some of the reasons that you laid out.
I only laid out one, and it's the arena, but it's also what else are you going to do? And that's what they're paid to know. Like, okay, if we don't do this with Paul George, what are we going to do? Like, are we really banking on Kawhi and James Harden as taking us where we got to go? Because a max from Philadelphia for Paul George isn't a max from the Los Angeles Clippers. Those aren't the same dollar figures. So I don't think Paul George's preference is to leave, but I think there's a lot of – I don't even know that Sixers team is in a better position than this Clippers team is next year.
It's close, but I think the Sixers would be better, in a better spot.
The Sixers with Paul George versus the Clippers with Paul George. Mm-hmm. Is that because of Tyrese? Because I'm afraid some things might start happening with Joel.
Yeah, Tyrese.
And I'm a Joel guy.
Tyrese, but Joel is Kawhi at this point. And then it's like, who's better, Maxey or Harden?
Well,
and they probably still they can go get somebody else too.
Yeah, they got
no players.
But they are putting a lot of money into Tyrese.
Yeah.
And then, if you believe this, Paul George thing, obviously a lot of money would go to him as well.
That'd be a good move for Philly.
Paul George?
Yeah, Paul. That'd be a good move.
Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, and Joel Embiid.
Yeah, and putting Paul George in that situation where he can be kind of the third guy there. Maybe in some instances, whether it's injury or an off night from somebody, he can easily slide into being that second guy and get you 35 or something like that. That I think that's a good spot for him.
Do you think Paul George is aware yet of his the decline might be on the horizon for him?
Oh yeah, for sure.
You think he's aware of that?
Yeah, I think
that's a hard thing for, understandably, for players, for anybody to accept.
I think one of the things that having conversations, and I'm not a professional athlete, but just you can't move the same way.
Mm-hmm.
You have aches that kind of come out of nowhere, and you're just aware of that stuff. You're aware of, man, I can't always jump the same way I would 5 years ago. So he knows. I think he knows. But the other parts of that is you just add different things to your game, right? So your game is a little more floor based, a little bit craftier, and you compensate for not having the same type of athleticism or explosion that you may have had 2-3 years ago. So you just get creative. Get creative.
Yeah, it's on the horizon for a lot of guys. A lot of guys have you mentioned like Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, Joel Embiid. Those guys.
Joel is 30. Is he 30 yet?
I think he's 30, maybe even 31. But not to Joel's a big too. So I feel like it's always a little bit. He's 30. He turned 30 in March. He's it's always a little bit different when you're a big dude. Joel's not going to play till he's 40 like LeBron is, right, or like Steph.
Right.
If Steph wants to, he certainly can. He's a bigger dude. And these years take a toll on him.
Speaking of Steph, did you activate your lifetime fitness membership?
I don't know.
I mean, that's in your wheelhouse.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not. No, I work out at home. That's where I work out at. I work out in my garage where it is extremely hot. The only difference between where I live now and used to is I can actually crack the garage door and get some air in there in the morning.
When you working out when it's hot?
Yo, the garage stays hot.
At 4 a.m.?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Bro, it's 100 degrees outside.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the garage is like 84 degrees or something like that.
You get it in. I like the dungeon environment.
Oh, I like it. Yeah. I like that. But admittedly, I don't know. One day this weekend, I was like, yeah, I can just crack this garage door open and get a little Delta breeze in here and be ready to go. But no, I'm not going to Lifetime Fitness.
Well, I just figured. I mean, that looked like a D-Lo place. The price was right. All that, you know what I mean?
I don't know why you
have either of you ever stepped foot inside of a Lifetime Fitness before?
No, I never have.
Say it ain't so. Come on.
Look at him. Come on, man.
I was trying to set up Kenny. I figured he'd be the guy.
Of course, it's him, not me.
Never meet your heroes, guys.
The funny thing was, which one I've been to? The New York one you were talking about the other day. Yeah, I think that's the only one I've ever been to. It was that one.
The most expensive gym I've ever been in is at Equinox.
Yeah, that's the same thing, right? Like, I mean, the same.
I don't know if
it's
price point.
That's
is
not a
exactly the
$9.99
same.
per month deal.
Let me look at those memberships.
It's not Planet Fitness.
Equinox going crazy. The one I think I was in Redondo Beach, maybe Manhattan Beach. I went in there on a membership. Somebody I was training this guy. He got me a little +1. Like, yeah, come train me in the basketball. Come train at the Equinox.
Does Jeter have one of those in New York? Like it's like the Derek Jeter
right.
Equinox or Equinox or whatever. I feel like he has one of those.
I'm more of a Magic Johnson 24-hour fitness.
There you go.
Place.
There you go.
That's what I can afford. But no, those gyms are fantastic though.
I mean, as long as they, I mean, because when we were looking at the site yesterday with Steph, they got like plunge pools and saunas, and it's literally everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty dope. Like I can't do it, but it's pretty fire.
Yeah.
Lifetime Fitness, if you'd like to sponsor any element of D-Lo and KC on either of our radio stations, please connect with Justine.
Well, you want to sponsor or endorse, because there was.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So our the
I'll
only
post on social media.
the only thing worse than like all staff meetings are the programming only meetings, because those are the ones where, hi, so what if, and it's like a 20, we actually just left. We just had to leave. We were like, man, we've got work to do. Went and did our work, came back, and they were still talking.
Go see the boss in his office, bro.
Like,
well, look,
y'all ever hear of sidebars or
like?
The funny thing is, the meeting didn't really end. People just started walking.
People just
away.
left. They're like, this is just, as soon as you know what it was is Stacy, the boss, took a call, and everyone took that as, all right, we're just leaving. If Stacy does, I'm convinced Stacy faked the phone call.
I was running behind this morning. I text Charlie, hey, Charlie, I'm not going to be able to make the meeting. He's like, yeah, it's finally not going to be able to make it. It goes on another half hour when I get here.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Well, that's because it took them 15 minutes to set up the Zoom link for the two people who weren't here. Like, yo, just fill them in when they get here.
Somebody was answering a question when everybody just walked away.
Just left. I'm telling you, I swear to God, I think Stacy faked the phone call. She put the phone to her ear. Hi, hey.
This is the general rule. This is the general rule too. If the boss is like, all right, yes, we can wrap this up. Anyone else have anything? Don't be like, yeah, I got something. No. Like,
no.
Go to your desk.
Shut up.
Go talk to him later.
Ridiculous.
Oh man.
And then we got field day coming up, which Jesse and I equated to beach day, which you don't get. You're
what
still
season is that?
I think it's 2.
Oh, okay.
I think so. I think it's the last episode or it's
wait, no, that's got to be season 4. No, when they go on the office field day, right? Because that's when Michael and what's her name? His lady.
I don't know. Jan?
No, the other one, the HR lady.
No, I'm talking about beach game.
Oh, beach day.
Yeah, where Michael, the winner of beach day gets his job.
Oh yeah.
I think that's season 2.
Yeah.
I'm not far. I'm right there.
You're not
there.
Yeah. You're not going. I guarantee you, Kenny doesn't see that episode in 2024.
Stop it. I'll be watching like 2 episodes a night.
I'm sorry. What episodes you see last night?
There
wasn't.
I didn't say
was there a game on last night?
It was not.
I didn't say I watch every night. I said when I watch at night, I see like 2,
which has been like twice.
Well,
I'm also glad.
I stand by it. He does not see that episode.
How many episodes is in season?
I'll let you figure it out for yourself. You will not see that episode in 2024.
So glad the company decided to think about us and move beach flag day or whatever we're doing.
Oh my God.
Field day.
They didn't. I mean,
field day. At least they listen to us. At least they listen to us.
Well, wasn't it Saturday before?
That's the bring your kids to the bar day.
That's the picnic.
2 of these.
No, so field day, they scheduled, and it was everyone has to participate. So you guys voice track your show is what they told everyone else, but D-Lo and KC and James and Kyle, we can't do that.
Oh man, I can't go. Oh no.
So it was, hey, that's the day after the draft. I get this isn't, there's no way we can be off. They moved it. So it's like now
move it back.
I don't know what to do now. It's
Move
like,
it back.
I need to think of something. We need to work together on this.
And where is this out? Somewhere out here, right?
We don't know. We're going to like carry eggs on a spoon or something.
We're literally gonna do like beanbag races or whatever they
That's
call
exactly
them.
it.
Yeah.
The potato sack races.
Yeah, the potato sack.
Who's on the grill? They catering?
Me. Oh, there's probably trade. Probably Bennett's though, so it's all right.
Well, I'm mad at that.
We'll come back. Trysta Krick joins us here. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Speaking of the office, you see we got the blood drive truck in the parking lot today?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's out there.
It's with our neighbors. You're never going to see that episode. Do it. Let me see you do it. Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, Kyle. We're going to have a face painting station up there and all that.
Do it. Let me see you do it.
These I don't have them right. I need suggestions from you guys. Like I need like a good one to like. I'm gonna get back to Shogun and all that, but just something I could like just kind of binge. David, I might have to. I heard they're splitting us up into teams. Drew, I'll walk out of there with a temporary Mike Tyson face tat. Patrick tried to put mine on. He's not playing the rest of the series, I think. They say he's walking fine, but that's what everyone says, so I might have to check it out finally. I've been kind of fighting it, but I'll start watching Ted Lasso probably. Easily Paul Pierce.
That guy.
Not my favorite analyst. Sean, this is the one I'm waiting for too. The Boys is fire. Nah, Mark. I started watching like my first early sports memories like around 2002 and stuff. So that's when they had like Antoine Walker and those guys.
Antoine Walker, Kenny Anderson. And they were playing Jason Kidd, and those jackasses in Boston were making fun of Jason Kidd's son. They're like, "Look at his head; he's got a chowder head."
Is that what that's from?
Chowder head. That was not funny. That was wrong. Uncalled for. Platonic. I thought you were suggesting that Jesse watches The Real Housewives of Potomac. The shimmy, Walter McCarty. I love Walter.
My fault, Casey.
I love Walter.
Katrina, I've watched Breaking Bad probably like 3 times over at least. It's one of the best shows ever.
I've never seen Breaking Bad. Never seen it.
Wow. I'm never giving that one a second watch.
Yeah, it's good the second time. I always, if it's really good, I like to rewatch shows and stuff just because you always miss things and stuff like that.
Yeah, I need to run that back one more time, but it was a good show. Breaking Bad was a really good show, but I remember you had to get through like a little bit of it, right? Like the first season or two, or not first season, maybe the first handful of episodes.
Yeah, first few episodes are kind of slow, but after that, it's solid. Another show that ends perfectly too, I think.
Yes, yeah, very good ending.
I just finished season 1 of Snowfall.
Okay,
so solid first season. Good
okay.
stuff.
I missed that show. That was one of the few shows like I was like tabbing it every Tuesday or whenever it was on FX.
Yeah, Snowfall was fire. So was Trysta Krick. She's everywhere. She is all over the place.
See, Crizzing.
She's getting referenced by Cam and Mace now on their show. They like her clip was on the news. Like she everywhere.
When we say the news, we ain't talking about CBS 13. We talking about the news, like NBC News.
Talking about the news.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a shot at CBS 13 too.
No,
wow,
the 13 is to let you know it's a local broadcast.
No, Casey low key hates on local TV stations and all that.
Wait, what? You got me confused with somebody else. I love local TV. I'm the one always leaving it on there after the River Cats game and the episodes of Blackish comes on.
Poor Matt George still waiting for you to shout out his station. Meanwhile,
Man,
it's NBC
wow.
or it's CBS
Shout
or
out
it's
ABC
PBS.
10. Shout out ABC 10. Got love. I got love, man. I got love.
Casey and I were the Fever got just rolled by the Connecticut Sun for like the 40th time this year yesterday. We watched that whole thing unfold during our second show, and man, I think anyone who was paying attention knew it would probably be it'd be a rough season for the Fever, but this is bad. And I don't know why they play New York and Connecticut every night. It's fascinating.
That's their schedule.
Caitlin Clark didn't even play the fourth quarter. That game was so bad.
Yeah. And the Sun they really real. They're really like that.
They absolutely are. My man Richard Deitch over at The Athletic, he wrote a great article dispelling some of the myths surrounding Caitlin Clark, and particularly with the USA basketball equation. You know, I see these clips pop up on my timelines of these guys screaming about how you got to draw interest and you got to do this and you got to do that, and people aren't interested until Caitlin got here, and all of these weird things. Richard was like, that's cool. Like, media's my game. Let's see what we could find. The Olympics in Tokyo, the 2020/2021 Olympics, that gold medal game that started at 10:30 p.m. Eastern time drew 7.9 million viewers. The gold medal game from Rio, 8.1. The gold medal game from London, 10.2. The gold medal game in Beijing, which I think was at 4 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock Eastern time, 5.9 million viewers. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Like how much larger do you think the audience would be? Because I think the audience this year, of course, with the Olympics, everything depends on the time. Everything depends on what time something airs. I think the numbers will all be like there's the interest in women's basketball is crazy right now. But people can't separate the interest of women's basketball with the interest of Caitlin Clark. They're kind of going hand in hand right now.
Yeah.
And social media discourse is bizarre. Talk show discourse is even more bizarre. So Rich just broke out the numbers and said, yeah, there's probably no validity to any of these arguments as they pertain to USA basketball.
It feels like the loudest voices that watch the least have just kind of taken over this whole thing.
Sounds about right.
Could be true.
Yeah, sounds
could be
right.
true.
And much like a lot of stuff that happens a lot of the times that I just kind of hate, like they're just going overboard with what they're saying. Nobody's wrong when they say Caitlin Clark has brought attention to women's basketball, to the WNBA, and the people that love watching her play are giving the league. That's accurate. But nobody would be watching if it wasn't for Caitlin. Now you're just saying whatever at this point, because the numbers have been telling you that there has been an increase steadily throughout the last couple of years of viewership, of ticket sales, of general interest in the league. And they can't just say, hey, Caitlin is adding to this, and helping. Right. It's got to be the extreme. It's got to be the most outlandish thing. And that's kind of annoying, and I hate that, because it takes away from Caitlin and the impact that she is having, and the attention that she is bringing to the league for a person like me, because I see it there, but I'm so tired of the extras. It's like, all right, man, whatever. I don't even want to hear about what she's bringing to the league, because it's always somebody doing too much when you have that conversation. So, yeah, I think this rookie class and these young ladies that are coming into the league, I think they're all bringing in people in their own right and doing their part to bring interest to the game. A lot of people, I'm not here to say it's on necessarily the same level as Caitlin, but a lot of people don't want to acknowledge there's a lot of people that tune in for Angel Reese. A lot of people like Angel Reese. A lot of people like her, and we're gonna, hey, she's playing, I'm checking out the sky, or whatever the case may be. We talked about it last night. Caitlin, they were filled to the rafters for that game in Washington on Friday night.
Yep.
And they'll take video of that and be like, oh, look what Caitlin bringing them out. If that was 18,000 or whatever, Angel did 15 the night before.
Well, they ignored the Sparks.
What was that?
Aces game. Right? That was 17,000 the night before. There's no Angel there. And at some point, one of these people who are screaming about eyes and viewership and interest need to acknowledge A'ja Wilson might be the best basketball player we've seen in the last 2 decades in that league. She's flirting with, because Diana, I love Diana, but Diana, it felt like sometimes Diana just checked out. I'm not really interested in this year. She's A'ja might be like Cynthia Cooper, those Houston comments. She might be the best player since the first 4 years of the league. By the way, as we bring in Trysta Krick here, who's probably the most famous person on the planet right now.
That's a fact.
No.
The highest, the most viewership for a women's basketball game in the Olympics was that 1996 team, that iconic 1996 team, where 23.4 million people tuned in to watch that game.
Man, that's crazy. The other thing that I think about when I think of Caitlin and the argument of we're helping grow the game, I just can't get over the fact that people think the Olympics need help.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
The Olympics do not need help with viewership.
You want to weigh in on this? You had some pretty passionate feelings that were shared by Killer Cam, as well as
Tom Brokaw,
CNN, which was very weird, but it happened.
Is that, by the way, real quick before I give my take, I have a healthy confidence in myself, but even I was like, why? Why would I be used in this?
Because you're out of here.
You're the one.
You got it.
No, but why did they decide NBC News, the NBC national news broadcast? Gotta get Trista's take on this.
You got to,
because you're entertaining.
No, there's no tie-in. There's no tie-in whatsoever. There's no need for that. I'm not I get Killer. I get that. That makes sense to me. But NBC does not. That does not make sense to me. Unless it was local, but it wasn't local. It was the national broadcast. Weird. Very weird.
Your national evening news with Trysta Krick and Tom Brokaw.
I mean, what? That's crazy. I think that that's a farce, that the Olympics as a whole do not need help with viewership. But in general, the women's game and I contacted the people who run the U.S. Olympic Committee and talked to them about what the ratings are for the women's game, how NBC sees the women's game. And I talked to Christine Brennan, who had that clip on CNN and wrote that article in USA Today. And I texted her, former colleague of mine. She's been covering the sport for 30 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And the press corps is like a ghost town for the women's game. That's how dominant we are, right? It's impossible to get coverage internationally, and it's very tough for NBC to put the women's game, or the men's game for that matter, on NBC itself versus CNBC, MSNBC, on these other like side channels. So they don't really care. NBC doesn't, the international media doesn't, and largely fans do not care about Team USA hoops. Mostly, from what I understand, it comes from the fact that that it's a household event, and a lot of times mothers are the ones that are making these viewing decisions, and they don't really care about watching something that they can watch on a day-to-day basis. And so gymnastics, swimming, track and field, those are the sports that really get put to the forefront of the national attention and the spotlight, because there's a limited quantity of opportunity for us to watch that versus basketball, which in this country, it's very common for us to be able to see the best of the best, considering we're so dominant. And we don't really get to see Simone Biles do her thing on that scale and on that stage more than, once every 4 years. So they really do center those sports. And my perspective was, okay, if there's any way that we can get that to those main channels, how do we do that? We create more of a national buzz. And I think even an international buzz, where I think international media, if you can hear a mower, sorry, international media may want to try to get close to Caitlin, to get part of that Caitlin Clark buzz and effect for headlines or their own little ratings or the things that they do. And maybe that gets random casuals to try and find, even if it's not on NBC, to try to find that, to see whether she's cooking, whether there's any time there. So I disagree that the women's game doesn't need help with ratings, because the ratings haven't been great. And a lot of times it's hard to find the ratings because they package the ratings together with other sports. It's very nefarious.
Yeah, I mean,
this is fact. That's not even an opinion. All of this is just fact.
So the women's game, like, this is what I draw from it. The women's game needing help with the ratings or whatever, that can be an argument that you have. The Olympics doesn't care. The Olympics is getting 25 million regardless if they put basketball or gymnastics or swimming on. The Olympics don't need help with the ratings. And I honestly feel, I don't care if Caitlin Clark is there or not. If Simone Biles or Sha'Carri Richardson is on, I don't think they're beating them out and moving them to MSNBC they can get Caitlin Clark on there. So the Olympics, I just never understood that aspect of,
You're right about that, but what about the fact that some of these games are on at really ill-timed times for the United States, right? So sometimes you're getting matchup scheduling at times that we're either like asleep or that are way too early for us to watch. And maybe that gets put into more of a prime time, like we saw in some parts of the World Cup, the Women's World Cup last year. We stunk last year, so last summer. But if we didn't stink, we'd be on at more opportune times for us to want to watch. That's another thing we should.
But I don't know if they would do that, though, because to put them on at a more opportune time, that means they'd have to move or not show track and field. Like track and field and first week swimming, second week track and field, they're always going to get the spot. Like regard, they're gonna work around those two, and then everybody else get it where you fit in. They're not gonna move Caitlin Clark's game or the Team USA game because Caitlin Clark is there to put it at the same time as track and
Not
field.
at the same time, but like shoulder programming, right? It doesn't need to be at 3 a.m., right? So I just mean like not at times where we cannot watch, where I had to wake up. When it was in Tokyo, I had to set my alarm to see Kevin Durant play. I think it might have been Slovenia. I literally had, and that was an awesome matchup. And I think it was at 4 a.m. 1 a.m. your time.
Thank you.
You can stay up.
Just looking, I mean, you know, obviously with Olympics, as you noted there, programming is like the time slots are the most important. But Richard Deitch publicly published these numbers this morning, and when you see numbers like 8 million viewers, 10 million viewers, regardless of the time slots, man, some of these were at night. Like the lowest rated game was the one in Beijing that started in the morning. Like these are tremendous numbers. But as you said, like how this all works as it pertains to the Olympics can get a little wonky.
Yeah, they package it with other stuff, which I think is like, I'd like to know exactly what it is, you know, what the
I remember during the original Dream Team, they would like like they would, well, the Dream Team's up by 97 here in the first quarter. Here's a few minutes of archery. Like and then like, oh man, the archery had these monster ratings. Like, no,
yes.
we were tuning in to see Michael Jordan there.
Yeah, or vice versa. Like Simone Biles doing, you know, this awesome mat performance. Let me just show you 4 minutes of Team USA women's hoops against Japan. They're up 30. And so like the numbers can be very skewed. I saw this though, and I've been feeling that this was coming for weeks from the very beginning, because that's the energy that I have been intuiting, and I couldn't really put my finger on it that it was the case. And now I had a couple of mentions on TikTok where people stitch a video, and as I came on to you guys right before 5 minutes, so this is very fresh, and I'm like stunned and shocked by this, but also not at the same time. A couple women actually stitched my video about the Caitlin Clark missing out on the Olympic roster. And they said, growing the sport is now, that term is now the new all lives matter.
Oh, so they saw a white woman talking about.
But that in general, that concept around Caitlin, that is the new symbol. That is the new trope. That is the new dog whistle for all lives matter. I said, I knew it. I knew that was where we were going with this. And that's stunning to me, because there's fairness, and I don't think Caitlin Clark being centered is fair, considering I'm a fan of the game. And I think Jewel Lloyd is much better than Caitlin Clark and much more entertaining. I think Arike Ogunbowale much more entertaining. The list really, like, I think Courtney Williams is my favorite player to watch in the game. Like, she affects winning in so many damn ways, and she's like my size. I love watching her play. They're more entertaining to me than watching Caitlin Clark. So it's not fair, but from a business perspective, considering that the max salary is $242,000, and that the Liberty Joe Tsai had gotten fined because he wanted to give his players private plane rides to their, you know, destinations to play games, and just how badly the game has been treated. If that's the person that is the impetus or the greatest catalyst, then it is what it is from a business perspective.
Yes and no, though. I mean, no, like, I don't know necessarily like when it became about, you know, just the business, right? Like, don't you think that would add to the resentment of Caitlin Clark, of her getting a spot that you can make the argument she doesn't deserve over somebody who's more deserving?
In what way is deserving to be the star?
Deserving to be on. I think she's talented enough to be on the team, right? Like, I think she's she's a talented enough player to be on the team. But you could make the argument there are more deserving when you talk about putting in the time at the professional level, maybe even just talent right now, just a better basketball player right now. Her getting picked over somebody that's more deserving to be on that team just because people like to watch her play. Don't you think that might add to the resentment?
Oh, absolutely. But I also
I don't think that's fair.
Why not?
But I don't think that's fair either.
Because
but
she's not trash.
No, but she doesn't have to be trash. Like there's 12 slots. She could be the 15th best player. Why does she get to go from 15 to 11?
Because I think there's an argument. I think that's what we're talking about. Is like her being on the team isn't egregious. Her being off the team isn't egregious.
Not at all. Not at all.
So I think that's if she was Neemias Queta and made the team, like, yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
But
she was
she's not like
to the camp and couldn't go because she took her trash ass team to the Final Four twice in a row to the national championship.
If you were just rankings, the 11th best player
is Diana Taurasi in the top 12 of all WNBA players right now?
She's better than Caitlin today.
No, we're not talking about whether she's better than Caitlin.
Today.
I'm not asking if she's better than Caitlin. I'm asking you for your argument, which is she one of the 12 best players in the sport?
Right now, she is.
I don't think she is, but that's not how USA. I don't think that she is, but that's not how USA basketball works.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is I'm using Kenny's criteria to say that that's not how this goes. Because if that was how it went, Diana would not be on the team. But there's other factors, legacy, 6 gold medals.
To be fair, there's people who have a problem with Diana on the team.
There are.
I have a problem.
But that's what I'm saying. People have a problem with Diana.
There's a player on the team who hasn't played a basketball game yet. Who hasn't played a basketball game in months.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There's a player. The thing that really sucks that I hate the most is there is this lethal combination of the Caitlin crew that doesn't actually watch basketball, that they just know that she's a white girl in this world, and they're going to help her navigate it. And Brittany, that is a lethal combination of social media behavior. And I mean, and from a basketball perspective, purely basketball, Brittany's not one of the 12 best players in the world.
She is not, but we need bigs. And so that's kind of the reason. That makes sense. Like, that makes sense to me.
We need bigs to compete with who?
Well, yeah. I don't even know who is.
Yeah, like Lauren Jackson's not out there. Like like it's fine. But again, we're talking. I'm using your line about the 12 best basketball players in the world. That's not what this Olympic team is.
No, it's not. And if Caitlin Clark went to UConn, Caitlin Clark would be on this team.
Well, that's facts. That is 100% accurate. There's no way to. We said this yesterday. The phrase "such and such who went to UConn was snubbed off this team." That phrase has never been uttered before.
And if you look at CP, DT, and Stewie as rookies, there's a lot of, they accomplished more at the college level than Caitlin when they came to the Olympics as rookies. UConn is invalidated from that argument because they have 80% of the best players in the college game. So,
and we might be inching towards South Carolina being next.
I also think the talent pool is different.
Yes, but UConn's always going to dominate. That's like that. And at that point, definitely was dominating. The Tennessee team, if you look at who Candace Parker was playing with, oh my God, like really,
look at the next year.
Yeah.
Look at the next year.
So then look at Caitlin, and she went to 2 national titles, took out South Carolina, an undefeated team, and then took out the national champion in LSU. And she didn't have very much talent on that team with her, right? So like she beat South Carolina, loses the LSU in the national championship 2 years ago, and then beats LSU the next year, the defending champ, and then faces South Carolina in the championship game. So she's beaten, her team has beaten the back-to-back national championships in different years, just in opposite years. So I think you can make the case if Diana Taurasi was deserving in her rookie year, if Stewie was deserving in her rookie year, if Candace Parker was deserving in her rookie year, hell, if Christian Laettner was deserving in his rookie year on the Dream Team, and if Anthony Davis was deserving in his rookie year on the Redeem Team, then there's absolutely a case for Caitlin Clark to be deserving.
There's for sure a case. I guess my thing is I just didn't think this was a big deal.
I didn't
think this.
Well, I knew it would be a big deal, but it was gonna. But here's the other side of it. It was gonna be a big deal if she didn't make the team, which she didn't, or if she did make it. Because the conversation would be almost exactly the same. If she made the team, it would be about Arike or what one of these players wouldn't be on it.
I sent you a video, Damien, yesterday of a video from 4 years ago where I called out that DT made the team over NECA. I've been
4 years ago.
I've been fighting the good fight on DT being off this team.
Well, four years ago, I thought was the swan song for Birdie and Diana. And Diana was just like, no, I'm just going to go again.
Right.
Do it again.
That's what she does. But my thing is, like if she made the team, to me, it wouldn't be a big deal. Like it's whatever. She's on the team. She's a good enough player to be on the team. It's fine. The fact that she didn't make the team, it's not a big deal. Right now is not her time. She's gonna win 4 gold medals probably. Like she's gonna be on the Olympic team moving forward almost forever. 3 months after her last college game, her not making the Olympic team, it's okay. 3 months after her last college game, if she would have made the Olympic team, that would be cool too. But like you said, Damien, I understand why it's a big deal. I just don't think it's a big deal one way or the other. It's fine. And she probably still gonna get on the team. And if Chelsea can't go and she gets on the team, that'll be fine too.
I don't think she'll go. I think she'll say no.
I don't think that'll happen.
You don't think so? You don't say no
to you don't say no to USA basketball.
Or unless you want to be De'Aaron Fox and never get invited again.
Well, unless you want to be Candace Parker.
Yeah.
Candace Parker Gino kept her off of the 2016 team. By that point, she was just like, F you guys. I'm out. Don't call me again. And I can't blame her for that. Like USA basketball is extremely political. And there's zero chance that if Caitlin was called hey, Caitlin, the plane's on the runway. I need you to get here. She's on the way.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think that's your point is correct. And that's the thing that frustrates me is that people are making these arguments like Team USA basketball or Team USA anything is based solely on merit and isn't like an intrinsically highly political, cliquey, high school situation. And then you add in the fact that like let's be real, like DT probably Michael Jordan, Caitlin Clark. Like she probably was.
Oh, don't do that. No, don't do that.
I'm not saying that she alone was the leader of the cabal.
Stop.
But I think if asked, DT's probably like her time will come.
Isaiah Thomas came out with a YouTube video detailing that he did not freeze out Michael Jordan. Did you see that?
From the All-Star game.
Yeah.
From the All-Star game? Tremendous.
He had a video breaking down all the passes.
Oh
my God. Oh my God.
But the coach of Team USA Women's as well was they found her old tweets where she said the W is more than just one player. So she kind of has some sort of something.
Old tweets from where? From years ago?
No. Like Caitlin's first game.
It's a week ago.
Just a week ago. Whatever, like a month ago, whatever it was, 3 weeks, 5 weeks ago.
So Cheryl Reeves tweeted?
Yeah, there's something there. Either she liked something, retweeted something, or actually said it herself. I saw it come across my timeline the other day. Look it up.
So here's what I've got 20 minutes into this. The world is conspiring against Caitlin Clark.
I don't think so. I don't think it's
no, because you have Cheryl Reeves and Diana Taurasi right now conspiring against Caitlin Clark.
I think conspiring is too heavy-handed. I think the world is much more nuanced in excluding and including people for things. I don't think this is like some like make phone calls, send emails like web. Conspiracy implies like a web. I think it's a couple of like, like check the temp. And like the temp is cool. So like, and then you add in the fact that that there were people who were interviewed that said we took into consideration, we thought her fan base would be upset if she didn't get as many minutes as they wanted her to get. And so that was a part of our decision as well.
Which they would. I mean, that would be a circus.
Yeah, I think in general, there's like
you keep her off. I'm just saying, like, the fact that is something that probably would happen. They won by 50, but Caitlin played 12 minutes. She should have played 25. That's a story.
Cheryl is not very active on Twitter, just for the record. Like,
did you see anything? I saw something.
No, I'm scrolling links. I'm scrolling like, no, there's nothing here.
I described it. I don't know.
I'm just listening to the birds. This woman is the coach of the third best team in the entire league. She's the coach of the Olympic team. I don't think she's out here tweeting. It's just my opinion. It's not a lot
let's see. No,
not even a lot of like tweets.
I see it right here. Let's see. She said,
birds are active.
She's in a what are they called?
Birds are active.
Sanctuary. What are they called?
Oh yeah, here it is. Cheryl Reeve tweeted on May 3rd, 2024, because it was Indiana. They did a keep up with the preseason action. Dallas Wings versus the Fever. Let's start this season off right. This is the WNBA. Indiana takes on Dallas for the first preseason matchup of the year. Download the WNBA app for free access to the night's game. Local Wings fans can watch on Bally Sports, blah, blah. Cheryl Reeve goes, all caps. Also in action tonight are the Lynx versus the Sky at 7. Though fans won't be able to watch, Lynx fans can go to the Lynx app to follow along play-by-play, or if you are in market, come to the game as we start the season off right. Hashtag the W is more than one player. Hashtag 12 teams. I'm just saying, bro.
So you know what's funny about that? That's the game they forgot to stream. That was the game they forgot to stream. The court side, the fan streamed the game that the entire league was watching because it was Angel Reese's first game. And that was the night that Cheryl said, I'm fearful that this league isn't equipped to handle the growth that it's experiencing right now.
Her included.
Has anybody gotten the Wemby effect of the Fever being on national TV yet? Because I don't know, Trysta, if you ever felt this way, but by let's see, mid-December, maybe early January, we'd be in here and we'd be like, oh, what games are on? On ESPN, Spurs, Lakers. I don't want to see this anymore. This team is garbage. That's how we felt about Wemby. Like, yes, Wemby's cool. He's going to have his time. I'm sick of seeing these sorry-ass Spurs on national TV all the time. Have we gotten to that point with the Fever yet?
I mean, we're pretty close. I think also, really quick, not to go back to what blew up. I don't know why it blew up, but I tweeted last night that Christy Sides benched Caitlin midway through the third quarter. And at what point do we ask whether she's the right coach for this team? And that thing got, like 300,000 views. Like, why? I don't know. I thought we'd been all kind of on.
I actually didn't.
Sides, not.
I didn't take it that way. Did she actually get benched? I thought like they were down by like 40.
Yeah, they were down close to 40.
It was like 20, and she didn't bring her back in. She had like 4 fouls, and it was like 4 minutes left in the third. or maybe it was 4 minutes into the third. It was like midway
maybe that's
through
when the 20-point lead went to 40, and she was like, "Dude, forget it."
Possibly.
But the gist of what you just asked is fair. She is not a very good coach.
Yeah, and I think like the rotations are weird. She's giving DNPs to players that were getting like 20 minutes a couple of weeks ago and actually putting up numbers. And the people are like, Caitlin Clark should have been benched. Like, she had a bad game. She had more turnovers than anybody else on her team. Like, why wouldn't she be benched? And that is insane to me. And the Fever are a bad team. We should not have them on national television. Absolutely. But the discourse that, like, we need to be playing through Aaliyah Boston, because that's how the W has always functioned. We play through our bigs. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't
enjoy watching the Fever get their ass kicked every night, but
no.
if Caitlin fans are tuning in to see Caitlin and they're getting introduced to the Connecticut Sun or to the Dallas Wings or to Cameron Brink and the Los Angeles Sparks or whoever, then yeah, that's good.
It's just all too extreme for me. Like, I enjoy watching Caitlin Clark play basketball, and there's nothing more to that. I don't think she's the greatest. I don't think she's this terrible rookie. I don't think people are doing something to her. I don't think that she's, a damsel in distress. Like, it's just, she's tough. She's a hooper. She's out there playing. She's a rookie. Her team stinks. That's all there is to it. And I'm just watching her rookie year. That's all it is. I'm watching her rookie year. I'm watching Angels rookie year. I'm watching the Aces and what they're doing. If they can get a three-peat, I'm just watching the league. But everything is just all so extreme. And it's like
the Aces are in trouble right now. They are not playing good basketball right now.
They are not.
I don't think Jackie played that last game either, huh?
Is that the Sparks one? Yeah. I don't think she did. I think she's sick. That COVID is beating the hell out of people right now.
It's back. COVID's back. I know somebody. You had COVID. That was you.
It didn't leave. COVID never left.
Back with a vengeance.
No, I know, but it's like
beating people's asses right now.
That's what I mean by back. You know what I mean? Like, it was latent and dormant and doing its thing, and now it's hitting homers. Now it's that Aaron Judge, like, home run leader.
Aaron Judge is hitting bombs. My gosh, that one he hit on Sunday night was crazy. I didn't even get a chance to ask Trysta about Dan Hurley.
Oh, I
was listening to the heat check, and it was popping off. And
well, you don't exactly look like you're rushing off to work, so yeah, we can kick it.
F it.
We can talk Dan Hurley.
Yeah.
What commercial?
What commercial? What do you want to know? Like, because it's just a word, that's just a name. I'm super excited. I can go any direction.
She is amped.
I know. Just where do you want to start with? Dan Hurley, go.
Damn, that was very greeny of you right there. That's very greeny of you.
Is there a more
hey, come on. We lost Trysta recognized her unfortunate. That's fine. No, everybody regroup. It's a professional radio show right here.
That was inadvertent. That doesn't get
I got you.
There's no whistle. That was, when they say, "Oh, scratch that inadvertent contact." Like,
no, that's fine.
Incidental.
Oh man.
Is there a more delicious, like, Venn diagram than the Lakers getting screwed over and looking terrible, and then, like, the behind the scenes of the media beef that occurs on a day-to-day basis, and then, like, this storied legacy that's starting and, like, bubbling up, and, like, this the college game changing and evolving, and people saying it's dying, and, like, everything that Dan Hurley is. It's just all very delicious to me. This is, like, perfect for me. If
great.
Dan Hurley would have gone to the Lakers, I would have been in mourning. Honestly. As someone
I don't think he ever, like,
and he thinks it was a work.
Well, I don't know if it was a work, but I think he always knew what he wanted to do, which was stay in UConn. I think he did his due diligence and had like conversations with the Lakers because I think the NBA intrigues him. I think the Lakers job intrigued him and all this other stuff. But I never thought we got to the point where Dan Hurley was like, I think I'm gonna do this. And then he like went back on the UConn side. I don't think he ever really, as long as UConn showed him enough love, I think he was always gonna stay.
Jeff Good is mine, but I don't think that's real. I think a lot of this is a work as well, because logically, it feels like a perfect opportunity for multiple parties to find a way to get what they want. I think with Woj saw an opportunity to dunk on Shams and to make Shams look like he didn't know what he was doing, because behind the scenes, when you've been reporting that JJ Redick was the lead candidate for weeks now, for quote unquote weeks now, they've been targeting Dan Hurley, and you didn't know that because you're the slappy. And I'm the one on the inside knowing what's going on. And then the Lakers saw an opportunity to maybe get Rob Pelinka loves nothing more than to win the PR headline day. Like, that's what he loves. He doesn't care if it's substantive or not. That Russell Westbrook trade was going to happen whether it made sense or not, because it was flashy and it dominated draft day, and nothing
R.I.P. Kuzma to the Kings.
R.I.P. And nothing's more flashy than hiring a big-time college coach that already turned down Kentucky and as back-to-back national titles, and like would shock the world and look like they were very thorough and buttoned up and very secretive, and they have no leaks in their organization, which we know they do. And then Dan Hurley saw it as an opportunity to finally get paid fairly for his services. And you can't say no to an NBA opportunity, at least to evaluate it, because then it looks like you're not interested in the NBA. And I knew he was not going to take the job outside of the fact that the job made no sense. I said that immediately. This makes no sense for him. I know more about Dan Hurley than maybe any other coach in the league. All I do is watch Dan Hurley clips. I love him so much.
That is an amazing sentence.
He has made me $5,000 or more this year.
Now it makes sense.
That's how much I love Dan Hurley, and I'm already in on Dan Hurley 3P. I've been talking about that for months. So it didn't make sense. Like, everything that Dan Hurley does and how he goes around and does his process to evaluate talent and bring in talent, and how he coaches. And like he says, like, one player can be a cancer to an organization. There's plenty of cancers in the Lakers right now, including those in the front office, like Linda Rambis. So that was never made sense. But when he told Woj he was impressed and compelled with the vision presented to him, I knew it was a work. No chance. I knew that was a line to be like, I am really, truly considering this, UConn. You better step up to the plate. I am thinking about going. Wooden three-peat aside, this is the LA Lakers, and they have given me a compelling vision, and I am impressed.
I agree with Trysta. I don't think he ever really.
So he was using Woj.
I don't know about that.
I think Woj called Dan and was like, "Hey, I've got a perfect opportunity for you to get paid." Lakers are striking.
Oh, this is a high-level conspiracy that you're spitting out here right now.
From what I understand, Woj and Dan are like this, like besties.
I believe that is correct.
And he wrote the book on St. Anthony's, and they've been thick as thieves. When Dan Hurley did his extension, Woj is the one that broke it, even though he does not cover the college game. Shams puts out that tweet, and I think Woj is seething. I think he's saying, JJ Redick, that was not supposed to get out. We've been kind of chattering about it, but Shams quote tweets it, maybe reports it. Maybe they're talking about other things. And he's like, would you ever be interested in the Lakers? Because, like, I think the Lakers would be interested in you. How much do you think they'd pay? I don't know, but it's more than $5 million. And you have stalled out on your extension talks. Maybe this could be an opportunity for either you to get an egregious level of money, $100 million, which you probably can't say no to, and Andrea would be fine with saying goodbye to the East Coast temporarily for. And if it doesn't work out, you still get your $100 million. And worst case, you go to LA for a couple
Andrea's
of days.
his wife, by the way.
Andrea's
She's
his
just
wife.
kind of threw that right. Yeah, that's his wife.
Andrea, what a gangster. I sat next to her at the Phil Knight Invitational. She's awesome. And that's when I fell in love with UConn, actually, in Portland. And I think he's like, worst case, you go to LA for a couple days. You say you're taking your time to evaluate this. You go back to UConn and get something close to the offer that they give you. Win, win, win.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
That is very Vince McMahon. Like, this is a WrestleMania level work right here.
It is. It is. There are some things in there that I was like, I don't know. Feels a little Power-ish. You know, like I'm watching an episode of Power just a little bit. But when you combine the fact that I just a feeling, I'm not connected like Trysta, but I just don't really think Dan Hurley ever really was going to go to the Lakers. That's just the feeling I get. You combine that with the Woj Shams situation. Trysta said something that was very interesting, and this leads to what we were talking about earlier. I think it has been going around circles that the Lakers wanted JJ Redick. Whoever's telling, I don't know, but like some people are getting some sources that JJ's been the one the whole time. But nobody was supposed to say anything, and then Shams said something, and it pissed Woj off. I think Woj was hearing the same thing, and Shams actually like went and talked about it, and then that's where we kind of get into the power aspect of the theory, because you know it does take some turns. But I see Trysta.
I got
cooking.
another turn for you
Trysta cooking
that we haven't talked about yet. I got another turn for you. Your boy, her boy, your boy, cousin Shams. He's in a contract year.
So
yeah, no, I knew that. Actually, I knew that. He told me his deal is up when my deal is up in September.
Of course, he told you that. Like, we're finding out through other people. But yeah, why don't you just call Shams and get the scoop on what exactly is going on here? That's your boy.
Well, somebody close to Shams and another person close to the Lakers.
I'll leave Kate out.
Immediately when I put out my first Dan Hurley video, like that the Lakers fumbled the bag, they were like, listen, it's deeper than that. And they kind of set the groundwork for the behind the scenes. So this is not just, I don't know if this is fact, but this isn't well sourced, but this is double sourced. That is the notion. And then you have Shams come out and say on Pat McAfee today and on Get Up, which like, why is Shams on ESPN, by the way? When Woj is supposed to be
Shams was on ESPN?
He was on Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, he was on ESPN today. Anyhow, saying, I don't think that the Dan Hurley deal was ever real, and I don't think there was any amount of money that he was ever going to take to go to the Lakers.
Shams is crazy. Yo, Shams is crazy.
Can I tell you?
Shams is a fool. Hey, he's crazy for that one. I didn't hear that. He's crazy for that one.
Yo, can I tell you how furious I would be if I was Adrian Wojnarowski and you put him on my network to say that?
Oh, man.
Oh, I'd be furious.
Oh, Shams is wild for
Especially this tweet is how I knew he was trying to cover his tracks, dog. Hold on, let me read it really fast because if I read Woj, sorry. When I read this, I was like, okay, hold up. He said, no, it says, as swept away as Hurley became by the Lakers' courtship and vision for him, he ultimately couldn't walk away from a chance to make history and pursue a third straight NCAA title. Even before the Lakers talks, Hurley already had a UConn offer to become one of the highest paid coaches in the NCAA, and those talks will continue per sources.
That swept away is crazy.
Swept away.
Swept away is crazy. I couldn't get past that.
Come on. The commentating in the reporting is what gives you away, Mike G.
Tom said there was never an offer.
He was never taking any amount of money that the Lakers were going to offer. And he followed up by saying he was never their number one choice.
I saw that.
He's living on that hill. Okay, let me tell you this, Trysta. Both of you guys are more connected than me. I'm just out here just thinking, right?
No, D'Lo and KC are connected.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
True. You know, I mean, I'm still not on Damian level. I mean, this guy goes to Lifetime Fitness. I don't. But
isn't Lifetime Fitness like $79 a month?
It's $215, and no, that is not where I work out.
How do you know what Lifetime Fitness is per month?
We looked it up yesterday because Steph Curry was working out at the Lifetime Fitness in Folsom. This is what happens when you don't provide context to people. This is what happens when you talk the way that you do. Like, people think that this stuff is real. This show is a work.
I went to Lifetime Fitness at 22, though, like in Scottsdale, Arizona, and it was like $119 a month, I think.
Yeah, they didn't move on up now. They didn't move on up.
But I think that must be like the platinum package in the Bay Area.
Fam, we are not in the Bay Area. We're in Sacramento, and he was in.
Oh, so Steph was at the Lifetime in Sacramento?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I did not know
Saturday
that.
evening.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Has it ever been? What was he doing?
Somebody said Kim Bazemore lives out here, and he was visiting Kim Bazemore.
Okay,
but I'm still not sure if that's what. Does Kim Bazemore live in Sacramento? Don't answer that. Don't worry about it.
Didn't we see Kent Bazemore getting popcorn or something?
Yeah,
he was at the
Kings games often.
Yes, we did. We did
playoff games. Yeah.
We were together. I was thinking that. Like,
That's right, yeah.
He was really funny with us too. It was great. We were in the elevator. Remember they were tripping in the elevator?
The elevator Nazi that was there. Yeah. Like,
that's what it was. And he was like,
hey, yo. That was the scariest I've ever been at the Golden One Center. This woman was serious about that elevator.
Oh man. But Tristan, my thought and my theory is JJ outpriced himself. I feel like they had talks, that informal, whatever, if you want to say it's the first meeting, whatever. I think they talked, and I feel JJ outpriced himself.
And this is where Kenny loses me.
And the Lakers were like, we spending that money. Let's go see if we can get Dan Hurley.
I think they didn't want to wait for JJ. If it's a 7-game series in the finals, you're up against it. If he can't even come to a handshake agreement with you and you're right up against the NBA draft and free agency, what are we doing here? So I think once there was an opportunity, which literally was 5 days ago, not many weeks ago, to maybe get Dan Hurley, then they were like, F it, let's try at least and say that we've been doing a thorough search. I don't know how thorough a podcaster, a college coach, and James Borrego are, but hey, like, you do you, baby. And also, like, I just feel we're not talking enough. I think I may be the only one that thinks this is absolutely wild. We're not talking enough about the fact that Linda Rambis has the most power within the LA Lakers organization of anyone. I don't know Linda Rambis.
That's Jeannie's version of Justine.
Kurt Rambis's wife, former Laker girl, who was like Jeannie Buss's sidekick in the 70s and was married to Kurt, is now running the Lakers. And her relationship with Rob Pelinka is keeping Rob Pelinka employed. What are we doing?
You know, you mentioned something, Tristan, on the heat check. The Lakers,
I mean, at some point we do have to go to commercial.
Oh, it's 43.
So either we need to
we
extend the segment, but we do have to go
to.
There's nowhere else to put.
Tell me at break. Tell me at break.
I'll tell you at break.
All right. Well, it's D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
That was a bad break. That was a bad break. Such a low effort break.
Break. Yeah. We'll do that.
But what you said that is pretty spot on is the Lakers are kind of a mom and pop shop. Like they don't have tech money. They don't have all the Lakers money is from the Lakers.
Yes.
Which is still a lot of money, but it's not Ballmer coming in here with Microsoft money and then just kind of on the side owning a basketball team.
Even Matt Ishbia or Dan Gilbert or James Dolan, who owns multiple teams, or even the man with the shrimp fork, Tillman Fertitta.
Yeah, what's he, a cruise guy, a hotel guy, or something like that?
No, he did like some shrimp restaurants and some like shrimp distribution, seafood. And Joe Tsai, obviously, with Alibaba. And I mean, it's literally, I mean, obviously, it's like the rags to riches up by your bootstraps, like the way that Jerry Buss bought the team and kept the team and raised it to this level. But he was an engineer and owned, real estate, and he had to buy the Lakers in a trade.
Right.
What? Did he trade the Chrysler building for it?
Yeah.
And if you believe winning time, even when he had the Lakers, he couldn't do nothing without his ex-wife.
That's right.
Yeah.
Needed her to sign off on.
And we know winning time was true.
Yes. Do you like Clipped?
I haven't seen it. I heard it was so bad.
You gotta watch it.
I gotta watch it.
It's so bad you gotta watch it. You have to.
Really?
You have to see Blake. You've got to see Chris Paul cry. You have to watch it.
Chris Paul's crazy.
I'll see it. I'll watch that.
Uncle
I'll
Murder.
watch that. All right, guys. Well, that was fun.
It was fun. Look, we didn't. The sun didn't changed since you've been on the.
Yeah, that's true.
It didn't change the course.
5:46 out there. Man, look at that.
Where's my Fox family?
Wow. What is that out? Is that like a chair under the tree?
Yeah.
What is that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a bench. It's like a metal bench with a couple of tables. And there's like 5 areas to sit down. I got to show you guys my vegetable garden sometime soon.
Oh yeah, I'm with that. What vegetables are you growing?
I got 4 tomato plants. I got 4 cucumber plants. And I've got 2 squash plants. I've got mint. I've got sorrel. And I've got parsley.
I don't really like mint in my food.
Don't let Melvin start growing weed in your vegetable garden.
I won't. I will not. The fox built a hole in the planter box so that it could just lay down in the cool soil.
That's his.
Let him live.
Yeah, that's his place.
I looked at him like, what is this huge hole? Yeah, mint goes in the smoothies, Damien. That's where it goes.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was saying I don't like it in food. So
yeah. I put it in
smoothies or drinks. I'm all for that.
Yeah, I put it in I make like a chocolate avocado mint. It's like kind of tastes like a chocolate mint smoothie.
Is the avocado cold?
Yeah.
That's the way to go.
Yeah, and then the frozen fruit. So it's like either blueberries or frozen cherries, chia seeds, hemp seeds, green powder.
For that.
You know what it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kenny's probably just eating like a waffle or something in the morning.
Tacos.
Or cake, tacos.
Didn't have tacos today.
Tacos. Yeah.
But I got a wife that cooks. She cooking some good stuff. We had some dirty rice, some green beans, and what else she made? Some baked chicken.
Ooh.
We always make sure we eat good. When it's up to me, like when she's out of town, it's Little Caesars.
Why are you wearing a White Sox hat? They're the worst team in the sport, historically speaking.
Because it's a black hat. I wear any baseball hat except for a Dodger hat.
Okay, Lake Show.
I just watched the video.
Okay, Lake Show.
I don't. We're talking baseball. Where does Lake Show come into play?
You just said it.
Dodgers.
Dodgers can go to hell. But I just saw a 3-minute video of all the hats that their meaning in LA. You literally can't wear anything.
Oh, they're racist?
Added hats.
No, I don't think they're racist.
No, they're just gang.
Gang you said meaning, and you were like persona non grata meaning. I was like, oh, it's some like Aladdin stuff.
They've added NBA and NFL hats to them.
Wow.
Can't wear the Steelers. Can't wear the Niners.
You just better
can't wear a Saints hat.
You're gonna have to wear one of them Rob Lowe NFL hats.
That might mean something.
Yeah, might mean.
I think I have to get to work. Pretty sure.
Okay. Well, go do that. We don't.
I'll see you guys.
All right, homie.
Oh, I think I'm on your station at some time now, right?
You are.
That's right.
Yeah.
6 o'clock.
Yep.
Yeah.
6 o'clock, 6 to 7.
Yep.
Shout us out. Shout us out.
I will.
Be like all my people in Sacramento. What up?
I think Ashu did a promo for y'all, and I was like, oh boy.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll see y'all. I'm gonna put the.
Did he do it in the most douchiest manner imaginable? What is that?
Is that an Oreo?
That's the cap for the. That's the cap for the.
Oh, got you. Yeah. All right. All
That's
right,
me
homie. Have a good day
signing
at
off.
work.
All right.
Okay.
See you guys. Have a good
All
one.
right. Still there.
Oh man. Oh, she's back. Now she's
Yep,
gone.
no, she still has an Exodus out that. She watching. Now she's gone. Oh man. Okay. Hey, if y'all want to come out, man, we'll be at Concerts in the Park coming up on Friday.
Yeah, man.
It's a free show. Pull up.
Yeah, man. The Friday, Cesar Chavez Park.
And then
it's gonna be warm, but it ain't gonna be too hot. So yeah, come on out. Check out some good live music.
And then on Saturday, we'll be in Oak Park.
That's right, man. Shout out Oak Park for their for St. Hope's Juneteenth celebration. When that starts at 5, I think.
I believe start time is 5. That might be 4.
Yeah, it might be just 4 o'clock. Just get there at 4 o'clock. It's gonna be
get
good
there.
time, man.
Get there early. I'm just debating on whether I go to Fixins before or after.
Might as well make it after.
Because there's no point in being that close to Fixins and not going. Like that, that'd be ridiculous.
That would be asinine.
It would be.
So
at least get
some. Check us out. We and if anybody's going to Janet Jackson tonight, be in the building.
Yeah, come pull up. We'll be outside of the building too. Kenny refuses to go inside but Nelly gets off the stage.
That's not true.
So
Nelly might be listening to the show right now and hear that nonsense. And Nelly, if you are, I got love for Nelly, man. I got love for Nelly. I just don't like the country song, and I don't like Ride With Me. But other than that, it's fine. I'll be hyped. I know the words.
EI.
That's my favorite song.
EI's your favorite?
Yeah,
over Country Grammar?
It's a tie.
Okay.
EI's that's the one.
Yeah, so we'll be at Janet Jackson tonight following the KSFM show. We'll be out at the KSFM 10 if you want to pull up. It will be hot tonight. Thus, while I'm dressed the way that I am, it'll be 4 buttons down the second we step outside.
Damian Jefferson.
Man, this shirt getting unbuttoned so far, it might embarrass Richard Jefferson. I told the insiders it's so hot, you might see my belly button out there.
Oh, man.
Ramsey. This is a bad transition to Ramsey. He's going to be super serious. 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
And it's heat my damn self in these 100-degree weather and counting. But yeah, I just want to get back to talk about the WNBA real quick. I know you saw it. How Queen Dejanay Carrington took Caitlin Clark's cornbread at the end of the first half last night.
Oh, that was tough.
Dejanay's man,
That's tough.
The whole rookie year.
Yeah,
I mean, since they've played 9 times.
Yeah,
it's been an issue. Yeah, she's one of the premier defenders.
She might be defensive player of the year right now.
That's what she does.
Just touched the ball, took it, laid it up, beat the buzzer, and Caitlin was just stuck.
And nothing you could do about that. Just go back, inbound the ball, and keep it moving. Just go back, inbound the ball, keep it moving. Yeah, that was a hell of a play. It's one of those tough ones too, where it's like it's embarrassing because
it's in the open.
It's just right there, and there's nothing there but space and opportunity.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do. They had another side plot to this is one of my favorite side plots in the league. Dejanay and her ex were talking after the game, and they were right behind whoever was getting the post-game interview. So they're talking and having this back and forth, and it's just in the background, and nobody is even paying attention to what the post-game interview is saying.
If you can get
to decipher what's going on,
if you can get connected to the relationship drama in the league, boy, that like you can find all sorts of subplots throughout games and teams and all that. Like we were talking about Dewana yesterday. Didn't Dewana Bonner go to Connecticut because that's where her wife is, was like years ago? Yeah, like she left Phoenix because like no, I want to go play with my girl. And I think at the time it was her girl. They got married. They've been together since.
She got married like a year ago, right?
I don't know. It feels like it was a little longer than that.
Well, yeah, they got the video of that. The cameraman changes the angle so we can get so we can get what's going on. They're talking about something. It is pretty funny. I don't know if it's an argument or a friendly conversation. I can't tell. I'm watching it again right now. Oh man. Yeah, W's having a hell of a year. W's having a hell of a year.
Did Candace go to? Oh, maybe I made that whole thing up. Why the hell did she go to Connecticut then? Maybe because Candace retired. Maybe that's what it was. She's with Candace Dupree. I think she's still with Candace Dupree. Hopefully they are.
Happy birthday, Diana Taurasi, 42 years old.
Man. All right, DT. Go. Oh, happy anniversary to the time Vince McMahon blew up in a limousine. It's the 17th anniversary of Vince blowing up in a limousine.
Oh, man. There was another on this day wrestling anniversary.
On this day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can't remember what it was, though. I saw it earlier. I was going to pull it back up, but no, it's not coming up. But yeah, maybe that was it. I don't think it was, but I think there was something else that happened.
That limo blowing up is comedy.
Man.
Just comedy.
He gets in there.
Looks around. Door kind of stays open. Foot goes inside and boom.
Oh man. Oh, look, where's it at? It was
well, I'll give you time to look for it because I actually think we have to go to commercial.
Oh.
We don't. No, we don't have to go to commercial. Jesse says, "The hell with you and your commercial break." On this
day 30 years ago, The Undertaker returned on the Heartbreak Hotel. $1 Million Man.
Oh, the fake Undertaker.
Yeah.
Wow. Who lived through The Undertaker versus The Undertaker in 1994? SummerSlam, by the way, at the United Center in Chicago.
That had little Kenny Caraway in a chokehold because I remember I had to go to the fair that day of SummerSlam with my cousin Mike, and I was like, "Nah, bro, we can't be here the whole time." We were 11. We can't be here the whole time, man. We got to leave and go watch SummerSlam, bro. Undertaker versus Undertaker. Then there was another match too, right? It was almost like a co-main.
Brett and Owen in a steel cage.
That's what it was.
Brett and Owen in a steel cage. Then they had, I think it was Shawn, Diesel, and Razor, and maybe the Kid was the other one involved. But Walter Payton was a part of that.
Oh, that SummerSlam
match.
was stacked.
That was kind of stacked. Yeah, it was. I mean, for 1994 era wrestling, like there's some that cage match with Brett and Owen was crazy.
Yeah.
Undertaker deserves really more respect on the show. I'll say too.
You know what? You're right.
Proper respect.
Thank you.
No, he does. Like we've discredited the Undertaker a little bit. Like he's.
I think we've properly credited the Undertaker. He ain't top 10.
I don't think that's true. Yeah, I don't think that's true.
You think he is?
I think he is top 10.
He's moments. You put whoever with him, that's a moment. Like it's people are gonna watch. It matters.
Like Kane and Undertaker is one of my favorite storylines ever.
It's a great one.
Like I think the way that they told that from like May of '97 to October, and then stretching it to to the WrestleMania, and then you have the Inferno match after that, and then you have like a roundabout 20-year storyline with those two. It's pretty incredible. There's points where it got a little hokey, where the Undertaker said he was actually the one who killed his parents, and then Paul Bearer is like Kane's dad, and like he was sleeping with the Undertaker's mom. It got a little weird at different points during the story.
It's wrestling. It always gets a little weird at some point.
But they found a way to keep it going. But nah, Taker's special.
I mean, the chat, the Matthews Mattress Chatty House, they're thinking it's just blasphemous that I say he's not top 10. I mean, off the top of my head right now, I can go 9 deep for sure.
Okay, go.
No,
9
dude,
wrestlers.
no.
9 wrestlers. What are we talking about? I can't even.
What are you talking about?
I can't even say, come on, man. Well, but you was gonna let the other thing go earlier today.
Oh, that's one of those like 55-yard pass interference plays right there.
Go ahead, run through the 9 real quick.
Stone Cold.
Yep.
Hulk Hogan.
Yep.
John Cena.
Okay.
Shawn Michaels.
Yep.
Ric Flair.
Okay.
Bret Hart.
Okay.
I put Roman Reigns ahead of him.
All right.
You're at
7.
And now I got to think a little bit.
Well, you said well, that's not what you just said.
We can get Rick out of there too.
Soren's repeating what you did. I don't like Rick, but you got to leave Rick there. You got
Macho Man. We're at 8.
Okay.
Say it, dude.
No. I'll give you
Brock?
that. No.
Brock, no.
That's redacted as of right now too, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead and go.
I dumped it.
Go listen to "Step in the Name of Love" on the way home, man. Come on, man. You're working too hard. It's the Undertaker. It's the Undertaker.
You didn't name The Rock yet.
Undertaker. Yeah. Who?
You didn't name The Rock yet.
You're not putting The Rock in there?
9. No, now we're at 9.
Okay.
We're at 9.
And so
I just said 9.
So you said the Undertaker isn't top 10.
Yeah, I can name 9.
There's the Undertaker. There's top 10.
Okay.
He's a Larry Bird of Casey's rankings.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Macho Man's tough, but I think him in there.
Is Triple H ahead of the Undertaker? See, now we thinking, right? Now we think. I would put Undertaker ahead of Triple H, but
Triple H was kind of the lead of a weird time.
Undertaker's longevity has to count for something too.
Well, he also you know, I was this is sad. I was actually thinking about this morning. Think about what the Undertaker did for Mankind when Mankind, that character, debuted in 1996. Mankind doesn't become any of these things. Cactus Jack, Dude Love, McFoley, anything. If Undertaker doesn't do for him during that 6-month stretch that he did. Like, that's really, really important. The WrestleMania streak was special. Like what Brock did, but like Brock ending that streak.
True, very
like
true.
It's the only time in my life that a crowd has ever been stunned silent. We always talk about pops. There is one incident in our lifetime where the crowd fell silent because of what happened, and it was the Undertaker.
That's a good point. Yokozuna.
I love Yoko, but no, goodness no. Yoko had one of the most incredible first years in history.
I'm just Josh.
Give us episode 2 of Icons, by the way.
Yo, don't sleep on Yoko's first year was like Brock Lesnar like. Like Yoko like came in, he was in like for 3 months, won the Royal Rumble, beat Bret Hart, lost to Hulk Hogan 9 seconds later, came back, ended Hulk Hogan in the WWE for 10 years, and then held the title till the next WrestleMania. And then his weight got out of control.
I don't think these guys, I wouldn't put these guys ahead of Undertaker, but Hall?
No. Not even close.
Hall, I think
you saying Scott Hall?
Yeah, I think you said that a little too quick, man.
No,
between Razor and what he did with Scott Hall.
Not even close to
You're being disrespectful at this point, Kenny.
No, not even close to the Undertaker.
I wouldn't put him ahead of Undertaker, but I'm just saying
he's not in the conversation. The only guy in the conversation is like, are we taking Macho Man out and putting Triple H in? Like, that's the only, like, no, there's no conversation with Scott Hall. There's no conversation with Kevin Nash.
Macho Man, I saw a clip the other day with Macho Man where Sensational Sherry was beating him up, and then Elizabeth climbs over the that comes out of the crowd.
WrestleMania 7
beats up Sherry,
Mhm.
and then like she goes to hug Macho Man, and the acting of Macho Man, like, hey, get off of me, thinking it was Sherry.
Yeah, WrestleMania 7. Yeah.
That's Elizabeth, and they got a big hug.
And it gets all of the crowd shots of everybody crying. It was beautiful.
We got the soundbite of what KC thinks Macho Man, what kind of guy he thinks he was.
No, we don't. No, we don't. What are you looking for? We don't have it. No, it doesn't. We don't have it. Don't listen to this guy.
It's on.
I don't
It's
even know
gotta
what
be
you're
on
looking
there.
for. I don't even know what you're looking for. We don't have it.
I just can't find it quick enough because I never use this one.
You want to take Mitch and then you can look for that?
Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
I don't know what Macho Man ever did.
Come on, man.
Like, who gave you that information?
Well, the info is the feeling.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
Yo, how's that still on there, man?
Honestly, I just haven't updated. Be complete. Kyle updates his board with more frequency than I do. He had a lazy drop from today on his board. I don't even.
That was crazy.
I don't even know how he did that. I have
How
no
lazy could it
clue how.
drop?
I have no clue how Kyle did that. I think I could find it. Get Mitch in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
Good evening, Damon, Casey. How's everything?
Good, man. How you doing?
Doing well. Why are we talking wrestling with Joey Chestnut? I mean, come on, those aren't sports.
No,
And
that's
I saw it the other day. I
that's
thought about
that's
you.
the worst thing in maybe society.
I thought about you, but don't take it the wrong way. Was it some boxer Garcia? He got arrested, felony.
Oh yeah, Ryan Garcia
When
did
you
get.
leave work,
Yeah, Ryan Garcia got some things going on. I hope he's all right.
when you leave work, leave your job at home. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I couldn't decipher that one though.
Are you at Trista's house? All I hear is birds.
No, I'm outside. I'm trying to keep myself. Yeah, keep busy after you retire. They tell me.
Okay.
Problems arise.
Mitch,
I gotta stay in shape.
Mitch, the thing we keep
We're gonna
on
do
trying to
that.
figure out is, are you coming out to California now that you're retired?
Oh, one day I have a little fear of flying. But it feels like,
okay.
yeah.
Well, you're retired now. You can drive cross country.
Yeah, I could drive. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna escape the wife, escape my family. Maybe they won't find me for a week. That'd be nice.
No,
Hey,
don't say it like that, Mitch.
No, I love them. I'm just having I had a bad night. I had like 2 hours sleep last night, so it's
Okay.
like the coffee's not even doing anything.
All right. Well, hang in there, buddy.
Yeah, I wish the game was playing today. Tatum, I think, is the best Celtic, and Porzingis. I mean, this guy's so delicate. One day he looks like Wembanyama, and another day he looks like Sean Bradley, the late Sean Bradley.
Did he say Porzingis? Okay. All right. Oh, it's good. It's fine. And just thank you, Mitch. Enjoy the birds, Mitch. I think I found Kyle.
Get more sleep too, Mitch.
I don't know how Kyle like does this so quickly, but maybe his I can't maybe my buttons. Oh, it doesn't even work.
Damn.
I tried, man. I tried. I was able to get to Kyle's profile, but it doesn't work.
Damn.
He's set up differently than we are.
It's weird. It should work.
Yeah, I couldn't get it to. I don't know why. I go back to mine. Let me see.
Hey man, I
Yeah,
want to mention
it's
this
his
guy's,
program
name.
differently.
I'll give him his name.
I don't know. I don't know how he
This-
didn't and drops on the fly like that.
This is wait. Okay, never mind. I was reading it wrong. I thought it said on this day 30 years ago, Kurt Angle debuted on WCW Saturday Night, but no, it wasn't.
That did not happen.
It was Frank Anderson. You know who that is?
Frank Anderson.
It's
30 years.
on
I
this
have
day,
no clue.
30 years ago on Saturday Night, wrestling Olympic medalist in professional wrestling. No, not Kurt Angle, but Swedish wrestling sensation Frank Anderson.
So I'm sorry. I just want to be clear. He won an Olympic gold medal in professional wrestling.
Did he break his freaking neck?
Yeah,
I just want that because is there a sport in the Olympics called professional wrestling?
That's how the tweet is.
I'm taking your Twitter account away.
On this day in WWE, that's what they said. A wrestling Olympic medalist in professional wrestling? No, not Kurt Angle, but Swedish sensation. Frank Anderson.
Oh, a wrestling. Okay, okay, I got it.
Locked up the gold medal with the sharpshooter.
Question mark there. That's.
Well, I said it in question form.
Well, no, it was weird.
I said in professional wrestling.
I'm Ron Burgundy. All right. Boy, this last hour really got away from us.
Well,
this is like the summertime little hour right here.
It's not going to be much better. Jason was a blast last week. I can't imagine what the last 7 days have been like for Jason Jones.
Oh man. Oh man. I got a summertime question before we get to Jason, right? Because Jason was 320
ish, yeah.
It was like 320, 324.
Should I do it now or when we come back from break?
We still got 3 minutes.
Got 3 minutes, buddy.
I did a random YouTube deep dive in NBA expansion last night. And
okay.
I was just trying to figure out because I think I'm about ready for Seattle to get a team. All right, man, come on back.
Okay.
Get back into the league. And Seattle's next or whatever. But there's this thing that keeps floating around that I heard like a year ago, and it's still kind of out there. And matter of fact, Adam Silver did an interview maybe on Sunday with the like NBC Sports Boston or whatever. They asked him about expansion. He was like, well, we're finishing up the media rights deal, but I've always said expansion is next. We got Seattle, we got Vegas, we got our guy on Mexico City. And that's like the 4th time in the last year I've heard Mexico City.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was thinking of is you obviously have the two. You have Vegas and Seattle. I think they're about as locked in as anything.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's possible they go to 4 expansion teams?
Mm-mm. Like at once?
Not at once.
Oh.
Not at once, but maybe over the course of 10 years.
Are we at 30?
They're at 30 now. Man. That would give them 32. 34.
That'd be the most in any professional sport, wouldn't it?
As of now, but I think the NFL might want to expand. Baseball's talked about expanding. So maybe 34 might be the regular.
Baseball, slow down. NFL, I feel like the only thing they're expanding to, if they do it, and this might be what you're leading into, is if they do it internationally.
Might do it internationally. But here's where I thought it might happen. They're talking about, and I don't know if they should, but they're talking about $5 billion for Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
You can get $20 billion if you went to 4 teams.
Yeah, but how much? Yeah, how much does that dilute your product? And like, there is a cost to this too.
I don't know if it dilutes it that much. I think because the math, I think I had it at 48 to 50 more players in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's enough talent in the game of basketball right now where you could survive another 50 players and it not be just, this is awful product. I think
so. What are you thinking? Mexico City and what? I mean, I assume that's what you're thinking.
They talk about Vancouver. They've talked about Vancouver, and
didn't they already get a shot at this?
Yeah, and David Stern said that
Vancouver's coming back before the Monarchs.
Well, David Stern has, I think he has said that's one of his biggest regrets, that he didn't give Vancouver more time. He said even more than Seattle, not giving getting out of Vancouver so quick is one of his biggest regrets. That's David Stern.
Yeah.
Not, who knows if Adam Silver even cares. But
Adam Silver's is too cold.
But Vancouver, Nashville is something people have talked about.
They really buzzing about Nashville.
Yeah.
Across.
So the killer is
both leagues.
The teams, the potential cities are all on the west side of America.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how that will work out. If Vegas and Seattle, you can easily put Memphis and maybe Minnesota in the Eastern Conference. Yeah. But if you bring 2 more in on the West Coast, I don't know what that looks like. But I just wondered though, when they had that $5 billion, no, Nashville wouldn't, but it'd be one of each. Mexico City in the Western Conference, Nashville. But I'd say Vancouver,
but you'd still have, oh yeah.
So I just when the thing that got me going about more than 2 teams is when they said $5 billion for Seattle. I was like, damn.
I'm sure there's a cost like analysis of all of this too. Like what will this team generate for our league? In the end, will it wind up costing us? In the end, will it wash out the $5 billion expansion fee?
17 teams.
It's interesting. 34, man.
17 teams per conference is also an odd number. 16 is the sweet spot. 17 is a little iffy. I don't think they would, but I do think there's real interest in Mexico City. I've heard that too many times in the last 2 years.
Slow down, Adam. Slow down. Jason Jones joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I think they said, isn't Mexico City like the 5th most populated city in the world?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't think I knew that. I don't think I knew that. Would Minnesota or Memphis be the team to go east if you bring in Seattle, Vegas? Yeah, you're probably bringing in both, and I would think that they're both going. New Orleans is certainly possible, but yeah, there'd definitely get Minnesota out of here. Definitely get them up out of here. It's going to be a long-ass day, man. Long-ass day. I mean, not bad. Just a long-ass day. Discord clipped watch parties every Monday night. That's fun. D'Lo, you think CP3 could join JJ on the coaching bench? Nah. I don't think Chris Paul wants to. I don't know. I don't see Chris Paul as a coach.
What do we do if the Lakers don't hire JJ? Who was right in the end?
What if what?
Like, what if the Lakers just don't hire JJ and it's just someone, not even James Borrego, it's just someone else?
Man, I demand that they both go on TV and go, hey guys, just to let everyone in, we're full of shit. That's pretty much it. We're just full of crap, both of us. Yeah, that altitude in Mexico City would be a monster for sure. Monster. Any chance NBC grabs Shams when his contract is up? Absolutely. I think there are a lot of things to watch with these network partners changing. I expect a lot of money to be thrown around over the course of the next couple of years for television talent, behind the scenes talent, reporter talent like the likes of Shams and Woj and so on. Yeah, I think that's extremely possible. And his contract's up this year, so timing is perfect. Perfect. Oh God, what is that?
I don't know. Somebody sent it to me on Instagram. I don't know how that even happened.
See? Y'all thought we were
playing the NBA?
KC got NBA money. See? That's what we've been talking about. It's out there.
Jazzy 510 plays in the NBA?
Well, she a hooper.
Another NBA player.
It's going to be the first husband-wife combo in the NBA, right?
Yeah, that checks out.
We could tweet that.
That checks out.
AI is stupid, bro. Like, that stuff does not work.
Absolutely nuts.
That is crazy.
We're trying to judge him based on his health. or based on noise. Like, no, he said he opened the segment saying, "I got the vid."
Trying to diagnose what's wrong with him based off of noise coming from his house. It sounds like a sprinkler expansion. What the hell are you talking about?
Yes, that's how we're trying to diagnose, and not by the fact he said, "I got the vid." Wow.
Confirms there's an overflow for compression.
Oh man,
that's incredible.
That is bizarre.
Absolutely incredible. And yet, it still makes more sense than the Chatty House does sometimes. If I close the screen to put an overlay on and come back, the chat is like 50 texts deep into a conversation that I'm just not privy to. You know what I love is on this day in NBA, their banner, those old cartoon Royal Rumble logos. I think it was a guy who, I think the guy who did those worked for like Marvel or something like that.
Those things are awesome.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Kent Bazemore was like, I like it here. I'm going to stay here.
Shout out Kent Bazemore. Nice dude.
You want the last chicken?
No, okay.
Shout out Manzito.
Yeah, man.
Hulk Hogan signs with WCW. It's so weird that they announced the signing like a ticker, like on the bottom line.
On
WCW Saturday Night. The Underfaker.
That's what they called him. Disney MGM Studios in Orlando, Florida. Stunning Steve to Johnny B. Bad. Don't get too close to me, kid, as you lean over and kiss me, you little pansy.
Did you see the Sexy Red video?
Oh, yeah. But what the heck was going on there? Jeez.
Sexy Red getting in fights all over the place.
Sexy need to calm down. There's too much money to be made, girl. What you doing?
Jason Jones with us wearing his colors. Man, bro, what a week it has been for you and your brethren over there with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Let's talk about the Dodgers, because at least they're not. At least they're not an embarrassment to the city. And Kenny, how are you holding up with this? I mean, it's been a rough week for us. I mean,
I'm enjoying this. I don't have any. I could care less.
I mean, that's not true. I mean, but I understand.
See how this stuff gets painted in the public and in the media, and then people really think these things happen.
Well, I just got a piece of artificial intelligence that says you're an NBA player.
So is my wife.
So there's that. So we have dissected this Dan Hurley, JJ Redick, Woj, Shams thing quite a bit. And I think what we have settled on is this whole thing might have been a work. Vince McMahon might have booked this situation with Dan Hurley in the or not Vince, he can't book anymore. Triple H booked this whole thing with Dan Hurley pretending he was going to the Los Angeles Lakers to get a raise from the Connecticut Huskies, and all the while he can undermine your coworker Shams Charania in the process.
I mean, I'm not convinced that Dan Hurley was ever in California last week.
Somebody else said that.
I'm not convinced. I mean, there's not one photo, one thing of him being at an airport back east. There's nothing. Like, yeah, I'm not convinced this ever was. It feels like Woj did a favor for the Hurley family. You know, he did write a book about the man's father, for God's sake. I mean,
so like,
and like you said, to go, you know, Shams had the thing. You know, he had the report about Redick, and it's almost like, oh, what you're going to say? What? I didn't say that. I'll show you. Let me make a phone call. Hey, Dan, how about I mean, this is just, and of course, the Lakers just went along with it. I mean, God, it's just. I'll end up being their coach at this rate.
So when we talk about like some of the
reasons, you have had podcasts, so you fit the.
Well, he's qualified.
Shout out J Street Vibes.
Not with the right people. I don't think. I don't think LeBron knows. You know, LeBron was never on our podcast, so.
Do you think was Woj trying to get Dan a bag with the Lakers or with UConn?
Trying to get him a bag.
It didn't matter where, just all money.
I honestly don't think he was ever going to the Lakers. I just don't. I mean, if he was really in California, you don't leave California without the deal signed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, when I saw the clip of him at the concert, I'm like, oh yeah, he's not coming. Like, yeah, there's no way in the world he'd walk around back east at a concert when he was about to leave. Yeah. And it just seems, you know, and you know, if you want to get conspiracy theory deep, you know, it's no secret that for a good period of time, LeBron has never been Woj's favorite guy. And who looks even worse besides the Lakers in this? LeBron. Because now you've got all these, Dan Hurley wouldn't want to coach LeBron. LeBron with it just looks terrible. And it's, you know, I mean, as a fan, it's embarrassing. Because, I mean, you know, say what you will, you still are the Lakers. Why are you begging people and doing these things? And it just looks really, they look real pathetic right now. And a team with LeBron James and Anthony Davis on it. And is it the best team in the West? No, but it's not like they have a completely trash roster. You shouldn't be having to do all this. I mean, what is wrong with your management and ownership to where this is what it's come to? This is, you know, like, you know, you're begging people.
What do you think is going on there with the Lakers? Like, is Jeannie running things? Is Rob running things by himself? What's up with Linda Rambis? Is Trysta would ask the question, like, what's really going on with the Lakers? Are they on the same page? Does anybody know exactly what direction they want to go?
I think part of it is financial. I mean, it's going to sound funny to say, but you know, relatively speaking, Jeannie Buss is a broke owner. Relatively speaking, she doesn't have like all these other, you know, they don't have Ballmer money. They don't have all these great, you know, business deals on the side, you know. So I think, you know, there's been a tendency in Laker history to not want to pay the coach. I think outside of Phil Jackson, who have they ever really paid? You know, as a coach, I don't think the LeBron thing is as looming as like, is he going to leave or stay? I just think there's questions about just if you're a coach, you know, and I've had my issues with some things Darvin Ham did last season, but if Darvin Ham made the conference finals in 1 year and got fired the next year, if Frank Vogel won a championship and was fired 2 years later, you know, what security do you have?
Mm-hmm.
I think there are some legit questions around that now. I guess you could say my concern, my question is, did this whole public, whether it was a charade, whether it was just a work, whatever it is, this whole Hurley thing, that just screw everything up even more for them? Do other candidates say, nah, I'm cool. If that guy could get 6 years, where's my 6 years?
Is this a bad job?
Yeah. And if I'm a candidate with the Lakers, I want 5-6 years because they fire everybody.
Right. Is this a bad job?
I don't think it's a bad job. I still don't think it's a bad job.
Is the Cleveland one better?
I don't know in this sense. I think Cleveland had lower expectations, and I felt like they exceeded those expectations and got better every year, and that still wasn't good enough. So I don't know if it's. I think the Laker job is always going to come with a lot of pressure, no matter what. But I do think I don't know if Cleveland's. I mean, I think in terms of talent, situation, and where they are in their conferences, they're close. But I mean, LA is still LA, and it's not like 20 degrees in December. So I mean, I think the LA job is still going to be a better one in the sense that if you do well, it's a different level of doing well in terms of probably pay and all that stuff. But Cleveland's going to a lot of the Cleveland job will depend on what happens with Donovan Mitchell. If he says no, if they're not keeping Donovan Mitchell, that job is completely different. In my opinion.
Do you look at like the whole Dan Hurley situation and JJ Redick situation as they're like, do you think this is a thorough coaching search? Like, do you or do you think it's kind of a mess? Like, because you got James Borrego there as well, but do you look at the Lakers process as they're being open-minded, they're looking for different ways, or is it just a mess because of the way everything is played out, in your opinion?
I think it doesn't feel like they have direction in it. I think if, like it or not, if JJ Redick was your guy, you're not doing this whole Dan Hurley thing. I mean, I get that, you think, well, he's a good coach, but you're not, if that was your guy, you're not doing all this. If Borrego was your guy, you would have hired Borrego already. I mean, you've had a chance to interview him twice, and then that report comes out they haven't had a formal interview with JJ. I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? Like, what's going on down there? Like, I don't know what they're doing. It's like, what do you want? Do you want a young coach? Do you want a veteran? Like, what do you want? I don't think anyone really knows what they want. I think what probably the only promising thing that came out of that Hurley situation was the idea they were thinking big picture, long term. But even you could argue that JJ Redick is a long term look, because as a guy who is currently calling games and doing a podcast or doing podcasts, you can't expect him to be ready to go in a year or two necessarily. But it's just hard to kind of gauge what they're trying to do.
But what does long term really mean when you've got a 39-year-old LeBron James on your roster?
I don't know. I mean, I think what it really means is
a very good 39-year-old LeBron James, by the way. Like, he's still playing it at a phenomenal level. And you look at him, you go, this dude could still win a championship. But I don't know how long-term your view can be, knowing you don't have that much time left with LeBron James on your team.
Yeah, I think what it means is that you can't make the mistake they made with the Ty Lue situation, even though, depending on what you read in here, it wasn't as cut and dry as people have made it out to be why they didn't get Ty Lue. But you can't bring in a coach thinking, okay, you're here to coach LeBron. You got to have a coach you like that, if LeBron retires after next season, you don't go, you know what? He's gone. We're going to. You got to have a guy who you believe, and they probably thought Darvin was going to be that guy. But the thing is, too, is if you're going, whoever you get, you got to give him more than 2 years.
It's not the retirement of LeBron that I get concerned about. It's impatience. Like,
yeah.
LeBron's 41. Man, they've lost these last 2 seasons, and boy, those rotations keep coming up, or whatever subtext LeBron says in a press conference that spends the next 48 hours getting analyzed.
Maybe he unfollows someone on Twitter or something, and it becomes news.
Wait till he unfollows Bronny, because Bronny dribbles the ball off his foot or something.
I can't take this anymore.
Poor Bronny.
He unfollows Bronny because Bronny gets signed by San Antonio. Like, you don't play for us, But yeah, this is just, I don't know who they end up with at this point. I mean, like I said, if you wanted Borrego, you could have done that already. So I don't know what the holdup would be there.
Well, the tough part is now it feels like that's Cleveland's guy.
Yeah, I'm still a big Sam Cassell guy. I'm still a big Sam Cassell fan as a coach, and I think if they could somehow, and sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes the person or the coaches you wanted not showing up, or you not getting them, works out in the end. Like, people never forget, a USC dynasty was born because everyone told them no, and the AD bumps into Pete Carroll visiting his daughter on campus. So I mean, sometimes maybe they'll get lucky like that, but right now I just don't have a whole lot of faith in what they're doing. I mean, they may have to, God forbid, bring in another basketball person to help out,
Oh, Jason, come on, man.
Well,
I mean, it's just an idea. Maybe this whole Rob Pelinka running everything just isn't working out the way they thought it would.
You've got Coach K right there, making sure everything goes.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. I wonder what. Yeah.
Boy, that conversation sure has died recently, hasn't it?
I'm sure in this interview with Dan Hurley, if Coach K was there, Dan Hurley goes, "Okay, yeah, he's really going to want me and not his guy." Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's just, I'm at the point, I'm like, you know what? Just announce JJ already and get it over with.
It feels like the Lakers are making this unnecessarily difficult.
Yeah, I mean, if that's really, I mean, we've been hearing JJ Redick and the Lakers before they fired Darvin Ham. If that's your guy, I know he's still calling games, whatever, and then now Woj would then have to report on the guy who was supposed to get the job.
Oh, that'd be tough.
Yeah, that'd be tough on him. But you know what? Just go ahead and do the damn deal. I mean, if Kyrie doesn't show up anytime soon, this series would be over by the end of the weekend. So
the victory lap Shams would take, if it's JJ Redick and Woj has to report on that, would be phenomenal.
Especially considering that Dan Hurley, that was the weirdest part of the report. He's been the target all along. Since when?
Well, according to Shams, since Wednesday.
and then you got Shams coming back talking about, it was never him. Shams was crazy when he said, I don't think they even offered him a deal.
That is wild.
I mean, this is like, we went from Kendrick and Drake to this, and I got to, I'm gonna ride with my guy. I mean, I'm riding with my guy.
You got to. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
With my guy, Woj ain't did nothing for me. He ain't. He's closer to Toronto, than Shams is too. So you know what, we gotta, But yeah, this is you're starting to see some of the things that a lot of us people in the media have seen in the background for years. Some of the subtle jabs. Some of the private conversations where one will say something, or I've had conversations with Woj and he'll say something, you'll be like, whoa, okay, interesting. Woj does the thing where he'll follow you. If you're like when I was covering the Kings, he would follow me at times because he didn't have an end to the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Vlade didn't like it. And there's always been like maybe 2 or 3 teams he didn't have an end. When Michael Jordan was running Charlotte, MJ didn't like him. He didn't have an in Charlotte because MJ was like, we don't mess with him. So, I mean, it was, these little media games are just crazy. And and then people started calling it out like, hold up a second. Because remember, even the whole, he's going to make a decision on Monday. He's quoting Hurley and then quote sources on the deal. I'm like, what? You talk to the man, but then you don't, then come on. And then even when he does his hits on TV, the Hurley book is behind him.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that's pretpretty crazy.
I was like, this is complete pro wrestling going on.
100%.
This is complete pro. I'm like, come on, this is this is complete. This thing is completely being booked now. I'm like, come on, he's got the book right behind him while talking about the man. Come on, man.
The crazy thing about this, though, when you talk about it with the Lakers and now kind of honestly with the Cavs too, is like the draft is right there. And I know that your GM and they do a lot of the legwork, but usually isn't there? And maybe I'm just I'm thinking too far into it, but usually wouldn't the coach and the GM kind of work together on the draft?
You would think. But I'm also of the belief that they know it's going to be JJ, and they've talked to JJ about stuff he likes. I believe that's already been done. So I think it's more, like I said, that's why I don't understand the whole Hurley thing. Would it have been cool to get him? Yeah, but he was never leaving. He was never leaving. I don't believe he was ever leaving. So I think I'm like, why would you then upset your presumed top target to play this weird game? But like I said, do we know if he was ever really offered it? Yeah, we don't know anything.
Did you happen to read as we switch gears? Because we have no clue when or where this is going to end or who's going to wind up being the Lakers head coach. Maybe we'll get a clearer picture when the Larry O'Brien trophy is hoisted and JJ's responsibilities to ESPN and ABC are over with. But did you read Jason Jones' latest article?
I didn't.
You might want to. It's literally written for you.
Oh, well, let me see.
30 years of above the rim.
Oh, Lord. Why didn't you talk to me? Why didn't you interview me?
He could literally act out the entire movie.
I talked to Leon and I talked to Wood Harris. So, I mean,
but why didn't you talk to Kenny? You talked to the stars of the movie.
Oh, man, I should have been in there on the interview. I got questions.
I mean, what questions you got? I mean, I talked to Leon for a good 30 minutes for the story.
Well, I don't know if anybody ever addressed this, but I'm of the belief that there's a guy, I think the team was a red team in the shootout. I believe that was supposed to be Marlon Wayne's character. And he was like going off. I don't know if you remember, they kind of like followed his team a little bit and he was hooping or whatever, but I think he lost to Kyle's team. And I feel like that was Marlon Wayne's character because he like left after Birdie dissed him in backstage. And he was like, all right, bet. And then like walked away. And then they just followed this random light-skinned guy's team. And I think that was supposed to be Marlon Wayne's team. I never got an answer.
Oh, see, if I'd have known, I'd have asked that question.
Inquiring minds want to know.
There's no way any person who's seen the movie less than 10 times thinks about anything like that.
Yeah, I don't.
And the best part about the article for me, Jay, was I never knew Leon's last name.
I don't know it now.
It's Robinson. I always thought it was just Leon. For years, I think that's all he went by was just Leon.
Played college basketball at Loyola Marymount.
Leon to me.
Yeah, actually my editor added his last name. I'm like, this is Leon. I've never Leon. I mean, why would I give him a name like a last name when his name is Leon? Like even his IG, I think, or his Instagram is just Leon. Just Leon. So I'm like, yeah.
I do believe that is top 5, maybe even top 3 basketball movie ever made.
It aged really well. Mm-hmm. When you look back at it, kind of some of the themes, and it aged really well. And I know when I talked to Wood Harris about the movie, he said, you look back, Leon was really the only established actor in the movie. Mm-hmm. Everybody else was kind of like scrapping their way up. He's like Dwayne Martin might have been in some stuff already. Marlon Wayans was still like the baby of the like that's Keenan's little brother. Mm-hmm. Tupac hadn't become Tupac yet, even though Wood said there was some kind of, you could tell Pac was Pac, because I mean at that point he was starting to, I think I Get Around was out by the time they were filming the movie and everything like that. So you did kind of see the groupies and all that for Pac, but Pac wasn't, what he would become. And
even Bernie Mac.
Yeah. And they said Bernie Mac was hilarious. They said Bernie Mac was the best on that film. What was the anecdote was that Bernie never said the same line the same way twice. Mm-hmm. That's why in the scene where we're basically end up killing Bernie's character, you see they cut away from Pac's face because Pac starts laughing. Because he kept changing the line, and they couldn't get Bernie to say the same line. They were like, we got to take one of these. So they cut away from Pac because Pac laughed, and then Bernie's character gets killed. But there's just just the depths of the movie. You look at the mental health aspect, the family, all this, trauma. And one thing I thought, like what Leon said, was that he said that he's a method actor. So I asked him, how funny was it to, be on the same set with Bernie and Marlon? He was like, he said, no, I was in the zone. So even if they were cracking jokes, I wasn't laughing. He said, I was Shep. And then to kind of relive that moment when he went back to Rucker a couple of years ago with Shep.
Mm-hmm.
Can't erase what we were, man. Champions, baby. Can't erase what we were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then the fact that I talked to John Wallace about being out there that day. He said they didn't even tell all the former Knicks that Shep was going to show up.
That's fire. That was a great clip. The social media clip was phenomenal.
Yeah, so yeah, that was a fun one. To kind of it took some. The movie came. The anniversary was in March, but spent some time trying to track down some other people. That's how I ended up getting John Wallace in the story. So yeah, it was. And and Leon shared the story on Instagram, so it's like it's getting more traction on the site and everything. Yeah, it was a cool dude. I mean, cool dude to talk to. Still looks exactly the same.
Crazy.
Did you talk to Dwayne Martin?
I didn't get a chance to get to Dwayne Martin, but yeah.
Dwayne Martin really a hooper. Really, what did he get, like a trial with the Knicks, or made like the one of the last cuts for Knicks one of the years or something like that?
Yeah, and that's what I think what Wood was saying too, and actually John was saying what made the movie cool was you had real hoopers in the movie. You had guys who actually played. It wasn't actors; they had to teach how to play basketball. You had some guys who really could hoop. Because Wood played basketball in college. He was a basketball player.
Yeah.
So the fact they found all these former high school or college basketball players to put in the movie, because he said when the movie came out, people probably just thought it was another street ball movie. But I think it became a lot more than that over time. And like I said, you watch it now, it's like, man, Pac was so good in that movie.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's the one thing Leon says. One of the tragedies is that Pac couldn't leave the street stuff alone. He said Pac was on his way to be such a great actor. He probably would have been a greater actor than rapper.
I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that.
There's that scene in the cemetery with Leon and Pac talking.
I mean, wait, what you want to do? We reliving that? What are we doing?
What?
Is he talking about the scene? Is that a call? I mean,
no,
we can go there.
I mean, reenact it now.
It's not. It never. Just for future reference, it never is. I'm never calling for an impression or for you to reenact the scene from a movie. Ever. Or a TV
I was like, hold up.
Just so we're covering all our bases.
I was like, we can do it right now. I'm a method actor too. We can do it right now.
That's not exactly how I would classify you, but that's fine. The scenes of Leon playing basketball without the ball against no one, like those are, like, in hindsight, those are such jarring scenes. They're but they're so important to the movie.
That's what John said. John said the thing is, a lot of basketball players do that, but then you take into account why he's doing that. Like, he can't shake the tragedy. He can't shake it. And it's like he's trying to relive that moment where his friend died, and he's like just battling it. And what Leon said, he said he really tried to portray that role through his eyes. He wanted you to look in his eyes and just see pain every time you saw him. So yeah, that was definitely one of my more fun things to work on recently.
Definitely gonna have to read the article first, but definitely gonna have to watch the movie again.
That's really man. That method acting is so fascinating to me, because that means that dude lived in a dark place during the filming of that movie. Like, you think about that character and what he was and what he was conveying to live that. Man, that's crazy.
He might have lived right there in Harlem the whole time.
Walked around with all that pain on him during the whole filming.
That's crazy.
Meanwhile, Pac is out here with a bunch of groupies, and Bernie Mac is telling jokes and making everyone laugh. He's over here just in pain.
That's crazy.
Jason, great stuff, man. Great stuff, on the Lakers and reporting and the dynamics of all that. But like the above the rim article, man, that's where you shine right there.
I'm reading that when we get off the air, man.
Thanks a lot. I'm about to go text my boy Shams and tell him he's the man.
There you go. Well, I figured you was going out to work. Like, that fraternity you got's like a full-time job.
Oh man, every weekend.
Like every time I log on to like something, there's Jay out with the family.
Am I ever invited or no? I did.
You've been invited. Yeah, you're invited to stuff. I mean, we was hanging out with Lance Woods a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I mean, I ain't getting no text, man. I'm trying to go. Well, I'm trying to get you guys on the boat, all that.
I'm gonna shoot you a text for the next event we got. Yeah, you and the wife come through.
Them cues is wild though, bro.
Hey, I don't know what you're talking about, man. It's a good film.
Oh, sheep is that. Jay, we appreciate you. Thank you, my brother.
No problem. Take care, y'all.
That's our man, Jason Jones. Head over to the New York Times. It's a shoot.
Big time, though.
Yeah, it's a shoot. Head over to The Athletic and check out Jason's latest work. Of course, we retweeted and it's all over social media. But
we've heard so much about this Lakers head coaching thing. Like, do you feel differently?
And it's all different. No one's saying the same thing.
Do you feel differently about what you thought in the first hour of the show?
No, I don't. I don't think the entire thing was a work. Like the Lakers were in on it. Like this doesn't. That's where I get hung up on. There's a couple of things I get hung up on. The Lakers don't look good, like anywhere in this. They look ridiculous, as Jason just passionately explained. Like they look terrible.
Right.
So they're not going along with whatever this is. The idea that Shams puts out a report and Woj says, "Damn it, you weren't supposed to do that. Let me call Dan Hurley. Dan Hurley, would you be interested in the Lakers job?" Oh, I don't know. Could it give me more money? Probably. Sure, let's do it. Calls the Lakers and says, "Hey, would you guys be interested in Dan Hurley?" Sure. And then in the next 24 hours, we've got terms like massive long-term contract offer. We got alleged flights to
that's crazy too.
To Los Angeles to meet with the Lakers.
Maybe the Lakers thought it was a shoot when it was a work the whole time.
But if the Lakers can be influenced that, and we might not know the answer, but I think there's a lot of people behind the scenes who will know the answer to this. If the Lakers can be worked like that, this is a job that James Borrego shouldn't take, that JJ Redick shouldn't take, that no coach who hopes to have a future in the National Basketball Association should consider taking. LeBron should leave because this is extremely problematic. So no, it's fun. It's great 4 hours of conversation. It gives us a very animated and entertaining Trysta Krick, a very animated and very frustrated Jason Jones. But in the end, can I believe that this whole thing was some sort of work? No, I can't.
I don't know if I believe it was a work. The only thing that I'm sure of, because there's a lot of stuff that I thought, then, I hear different stuff. I'm like, oh, that doesn't really check out or whatever the case may be. So some of the things that, I was thinking and running through my head that probably have been dispelled. Only thing that I'm pretty confident of is I don't think he was ever going to take the job. I think if they got to a point that money-wise he just couldn't turn away, maybe it's $100 million mark, and then it might be almost begrudgingly like, man, I can't not take this job. But I don't think he was ever seriously going to take the Lakers job.
I don't have an issue with that line of thinking, but that to me is an entirely different discussion than what we're having. Like Dan Hurley's true interest in the job is not like Shams didn't go on TV and do this whole, Dan Hurley was never interested in the job. Essentially what he said was the Lakers weren't that interested in Dan Hurley. And that's where you lose me. You have one contract offer out there. One. Right. And then it's like, oh, maybe what'd he say? I'm not convinced the contract was even offered. So the Lakers are just sitting by watching their franchise be dragged through the mud for a contract that doesn't even exist. Come on, man. Look, I get y'all are trying to one up each other, but don't talk to us like we're stupid.
You know what's crazy about that?
And also, based on what we were told in the first hour of the show off the air, there's no way this is going to happen. If I'm Jeannie, I'm finding out who the hell is talking to Shams, and I'm cutting their ass off. Now that's a lot more difficult to actually execute than state. Yeah. But this There's nothing over the last week and a half that has made the Los Angeles Lakers look. It hasn't even been a week and a half. It's been like 6 days. There's nothing that has made them look good. Nothing.
It's all bad for them.
We got the JJ Redick tweet 1 week ago today. You were at your house. Trysta was on the stream. This has all happened in 7 freaking days.
I think it all ends with JJ being the head coach.
Yeah, kind of feels like it.
I kind of feel like I don't know what happened along the way. I believe a lot of people there seriously wanted JJ from the start.
I agree with that.
And I don't know how Dan Hurley played into this. I don't know. But I think they're going to go back to JJ.
I don't think the decision makers wanted JJ Redick from the start. I think someone did, but I don't think the decision makers did. And when I say decision makers, I really think there's only 2. If you want to throw Linda in there, that's fine. I think it's ultimately Jeannie, but I think it's Jeannie and it's Rob Pelinka. This is an extremely small circle, which is why when we get names that were thrown, it's like, who's this person? But they're there.
They're there.
Either way, I don't think we have a Lakers coach till after the finals are over.
Well, might not be that long from now.
Well, it might not be, but there won't be a game tonight. There will be a game tomorrow, and there'll be plenty more time to talk about Kristaps Porzingis and the impact of that injury or lack thereof. But we appreciate you so much for being with us. We're going to head over to 102.5. Then we're going to head out to Janet Jackson tonight. If you're coming through, make sure you stop by the KSFM tent and say hello. Or we'll see you here tomorrow, 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Janet. I don't know why I stepped all on my partner's sign off. I know. Wow. That's a flag. That is a flag. That's a false start.
That's funny. Jeannie text. That's funny. That's a good call somewhere. That's a good call. New Lakers head coach LeBron James. That's not a bad call there.
I tell you what, though, that press conference for whoever they hire, that question. So, what does it feel like being the Lakers' second choice?
Ooh, or third?
Because that's basically what happened with Jacques Vaughn when Ime didn't work out. They asked him that too, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, that's right. That's right. All right, man. Yep, head over to the Discord channel. Oh, we ain't even there yet, boy. Come see me at 6 o'clock. Gonna be pecs everywhere. All right, man. We'll check in the Discord throughout the evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.